Good morning. Been waiting on Law and Crime to get going, and they haven't. And somebody discovered that it's been streaming for some time on the local Fox station. I usually avoid Fox because it's uh, they usually demonetize, etc., etc. Anyway, um, but it seems like maybe we'll go ahead and start. Uh, they have some questions from the lawyers, and so I'm not going with the better audio version at the moment, so that we can hear what the questions are. So I apologize for the sound quality because yeah, I don't know why they don't have a cleaned up version of it, except perhaps that that might be something that the defense can object to because of oh, it's been altered, but it's a lot more comprehensible. So anyway, I am putting it on 1.25 so that we can catch up. And well, here we go.
There's so many good people. Unfortunately, what you can use is to make it. People wouldn't be surprised at how many. Unfortunately, it doesn't sell people who are not social media. They want to trade all the time. So it boils down to the business, and I do understand it. But been a man for 24 years, and I've had no complaints. No what's going on. Is it perfect? No. But I don't know. Breaking doesn't exist, and I do understand it. But I don't know. I'm not just saying it because I work here. Oh, you feel the same way. So I don't know if you can compare it to Minnesota.
There's a routine thing. The Matthew never really got a chance to.
People bonded together. Yeah, they did. They did. With refreshments and neighborhoods.
You know what I'm saying? That's how we do it.
Yeah.
So, just most it just happens on replay. So exactly what you were saying. So that quality of judge more frequently remind people just something that absolutely like and that's what it would look like. It was really swirling. When you know what this guy looks like when it is all you see is kind of swirly white.
I wouldn't know anything about that. Never been in this 51 years old. Never been in this. And that's something that I would like to do. I guess when I see in Minnesota, that's watching sports.
You want to go around?
Your shoes and socks. 5 people.
They're close.
You like that? Size 12.
I apologize. I didn't know.
So there's no need to apologize. For that. All right, so this is what you're gonna put on these. They can go over the top of the legs. Put this on. Good. Put this up in the front. Put on this one. That's it, I'll take it. I'm back to the side. You can make it all, just keep on repeat.
Thank you.
I'll be right back. Put it right there. Right here. Okay, I'm going to put that right here. It's totally.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Great job. Absolutely
Absolutely not.
Thank you. First thing is good. I was just asking for help. I just been starting to crack their orders. Right?
Did you eat lunch on the night lunch?
Yes, you may.
Not quite sure why they keep showing. Oh, we're having a sidebar. That's why. Okay. Yeah, yesterday I don't remember them showing anyone while they were doing things, but don't wouldn't you love to know what they're saying? And boy, I wish I could read lips. Mm, yeah, one gentleman on the left always has a bow tie on, looks very dapper. Oh, this is the defendant. Okay, yeah. I'm used to looking at the back of his head and his poorly executed man bun. Um, yeah, defendants don't get to go to the sidebar. So let's see. How long does you were playing catch up here because I was waiting for the stream to start on Law and Crime, and they still haven't started. So I've got it at 1.25, and so we're catching up because it makes it a lot easier to understand.
They're okay.
Okay.
Okay,
And we can bring the jury out.
you're sending the jury out. Sounds like we've got a substantial issue they want to talk about. Yesterday they were talking about whether or not the issue of a polygraph should come up because apparently the defense wanted it in that he agreed to a polygraph, but then the prosecution said that, well, if you want to bring up the polygraph consent, then we want to bring up the fact that he changed his mind and didn't take the polygraph. Which is, I think, a very valid point. I mean, why mention the polygraph at all when it's of no, uh, uh, I mean, they're not
State,
admissible.
you may proceed.
Presuming publishing states 85.
Just something simple, just like saltiness or something like that.
Right back, and is there no? Is that good? I'm gonna down my since this morning. I'm sorry this is taking so long. You are David, I believe? Okay. Teresa Sprague, and this is Detective Army Town. First of all, I'm happy to this is I want to say, I'll sorry, for the loss, and also for everything that you're going through. I know this is very traumatic. And it's just a terrible, terrible thing. So, please, please. I've been waiting a long time. We just honestly have a lot to do. Just trying to figure out what's going on. I need your help doing that. Can you just, if you can take a break, okay? If you need anything on right now. We appreciate your patience and so that I can get you some as well. You understand my, you go through what we need to do. I understand you guys, you've been very cooperative, so, we just need to, obviously we need you, or we gotta get this out together. What is your first name? Is your first name David?
It's David. Tronnes, T-I-O-N-N-E-S.
N-N-E-S, okay. And what is your date?
6/29/68.
What is your date?
62.
And how much do you have? No problem. Hazel eyes, maybe?
I think it's
Blue, hazel, okay.
very
And your address is where you live today?
218 East Copeland.
And that's a flag? And this is a.
Is
Is there a anything?
there is, I can't remember the last, it's 407, the next year is 704, yes. I never call it.
The next year is 704?
It's 407, 704, and I think it's 2808, it's might be 2465. We've had it since we were acquired. Shanti Cooper-Tronnes.
What's your son?
His name is 407, 409, 9210.
In person?
321 444 8629.
What kind of phone does Shanti have?
She doesn't have any of this.
8 months?
Yes.
Is there a code on it? No code?
There is a code when it comes up, it's just ones. So I think now that it was a 6.
6 months?
6 weeks.
Right, 5.8 months. Is there a color on the cover?
There's colors. There's a name for this.
And your phone is red.
This one, the double that. So,
Yeah, I was there, so you're, okay, I did not join the David officer, so your phone is on the glass coffee table with it also.
there's a, unless you, I don't see mention. So,
And so your phone is red.
what is ZTE?
No, cell phones.
Yes.
Is there a phone in the cemetery? Did you ever hear of that? I'm so sorry. Can you tell me what year that was? 2015. Is when you ran away?
Yeah.
Okay. And about 5 months later, did you move here and move in with her, or just move here?
So, after his hospital, it was the end of September, I went her town. She lives in the same gated community that she described. Stay for a couple of weeks, so I mentioned to her. April, I think it was. It was March, it was 2015.
Your divorce was filed in March of 2015?
Yeah.
And you met her about a month later? What, application was it like? You guys know each other approximately 5 years this month. This is take a minute. This is so tough. Obviously, you don't know what happened to you, okay? We don't know what happened to Shanti. We know you called us, which is good, okay? And we know that obviously she's lost her, okay? So we do need to, you're not under arrest, okay? I want you to understand that, okay? But we do need to reach your rights because you are in a police department, two detectives, in this room, you've been here for quite some time, okay? And I want you to understand that. We're just trying to figure out what happened. Okay. And so it's our job to do that, obviously, and we want to give you answers, for solid answers. I mean, our family deserves that. Would you agree? Okay. So if you don't, I know you've never been through anything like this in your life, okay? And I'm gonna help you get through it. If you have questions you want to set me, please do so, okay? But I do need to understand you guys before we ask you about anything that happened in your house. I just need you to answer loud when we come down, okay? You have the right to remain silent, you understand? I'm sorry,
Yes, yes,
anything you say may be used against you, do you understand?
yes,
You have a right to talk to me during the question, do you understand?
yes,
If you can afford it and not one will be provided for you with professional at charge, do you understand? Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to us?
no,
Okay, would you raise your hand? Do you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Absolutely. All right, so I'm assuming since you've been so patient, so confident that you're here because you want answers. These are yours. These are yours. All right, so obviously we've been in your home and we have looked around and examined her. She is going to be taken into the medical center's care. Okay, so promise we're gonna be with, okay, the medical center's office will be. At your request, the officers went to the school and Jackson's dad got him. So, okay, we're still at your home, your dogs are fine. Okay, we're at your home for a while. Okay, so I need you we're gonna continue to have lunch about a little bit. I know you met our national fund and about 5 months of whether we do telephone texting.
we just started every other weekend.
Oh, my
It
God.
was, first time, and she came up. It was perfectly sequential like that. Until September, so it's a couple weeks here, and she was living with her parents. And she recently divorced from Jackson's dad. And so she needed them to, she was traveling on that river job. So she needed them to say, can we get things that she it was it was beyond recommending something that were at each other's and they get to
Say, can you give it a little more volume?
Shanti had a mother, and she said it's because she had been cruel to her, and he found her, and they, I'm just saying, I'm talking so much, I'm sure we're living in North Florida, south of Gainesville, North Carolina, and they took me something to remember the name of the exact number of the sticks and language, and she was afraid to do it. And so they moved back here. Her plan was to, once she moved back in Orange County, to leave. And she didn't want the divorce to happen up there because then if he stayed, she'd have to stay with the Jackson She went back home with the family.
Her family was here.
And her stepdad lived over in East West. It's that East Colonial and Dean. Look at the name of the street.
Okay.
Vista Way, Vista Drive, something like that.
Okay.
And did it for with them.
You did together. Okay.
I moved in October. It was the end of October or so, and
2013. So when you first moved down, you moved in with your folks, their stepdad and
we had an offer on a short sale and waited and fell through. And they had rented very close to where we are living now. Over. We just wanted to get
Remember the episode?
It's between summer and the
You better home
years
or? Okay.
with the intention of finding a house to buy in the neighborhood.
Do you know what years you know about that?
So we moved out of parents' home in the spring of 2014. So we were there a little less than a year, and we were there for about a year.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was late spring.
Of 2016.
So that was May 2014. Moved to Redwood, and then we closed our house on Competent in April of 2015. We moved in right away to begin with.
So you used to have a deal in short sales at that house? Or did you?
And before I came down, before I moved down, Shanti had found a couple of looking houses before I moved. The one we ended up wanting to purchase was on short sale. And
That's not the through.
they
Okay. So you closed in May 2015 and you started doing work. Was it in the condition it's in now? Was it under renovation or?
it was really little. It was just an older style home. And she wanted to concept and completely do it. We weren't sure what we were going to do, but as we got into it, we found more and more issues. We had to kind of keep going, but it was difficult to find that on top of some of the different damage and everything.
So it was a little livable, so in this condition now, you guys have been almost completely cutting it down to studs pretty much.
Yeah, that only really happened in 16. So we really lived in the house all of 15, maybe the beginning of 16, we had a fender in the kitchen. And we still slept upstairs in what we call the accommodation.
Okay.
It was just restricted as well.
Who's doing the work?
So I pulled the permit and I'm basically the general contractor for the project. I'm hiring subcontractors. And I hired a consultant to help us do that, who's more familiar with the he's a GC himself, but because I have the permit, he's acting a little bit wrong.
And who's that?
His name is Keith 40 of Waterline.
Keith 40.
Yeah.
And what's the name of his business that he has one?
Parhelion, H-E-L-I-O-N.
P-A-R.
H-E-L-I-O-N. Homes, I think.
Okay.
He's a local guy. He lives around the corner. He does another house down the street.
So he's consulting with you to hire subcontractors.
Yeah,
Can I guide you through the process?
exactly.
Okay. So has there been work crews at the house?
We finished the demo and started the framing, you see, in January. We did the foundation in November, December. Done under Keith's guidance, and we finished the thing. And the kind of overall scope of work last September, actually. So this one moves slowly, but it's a huge project.
Okay. Yeah, it is. Okay. So do you work outside of that environment?
The goal right now is to finish the house as soon as possible. I have maintained my sales associate real estate license, which I got here in 2014, I think. I've maintained it in what's called the active status. So we're continuing that and kept it on.
Okay. So how long have you been living? I'm assuming you're living in the rear of it. How long consistently have you been living up there? The whole time, or just since you?
We took the kitchen out in late winter, so February and spring 2016.
Mhm.
And still had the family, there was just a family order was kind of up until maybe end of 2016, so a year and 3 or 4 months.
So the kitchen's been on that long. How long have you been sleeping and everybody kind of living? Have you slept there the whole time?
We've been doing it the whole time.
Okay. So it's been, you bought it in 2015?
Mm-hmm.
2 or 3 years?
Yeah.
Since you've been doing the renovation?
Right.
Okay, what does Shanti do? What does she do?
She's an financial accounting consultant for a software program called, so it's called Made to Manage, sometimes it's called M2, and it is a ERP, kind of boutique ERP program. And she worked with that company when I met her, and she's left shortly after I moved here, say November 13, started the company that she has now.
Which is called?
Process Improvement Solutions.
Is that a financial accounting style?
She does, so she had, while she was there, a large number of clients and continues to expand on those clients. So basically, anybody who has that program needs continuous help integrating it into their manufacturing and accounting systems.
She was able to keep some of the clients from the other company.
Yeah. It was a little bit difficult at first, but she's the only person who did that. She was
She moved home? Okay. How financially how are you guys doing? Was it her business that was keeping you afloat?
I bought the house with cash that I had, we don't have yet. And I used mostly my cash that I had saved from, I had a career rehab before I came here. A pretty successful long career in real estate as well. So I came down about 890,000. And we bought the house for cash.
How much did you put down?
600.
So that you guys own the house for me clear. Is your name on that or was it with the?
When we bought the house, we weren't married. And so we put it in trust. And we just completed the trust paperwork. End of last year, beginning of this year, to put her name in the trust. And slowly kind of migrate my mom. She's 82, off of it. For financial reasons and estate planning reasons. Just to get
Your mom's name was on the trust?
correct.
And what was the reason for that? Was it you and that or just you?
The reason was that we would have a refrigerator trailer in the trust as well. This was a property trust for our family. And I'm an only child. And others and business and part of this and where we got. So we've always done everything like that together. I've always taken care of her.
She received
years. She has.
In the same area or campus that her grandmother was from?
Yeah, it's across street.
So you started to put Shanti's name on the home and last year, beginning of this year, was that process completed?
We got the trust documentation back from LegalZoom. We do all where they live ourselves. And the only thing we want to do is the numbers that we weren't sure because she's also an only child, and Jackson's an only child. And we didn't know what if something happened to both of us. So we had kind of talked about it and debated it, and we finally just said it doesn't really matter. Let's just move forward with this. So we did. We're just getting ready to do this. She's going to have all the local accounts together that she uses to do that. But that was the last.
That was the last step. And then it would have been finalized once it was on? Or would it have to be filed?
As far as we're concerned, it was finalized now. That may have been official that we filed it before. When we asked about it the first time we did it, we said it's a good idea, we should have to.
Okay.
And we just basically titled the house in the name of the trust. We thought that was the best thing to do at the time, and Shanti and Jim had a pretty massive foreclosure so I think I'm sorry.
Up in the Gainesville vicinity?
So, her credit was bad, and she wasn't able to get a mortgage, and she didn't want to be, she didn't want to be on it at that time. I thought it made more sense. We got married last year.
You got married in 2017, online?
February
Okay.
22nd.
And I was here in North Carolina? Okay. And you've been, so once you moved to Florida, you've been together the whole time, just one time, just with personal folks on Broadway and this was, you've been together the whole time. Have you ever broken up?
Yeah, a couple fights. Really very cool.
Okay.
These were different ones.
A few months.
This one happened to ones.
Mhm. So not like it was over, it was just a break, a couple days. What were you arguing about at that time?
Shanti runs her business 7 days a week. She was very, very busy getting it established. And she felt bad. She was technically fired. FT, which is a parent company of MTR. And she really wanted to prove herself. And I think she was their lead consultant. She was their star. They had to fire her for technical reasons because she was doing so much for some of their clients. And they couldn't, once they found out, they couldn't let it go. But I know that their relations have been warm since then, and they were invited several times to come back and be at least as a consultant involved in their business. Things came out. But she's
So when you guys would argue, when you would go to your mom's, it was just because she was busy all the time, or what would it be?
working a lot of stress involved. She would sometimes we always agreed, later that she was just overworked and tired and
She'd get a little sick of your chore or the other train or.
twisted.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just no, it's not really, I don't really do that, so I really, it's just in there. So I just, I would just sit on to the very just kind of like hold on very, and every time I did it, come back, and then I did it twice, but I'm really stronger.
Okay.
I think we may have anything else.
And has that happened since you moved where you are now? Because now we've got the added stress of the renovation.
No, we love it. We love the, we love what we're doing to the house, we have the vision, for the house, that's totally, she was when she wanted so bad. So maybe it was everything we did to them. She wanted to quit her job. When we got the house done, we're just gonna, slowly phase out of it. I was gonna get a GC license and move into buying her bedrooms.
Okay. Were you home? You said something earlier. You said something about having a great weekend. You guys home all the time or what?
Shanti had, to really answer your question, Shanti had her clinics out on February, I want to say 23rd. It was a 10/10 and it ruptured and it had an abscess. She sat at RMC for 10 hours with the ruptured appendix before they could get her. And she's been in a lot of pain and she wanted to, do Jackson during her clients, but she thought, a couple of times that she would need to take a break and definitely slow down and definitely not add a whole lot more work her because she could do more if she continued. Sorry, I can't talk about it.
That's fine. And that's very normal. That's very normal. Because you're not going to process this for
We, Keith also just, I lives are busy, I'm so sorry if I know you're asking simple questions, but Keith does a TV show.
Keith, did I mention him already?
Holds out in the house living. And in March, he asked us to be on the show, our house removal host featured, which meant that we would get a lot of what they call trade outs and promotional sponsorship to do.
Any financial incentive to do that?
Yeah, that's what they call trade outs. So that's what they call trade outs. So their sponsors, sponsors will ministers can pay us for sponsorships that we member towards and so maybe it's getting revenue reports, or maybe it's getting, middle range down sometimes you get high-end stuff. And we're also, kind of just mixing all the concepts there, and the houses and all there to the farm. And that was coming together. He had given us the assurance that someday we were officially on the show. We were super
They
excited.
told you just this past summer,
Yeah,
so they hadn't started filming.
no, this is a long process. This is a long process.
When did you expect that to start?
He told us that they were restarting on May 7th.
And so they come in and start filming? Were they filming you all or just like one?
No, it's just that they're the stars. They come in. But it was just kind of exciting. Jackson was super excited about it. He was talking about it. He watched all the episodes of previous seasons. And
Was Jackson working on this before?
you know, he had a sleepover on Sunday and Friday. And we had him every day after school. And then she takes him on his weekends and his evenings.
So you guys had him Friday and then Saturday he was at someone's home?
Yeah, so on Friday, we had him watch a movie. We had a great night. He was super stoked about his sleepover. We went over with him. So we finally got around to your other question. Shanti was a pretty big drinker before her appendicitis, and she couldn't drink at all.
Did she drink?
More. And she had lost a ton of weight, and she was super happy about that. She was just in a lot of pain because she hadn't found anything that she could really eat and digest easily without getting nauseous.
And her appendix was removed, you said in February?
I believe.
And so she hadn't been able to drink alcohol since? She couldn't tolerate it or she was told not to?
We won't tolerate it. This is not too bad. I mean, it wasn't appealing because, it's like I was 7 and I was 6, and just, but we were doing great. We were both, in it. I was supporting her.
Were you with her at RCO?
Okay.
How long was she inside? RCO? Was it just overnight?
That was a Friday. And she went to her primary in the morning, and then I said, turn around and go to the ER immediately. She came home and had to schedule her right at 12:30 or 1. And we sat there until almost midnight. It
And ruptured before she was seen?
It was ruptured when we got there. And, so that's just you know that. It was one of the biggest experiences we've ever had. We close her afterwards. And drinking less for both of us was a great thing. We were both getting healthier. And,
You slowed down because she couldn't drink?
wasn't any fun. Yeah, I drank. When I met her, I didn't drink at all. And I just did it because she liked to do it. I was wanting to do together, but it wasn't something to do for all of it. And we just found like it's a great rhythm. And we're both really, really happy. We were talking more, and it was great. We were really, really, really happy. And Saturday night, I think, was the first night that she had, a few glasses of wine. And she didn't feel great Sunday, but she really enjoyed just being kind of out and relaxing a little bit.
When you said out, did you guys do
We
something?
went to the parents of Jackson's friend, Max, and son of Dottie and Rob.
Dottie and
Rob.
Rob.
Remember that last night. But anyway, we stayed over there and just socialized. And since her surgery, she hadn't really been out and doing anything. Nothing that really appealed to her. She hadn't had any energy. And so we did that. It was really fun.
So you were at their home? Do you remember about where that is or road?
Yeah, we're out of Michigan, between not quite after. I think it's after Blankenmere, a couple of blocks, so a couple of blocks east of Mills, off Michigan. I really can't remember.
Do you know who you stayed?
Yeah, I think we were there tomorrow.
And then Jackson stayed with Max? Did you go out anywhere after that?
Yeah, since her surgery, I didn't have sex. And she wanted to try 5 minutes a day. And I had a lot of time to herself. We had a great weekend in Jackson. She took a lot of time at work that she's in a slower period of work at the moment because a lot of her work comes at the end of the month. And books close and things like that. So she's just, this is the first middle of the month slow period she's felt well enough to really enjoy herself. The break we had to take because of the show was perfect because she was so sick for most of March. She wouldn't want to be there anyway. I just seemed like everything's coming together, and has been anxious to get the house done, but she also wanted to be in the show really bad and do it up. So just like the first time in a while that all the stars are really aligned.
When you said she hasn't made a lot of sex since the surgery, and so the first time you tried was Saturday night, is it fair to say that went smoothly, it was fine, or did not work, did not happen?
It went well for her, and we tried again the next day, and it went even better for her. And she felt like she had the first. It was so hard. It was so much pain.
She wasn't experiencing
Just felt like she had the first release, and just like relaxing, like moment in months and months, and that made me feel good because I felt like, that's, I fulfilled my role, and we just came together.
So you had sex Saturday and Sunday, and there's no issues as far as.
She's at the end of the period now. It was messy. It was very messy. Other than that,
What do you mean messy?
she was still living.
Okay, so are you saying that was got somewhere?
I understand the gravity of the question of this thing. It did get under that string a few times.
Which side of it?
The left-hand side is facing.
As you face the end of it? Where on the left hand side?
Everywhere. That's shoot.
So is there something covering that up now or not?
We changed the sheets.
You changed the sheets? Okay. And what day was that?
Monday, just went to school.
So those are, have already been washed, or you put them back in the bag, or what happened?
This was washed.
Those are washed, are they back in the bed now, or are they folded somewhere? A new set, okay. So there shouldn't be blood on the bed now. Or is there?
There shouldn't be. She was bleeding when I brought her out of the tub, right into the living area. She was in. And picture to everything I could do with her. She cried. I tried to sit her. She had at first I tried to do CPR. She was sick. She had water. And my question, like, and she was really the side of the face. That was wrong. I just want to open it.
Sounds like you tried. Okay. Well, we'll get to that, we'll get to that. The rest of Sunday, so she's at the end of the day, I understand, so you're saying.
I would guess there is. So we can she's pretty much not.
But she, I imagine as a woman, as we are at the end of the period, you're wearing, normally sit down, you wear like underwear and a pad or tampons. So if she's at the end of the period, she should still be,
This was during the census ones.
no, I'm saying after that, though, like when you're not having sex and you're in bed, you have like underwear, a pad on, tampon, whatever. So you don't bleed in bed all the time or bleed
Oh,
in
no,
clothes.
that's right.
So normally you have some sort of feminine protection if you're having sex.
We normally
Is that
put
fair?
and we normally put a towel
Down, yeah.
down.
That's
We
fine.
try to do that for me. So we don't have to clean that up. Clearly, she didn't get all of it. Dying. So I saw her phone, which was not, this one.
Should be able to got it to bring him home or what?
They had made kind of a loose arrangement. We only had Jackson half the time, so it's kind of like, for us, we're happy they didn't seduce him. We really want to get him back and have it, enjoy the day with him. So she wanted to get him back as soon as possible. She didn't know what their plans were. She knew they were planning on being personal. She was worried that he was going to want to do that, and he wasn't going to come home until 5 or 6 or 7, and we were going to go a couple days without seeing him, and then, school was starting. So she was a little bit excited about that, and that was it. We had home alone to ourselves, so we were very appreciative. And as I said, the kind of quality experience that she needs, that's just that's who she is.
So you spent Sunday together. Okay, did you go anywhere?
No, they went to, so she ultimately couldn't get a hold of them. She just went over there. She got Jackson and his, it was quarter that was playing anyway. I think they went after that to Publix to get some food. They came back and we just sort of found it in the pool. And
So you didn't go with her, she went to get him. Did you stay at the house or did you go somewhere else?
I stayed at the house.
Okay. And which Publix did she go to?
I think the one that was supposed to go. It's orange. I don't know if there's a name for the plastic.
Orange and Highland or?
It's the one just off of Michigan on Orange, but there's a name for it, South. I'll think of it, but the name of that is called South.
What time would she get that boat?
I bet she left around 12:30. I bet she got out of Robin Daddy's around 1:30. I think they got back around 2:30. It's a little bit, I guess. It's direction very, very close.
And so when she comes home Sunday, it's you, Jackson, and Shanti, and you just stay at home and have, is it all get together?
And they have other some it's our everything. And we do like to have no video and she weather's nice, get to us inside.
Is that kind of what you did?
That's exactly what we did.
Then read more?
Mhm.
Okay. And so Jackson would have obviously been with you guys Sunday night, and then anything unusual happens on that, everything good?
Let's go ahead and take a recess, morning recess.
She hasn't.
We'll be in recess for about 10 minutes.
Okay. Well, that will probably get us caught up because we are playing at 1.25 speed. So let's do
We'll be in recess until 11. We turn the lights on.
Let's make sure she doesn't say anything after the jury goes out. And then we will do some time travel here. Okay, here we go. So let's see. What? Now, I have a doctor appointment in, let's see, is it 11 or 11:30 my time? So let's see. Oh, 11:40. Okay, so I will need to leave in time for that. So it's might be depending on when the judge sets up the time that there might be some dead time when before. I mean, after I have to leave, but before the trial has come back, before the trial will be resuming. So I apologize in advance for that. But back on, I think it was August 31st, there was supposed to be a preliminary hearing for Jared Lysick down in Moab, and it was in person. And so I couldn't tune in on the computer and watch from there. And since it was a preliminary hearing, it was a little more important than the average hearing. So I had an appointment to get a form filled out for my driver's license for medical condition, to say that I'm good to drive. And so because of that, I had to postpone the appointment, but the next one wasn't available until now. And so I I did it, and then the Jared Lysick preliminary hearing was postponed. So go figure. And at the last time I checked, we still don't have anything. Let me do a quick check. See if there's anything. Still nothing. It almost makes one wonder if he quietly took a plea or if the case was dismissed, because it's been 6 weeks and still nothing. But I will keep checking. James Brenner, or Jim Brenner as he's more commonly known, has a hearing on the 3rd of November up in Brigham City, and I'll be going up for that. No, that's on the 13th. Corey Richens is having a hearing in Park City on the 3rd. And so I plan to go up for that too. And it should be interesting because let's just double check, because there was supposed to be an emergency hearing for Corey Richens because of nope. The next hearing is okay. There is a motion hearing, which is the new thing now. The motion is they are saying they want the court to dismiss the murder charges, or to grant a change of venue to Salt Lake County, which would be great for me because that's much closer. And let's see what was, or to suppress the walk the dog letter, which was, according to her, a draft for a novel after she's been acquitted of murder, that she's actually escapes while she's waiting for her murder trial, and flees to Mexico, and then for some reason ends up in a jail cell in Mexico, and we don't know why she'd be doing this, but anyway, supposedly this is what's going on. And so she wants a few things, and they're saying that the manuscript, inverted commas, was inside a letter addressed to Sky Lazaro, her attorney, and that it was labeled confidential work product, but it's not confidential work product. And it seems to me that if you want to hide any contraband, all you have to do is put it in an envelope saying confidential work product. I don't think so. And I mean, when this first came up, it seems that there was some talk about, ooh, is she going to fire Corey as a client because, um, if she was unwittingly used for this, she could get possibly into some trouble. And if she knowingly did it, I would theorize she might get disbarred. And I was wanting to go over this court TV segment from last night, which I had Brett and Alice from the Prosecutors Podcast, and also my former paralegal teacher, Greg Skordas, who is the family spokesman for the Richens family, and about the various aspects of this walk the dog letter. And so I guess we'll save that for tomorrow at lunch or jury watch, if because we have the prosecution wrapping up today. They said there was about 6 hours, which would be taken up by this police interrogation video. It's not actually that long, but then they'll be doing questioning and so forth on that. So then it's the defense's turn. And so the defense usually presents a case and says, our guy didn't do it. We have experts to refute the evidence, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But one thing in watching trials over the last 6 months, I've come across 3 or 4 trials where the defense hasn't put on any case whatsoever, saying it's the state's burden to meet or to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and we don't believe they've done it, and so therefore we aren't going to present a case. They did that in Lori Vallow Daybell. They did that in the guard down in Texas who killed his ex and their son. And there was at least one other trial which I streamed, which they did that. And so I'm not sure whether the defense is going to put on a case or not. So some of those other cases, I have felt that they're, I mean, I don't know. I don't get the sense that this is I mean, what is there that they can really refute? He was there on the scene. They might possibly do something to dispute the rigor mortis. They might try to have an expert say that no, that's not evidence of strangulation or something like that, or an assault and so forth. So it could go either way. So we could possibly be in jury watch tomorrow. So we'll see. It's been an interesting little case, and I posted on the community tab a few days ago the link for the 48 Hours episode featuring this case, and I think that I'll be watching that if I get a chance tonight. It turns out I'm going to a 3.5 hour movie, so I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to have time for it, but I'm sure going to try. Interesting times. Let's see. We are still waiting for the court to resume. They were supposed to do so by now. Let's just take a look and see if Law and Crimes ever came up with let's see. Okay, interesting. It looks like Law and Crime has gone back to the stream, so maybe I'll set it up so that maybe we'll resume over there. Let me just get this. Okay. Let's get this set up. Okay. Here we go. Share this tab. And let's see, looks like we're still waiting for the jury to come back in, so. Okay. Nothing like that. Okay, okay, I'm going to speed this up to 1.25. We're only about 5 minutes behind here, so. Maybe we'll speed it up just a little bit more. Okay.
So it has been some intense living with that and going through it, and you guys are going through the hospital medical, while she's trying to work and money, and she's got stress at work, so it's been, I guess, very intense. But things starting to line up.
I just would say that we've been anxious to get it done. Excuse me, we have a renovation, we have a money for the renovation and savings ready to go. We did a calculation on Saturday, I think it was. We think we really have, with the help that we'll get from the show, another 150 on our part to finish it. We have that money. So now we have enough money on top of that to start the business that we will start. There's no way we could ever sell moving on that. Is if we bought a house that we would probably would renovate to some degree because of the location of the zone.
So, do you recall Sunday night about the time everybody goes to sleep since you're
We
all
go to
set?
bed early, excellent. So 8:30 we're lying down, 9 o'clock lights are low. I think I took a shower that time, while they were getting into bed. I remember kissing them goodnight. You know,
Okay, tell me about Monday
Monday morning we were excited because of what we talked about on Sunday for the show. Shanti's a planner, so we wanted to put together a spreadsheet of all the potential vendors and what we were calling trade-offs that we could get for the house, keep it us to prioritize the most important ones for. So I spent the day doing that. She spent the day, very light work day. She took a walk the first day, and she still took a walk, every other morning or so. She's the first time she's been into surgery.
So she took a walk Monday morning. Which one did she, where did she go? Did she go
She does a surgery down to Lady Avenue and up to like Davis.
Okay, so you're working on the computer. She gets up and does this walk. What time, does she take Jackson to school?
She always takes Jackson to school when she's going up to it, and she picks him up when she's going up to it. She's busy.
What time does he have to be there?
He's around 8:10.
8:10. Is so. I don't know where Blackman is exactly. Is it close or does she drive?
Oh, just remember that's a whole reason going to in this spot is it's just come up to the range of to get in.
She walks there or she drives? She drives it. Okay. So she would have done that, or she did do that Monday morning? Okay, did you go or home? No. So she runs into school and then goes on her walk or did there?
Yeah, no, nothing happens until the Jackson's code and what I was saying is she had some breathing room normally and she's in a busy place for work. And she's on the phone when she comes back and she's on the phone till dinner, but
It's the end of the line, that whole thing.
yeah, in this thing she comes home, she's relaxed, she's mentally, she has the time to go to a walk and strategize the shape of the list that I was working on. I think I was done until 2 or 3, and then I exercised the dogs and she went to get Jackson.
2 to 3 p.m. Okay. And then you took the dogs out? To go for the walk?
I did take them for the walk in the dogs swimming pool almost every day.
Okay.
So we took them to do that. We usually spend 45 minutes from now. I think after school I get Jackson. Was also good for me because we were in school.
She picked up him with Jackson what time of day?
I don't know exactly. I would say it was earlier than 4:30. I would guess it was earlier than 4. She had to go to the post office. She had to get, she picks up checks from her dogs. She went to the bank. She took Jackson.
Jackson,
Her
post office, you said?
her clients, she does all her work with her clients send her checks. She goes to the bank to the post office, very much as it realized, cashes the checks, deposits them. Goes to Jackson every day, and then to something that takes one. I think they got home around 4:30 and she left around 3:30. So I don't know exactly where she gets in.
Can you remember if you were home when they got home or you went up the dogs? Okay, so tell me about Monday night. What happened? You guys do? Does he go to the sides or?
Monday night is Jim's first night in his new job, or his first day in his new job. And so he ended up picking Jackson up early, and Jackson was only there a very short time. And so they went upstairs to work his homework, and then we get a text from Jim that he's coming shortly or is on the way. And they came downstairs, and Jim, as I said, always we just wanted to near the driveway. Jackson would come in. We were walking down the Shanti and sometimes.
So do you recall what happened Monday night? That was you and Jim or Shanti and Jackson? Did you do it? Did you all do it? You went with the dogs.
I know, because Jim has a lap truck and I heard it. So I'm sorry.
What kind of truck does he drive?
A white Toyota Tundra.
And when you say it's loud, is that exhaust or what is it?
Aftermarket exhaust.
Aftermarket.
That was meant to be loud, it's not. It was a kiddie rumble about it, was to be loud. This is intentionally done.
So you heard him, all right. Okay. And so he goes with him sometime in the early evening or late afternoon.
6 used to be the normal type of time, and I think he was there shortly after 5. So.
Finish. Okay. All right. And then do you guys go anywhere and do anything? You stay home.
We made dinner.
So that would be Monday night to watch TV.
Okay.
And maybe a what?
American
Okay.
We had, okay, sorry, no, she picked up, she picked up his head, one of the things she's eating a lot of.
She's able to eat that?
She's able to enjoy it, more than most of the things that are available to her. But she didn't feel well after she ate it. Since last night.
Did she get sick?
She had the same nauseous vomiting, nothing really came out.
Never came out. Okay.
I couldn't just kind of clear the words that there felt like she was kind of not too much. A couple of episodes, we were getting ready to go to bed at midnight, and she started stomach hurts so bad that she wanted to just sit. She thought she was going to be so sad with her. I've been over so.
And so you were awake passing out?
Or with that, listening to you.
And when you're watching television, is that in the same room you sleep in or downstairs in the garage?
It's in the same room.
Okay, that large television there. So you see that till how late do you think?
I think we turned the TV off for a minute, or shortly thereafter, but, we stayed up, and she was just sitting in the bathroom, because she felt like she was gonna be sick.
She was sitting in the bathroom? You were in there with her?
We sleep separately, most of the time. She has some really severe sleep apnea. One of the other things with the appendectomy, motion, something. Difficult.
Does she, when you say she's sleep apnea, does she stop breathing? Does she snore? Does she have CPAP? What do you?
Oh, yeah, no, she has a CPAP, but she doesn't use it, because she can't sleep with it, it keeps her awake. So she sleeps without it, but she snores a lot, and she wakes up frequently.
So where would you sleep?
I sleep downstairs.
And where's that?
Downstairs in the couch.
In the garage area?
Especially when Jackson's there, it just gives them a little more privacy, and, it doesn't really change. He's kind of just there for him, so.
Okay, so you wake up Tuesday morning and you're in the garage on the couch? Is that what your recollection is? What time did you get up?
I woke up before 7.
Before 7?
This is 5%.
Okay, and what do you do?
Tuesday's garbage day, so we got a ton of rain the night before, so I'm outside. I can't remember exactly what I was doing in the courtyard. The pool was full of leaves from the lake and the pool out. Took the dogs out.
Did the dog stay there in the room, same room with you the night before? Okay. All right. What next?
She said, I don't think either one of us had really not to sleep much before 2 the night before, so she said she was going to try to sleep there a bit, so I think things were breaking down. She came down after 7, probably almost 7:30. She hadn't been awake very long. She had a cigarette. She said she wasn't feeling very well.
Was she smoking it? Was she smoking a cigarette?
Correct.
What did she smoke with you?
American spirit mentals.
Did you smoke?
Occasionally. Again, it's kind of a social thing to do. She works hard. She was all the time social. So before she had a cigarette, I'm in the garage. And then she said, "Come sit with me, talk to me." That's everyone maybe. Just kind of a social thing that we do together. But I used to smoke when I was younger, but I don't smoke regularly. I don't buy packages.
You know, once in a while.
Share one for going home.
So when she came down, did she come down into the garage garage where you were, or on the pool, or?
We sat in the shed six, that's the she next to me. She sat down, the shed six, on the edge of the little outdoor, I think villages, but it's just a little, it's the brown wicker with beige cushions. We used to just on the other side of the bed. And she had chipped her tooth the day before, and she had a dentist appointment this morning, but she said she wasn't sure if she wanted to go because she didn't feel good and she didn't want to have to have that solution.
Who's your dentist?
That was the other issue. She was looking for a new dentist. She wasn't happy with the one that she had. She'd been going to this place called Green for dental.
Is that where she made the appointment?
Correct. And she had asked me the day before. I'd gone to a district dentist a few times here. And she's had a lot of problems with her teeth, and she was thinking that maybe she would want to get a new dentist and not do the traditional root canal. She was afraid she was going to have to root canal because she had a big problem.
Which tooth joint?
Back, molar, I believe it was probably the upper left. She, so it was uncomfortable. She rubbed my finger and it just swung out my feelings.
Does she have a root canal there now?
She doesn't have a root canal there now. She said she had a crown. She said doctor told her last time if she didn't fix the crown, replace it with a new crown, and a crack, there would be any tooth there for her. She was upset because she felt like they were going to have to drill in and do something more severe. She was still in a lot of pain, so she didn't want to go through oral surgery.
So how did it crack? Did she tell you?
She ate it while she was eating lunch. She was eating tacos.
On what day? Monday? And she felt it crack?
Yeah, it was just that she came down there and did this crack. And she
Had it raining?
made the night of crying. It was while she was eating lunch, and then she called right away, so she could come in next time.
But then what time was the appointment? 10 a.m.? And she decided she didn't want to go, or she did?
I was sad that we really talked about this, so she went back upstairs, she was going to do the rooms. And she came back, so she was tired, she said she might sleep a little more. And tried to decide if she wanted to go in. I was downstairs and she was screaming about us. Just not know what I need to. When she called me again.
She came down again, and what happened?
And I thought I just exactly what time it is, but I didn't know exactly. I was thinking 9:15 anyway. It was saying on that issue, so I'm not sure if I'm going to get them again or not. I'm going to get cleaned up and ready to go, and I'll let you know. And I said I'm going to take dogs for a walk. Right, I said, I'm sorry, I said I'm going to go for a walk. And she said, okay, so you're running it down. Okay. And
Did you take the dogs for a walk?
I went for a walk
By yourself?
by myself.
And where'd you go?
I went for a legal service and I went to lunch.
Liquid Seven?
I go around the Copeland and went down to the school.
And then,
Davis. I'm sorry, Cherokee. And Davis.
you think you did that about 9:15?
I looked at him as they were about 20 or 25%. I felt the dogs all the time. I made a chance to do this. We're just going to take this slow, easy day.
Okay, so how long do you think you were?
I came back. It's at least an hour. It's probably 10:35, 10:45 would be real close. And all the cars were still there, so I assumed that she decided not to come.
Which cars?
Both of our cars
Which one?
to
Lexus RX 330.
Tango Bath,
Or
what color?
Right.
And then you said a Lexus
RX 330.
RX 330, what color?
White.
Okay, so both cars are there, so you assume she didn't go to the dentist?
Right.
Okay,
She could have come back and, you know,
An hour. seriously.
So, I told her, earlier that, I was going to take the dogs to the park. I take them to, Park of Americas to let them run the streets.
Park of Americas,
And just stop them from their way.
on Andes?
Right.
Okay. You told her you were going to do that? Which vehicle is yours?
She drives, the Lexus is technically titled in the name of her. She's had for a long time, she doesn't drive her own, she drives the Lexus. And we basically only use the road when we have the dogs, but we're doing something else. So I took the dogs for a short walk. I did a couple things around, I was thinking about the stairways, and decided permissions for the stairway. I walked the dogs just around the block to give them a chance to go to the bathroom.
This is after your walk.
Mhm.
Okay, and you took measurements in the main house?
Mhm.
Did you write this down anyway?
Yeah, we have some 2x4s, we have a couple of day naps at home, we're just simply trying to look at the geometry and the stairs we're looking at pictures we got a quote last week from a company that we thought was way too high, but we're just trying to distill from that what we have our building, our carpenters build on their own.
So when you say you went in the main house to take measurements for the stairway, what did you do exactly?
To take measurements sitting on the floor in there and to see where the rise would start the stairs. Her office starts right at the entryway, and we were trying to decide how much distance we would need. The stairs would not start really close. So we were adjusting the numbers as far as the tread width and the rise of the stairs to see how quickly we could get to the landing. So we have this kind of very glass railing on top of it. So I had some ideas about that. I just wanted to see how much room that left us between the doors. It was perfect. It was exactly what she and I had talked about the day before. And then I put the dogs in the car and took them to
Which vehicle?
Sure. Right.
And you took them to Park of Americas and all that.
So 11:45. I guess the morning.
Okay. Did you eat breakfast?
All I had was the make a smoothie. So I drank a smoothie.
So you had to go in the house and go upstairs to do that?
I went in I don't usually bother Shanti during the day when she's working. She usually comes down when she wants to eat or smoke or take a break. She's usually on the phone or working. So I tend not to go up there during the day. But I came in, I go to go to Waters, picked up the dogs, and went because I knew that if she did have a busy afternoon, I was going to have to check some. And she wanted me to get that back in case we needed to do that.
So where are the waters and how do you make your smoothie? Where is all that stuff?
It's in the breezeway. We have 2 fridges downstairs, 1 fridge is in the breezeway. But smoothies all for me. I'm mason jars and refrigerator.
Okay, so when you got water in a smoothie, that's outside in the breezeway? In the fridges?
I got a glass that was in the garage, and I got the bottle of smoothie in the fridge.
So you didn't have to go upstairs or you didn't go upstairs?
I didn't go upstairs.
You didn't go upstairs, okay. All right, so you leave approximately 11:45, take the dogs in the white through the RAV4 to the Park of Americas on Andes, so far? Okay. Do you holler up, text her, tell her you're leaving any communication?
I didn't.
You didn't? So you're assuming she's home because the car's there,
Mhm.
and you had already mentioned you were gonna do this, so you did not communicate about that you were leaving.
No, she
She knew. So in your mind, she's there. you don't see anything about, I'm heading out, I'll be back before Jackson needs to be picked up. Is there any communication on your phone with her while you're gone? No? When was the last time you had telephone text on a Facebook, any sort of communication via phone with Shanti?
The day before, when she's coming, she's coming early to Jackson.
So would that have been a phone call or a text?
She texted around 3, between 3 and 4, Jim was coming early.
Jim was coming early?
Mhm. And that helps with her when she left, because I want to say that was shortly after 3, and she left shortly thereafter to go.
To go get it?
Mhm.
So last communication in any way on the phone would have been Monday,
Mhm.
when that communication occurred. And other than that, you would have been pretty much together.
We did it all the time. So,
Okay. All right, so,
now, I'm concerned she was okay when I left.
now you're concerned she wasn't okay when you left?
Talking about it's hard because you're asking me if we communicated and we were pretty efficient in the morning. She tells me, you know, that she's got that for the day. I tell her what I have and we look and we do the morning strategy session and then it's who's going to pick up Jackson and what time. So we race the right day to some degree to make sure that we get everything done. And I wish I would take the time to check that out.
Should you think you made it to the park before meeting or after?
Just shortly after.
Is anyone with you?
Just like this.
Just the dogs? Okay. Do you see anyone at the park that you know?
I don't. Only a couple cars in the parking lot. I have 2 dogs, so I typically look if there's a large dog area which is forested and it's pretty gnarly. There's a lot of unstable dogs and service fights. And there's a small dog area. It's I tend to work the dogs there. If there's nobody around less than that's another reason for going there. There's usually very few people there. But there's a big field off of that between a little reservoir. It's like this little reservoir depending on walkway around it. It's a big field between the playground to the lake and a small dog park. And that's where I bring Charlie dog.
And, so you kind of run, do your thing, enjoy the park, how long do you think you were there?
We were working pretty hard and it was an hour and 45 minutes because I don't think I got into it too.
Did you have communication on your phone with anyone at home for minutes?
No.
Did you text anyone, call anyone? Were you on Facebook, commenting, liking, posting? You don't do that? Okay. So you don't think you waste your phone with you?
I take a blue cooler bag. And I could just in there, but I didn't text or call anybody.
I missed that. You said you have a blue cooler bag?
When I go, I take all my personal belongings and I put them in there. So I put the water bottle in there, I put the keys in there, I'm out in the park with the dogs.
Gotcha.
And my phone, and I usually bring a treat for the dogs, reward treats for the dogs, their frisbees. Sometimes I take a big shoulder bag with some other stuff for them.
So you took your phone, but you didn't call, text, or do anything online? Emails? Anything else? Okay. I don't know if I asked you this earlier. Is there a code for your phone? You found a pattern or any sort of line on it? No? Okay. Do you receive any calls or anything? Okay. So you're pretty much just focused on what you're doing with the dogs?
Yeah, I was checking to see, it's just to see if Shanti was there's something, urgent, just so I can be reached, but yeah, nothing.
Because if she needs you to come back for any reason to go get her son, so you're checking, but you're not, she's not communicating that is necessary for you to do. That you need to come home or come back early or you get
Yeah,
there.
she's good, I'm good, that's what I'm saying, I'm not hearing anything, she knows where I'm at, and there's no.
Okay. So she didn't reach out to you? Okay. And so you think you got home about what time?
2 o'clock.
2 p.m. Okay.
2:15, be very close enough.
Okay. And what's the first thing you do when you get home?
I put the dogs in. I kill them. I feed them. And Sunday I had moved a couple of plants and went out to check on them because there was rain really, really hard last night. The bougainvillea in the driveway was, when it rains heavy like that, it sags down so you can't drive in. So I took the pool brush on the end of the pole and I pushed it back to get it back up and then kind of walked in. We have construction starting in a couple of weeks, so cleaning the courtyard for the greenhouse. I cleaned up some of the bougainvillea that I had trimmed, put them in a waste basket. I put the pool pump on. I cleaned the pool out again. Both of these and scrubbed it.
So you clean the pool twice and you fed the dogs twice. You fed them in the morning and you fed them again when you got home. And you clean the pool when you woke up and you clean it again when you got home. Okay. Anything else?
As I said, I worked in the yard, I worked in the driveway, just the courtyard.
Anybody come by?
No,
Mailman, delivery folks, friends, neighbors? No? Anyone came over?
No.
Okay. So you're out in front by that dumpster? Is that the ground?
yeah, but where we parked, in front of the store.
That's the part.
Yeah.
And when you say we're cleaning the courtyard, what you're called doing?
There was a bunch of wood that some 2x4s had been sitting out there and some pieces of plywood that I had moved when it started raining.
Mm-hmm.
And there were a bunch of leaves that had fallen from the trees behind, not from ours, but from the other side of the wall, basically our neighbor back then. So I had swept that up. I had done some of that on Sunday, and I did maybe another 20, 30 minutes of that around the greenhouse, in front of the vehicles, back by the pallets. We were going to move the greenhouse so we could put a lumber pile in for framing. Back there, I was trying to figure out where I was going to move everything.
Okay. So you think you worked in the yard until how many minutes do you believe that was, or hours?
I would say less than an hour. It was no more than 45 minutes to an hour, somewhere in there.
So you're closer to 3-ish?
I guess after 3.
Okay. And then what do you do?
That's all that I can remember until I went upstairs to see when we were in closure. So,
Okay. So normally you pick up Jackson about 3?
about 4:30, between 4 and 4:30.
4:30. Okay.
So I was just checking. I was going, since I had the dogs out, normally what I do after that is we put them in the pool for a few minutes to get the fleas off them from the pool. If I was just going to check if she wanted to do the business and if she doesn't have anything going on, like today, I was thinking She'll probably leave early, you have some time with him, I didn't know what time she was probably he came early, before, so we didn't get much time with him.
So Jim would have had him what days, Monday, Tuesday?
We alternate weekends, and then during the week we go 2, 3. So we have him 12 days. We see him at least after school, 12 days in a row, and the gym has an exclusive weekend. Then every day during the week, we take him up after school.
Okay.
And if Shanti's busy, sometimes we will wait until 4 to 4:30. And if Shanti's not busy, we like to get a little earlier than that. But he loves to stay with his friends for at least 30, 40 minutes. So
Does he have an after school program, or is he just sitting there
for
waiting?
aftercare requirements.
Oh, aftercare.
Yeah, it's the structure.
Okay. So, about 3-ish, 3:15-ish, you go upstairs to find out what the plan is to pick up Jensen, right? Is that accurate? Okay. 3 to 3:15, okay, and what happens when you enter the home? Is there anything unusual? When you enter the garage apartment?
So, I could hear the water is running, but it's not running. It's not like the sound of a shower running. It's just, it's trickling out of the spout, which is weird because, the only time she does that is if she's going to take a shower, she would do that to heat the water heaters affixed to the outside of the main house. So it's a long run to get up to that bathroom. Takes a couple minutes, so she normally turns it on. Then gets undressed, gets her clothes, does a few things, and then jumps in after it's hot steam. But I don't see her. And so we always, when we step in, we always say hello at the bottom of the stairs. So I listen, because if she's on the phone with a work call, I don't announce myself. I just walk upstairs. I didn't hear her. And I could hear the water, I couldn't hear her.
Because you heard the water and didn't hear her, you felt something was wrong?
Upstairs, I don't hear her talking on the phone, so I say hello. I don't hear anything. I can hear water running. She's not saying anything, doesn't seem right. Sometimes it feels hard if you have the water running to hear somebody out there, so that was my assumption.
Okay, so it's one room, you don't see her?
Until
Is
I
that what
get
you're
to the
saying?
bathroom.
Okay. Is the bathroom door open or closed? Open? Okay, and so you walk toward the water? That you're hearing?
Yeah, it was in the bathroom.
Okay, the door's open, and what happens? What do you see?
I see her laying with her head in the right-hand corner. The water is running, but I don't think the drain is closed, because if it was, it would be going over it. So the water's like half full. She's submerged partially, but she's also partially not submerged. And one of her legs is kind of sticking out and out a little bit. And it's just extremely awful, and it doesn't look natural. Obviously she fell or something happened. And I tried to pick her up. I turned the water on. I tried to pick her up. She's dead.
She's still.
It's hard to pick her up. She's not. It's like a sack of potatoes. It's not easy. She's not moving with me. I grabbed her arms and kind of pulled her this way. And over. I think partially over, and that's when I realized that I wasn't going to be able to carry her. I tried to pull her. I was being as careful as I could, and at the same time, I wanted to get her out of the way. It was feeling, that's fine. And I pulled her out into the other room, and I didn't know what to do. It was hard to move her that way, so I turned her and I held onto her wrist. I thought that there's something, that there's something I can do to help. And I'm kind of moving her, trying to get her to shake her a little bit, trying to get the water out of her lungs. I got her in front of the couch, and I had to stop and put her down, and I tried to lift her head up to kind of clear. I guess it's the thing you do if you're going to do CPR or something. And she's coming down her face and on the side of the body. And I'm still thinking somehow I'm still thinking that she's going to be okay. I think that we had taken the mattress pad off, but then I set the mattress pad down underneath her and I set her on it, and I tried to lift her. And I was, and you know, it was one I had a towel that I used to pull her out of the shower or out of the tub with. I tried to wipe her off.
Where was the blood coming
Um, the left side of her face, here on her cheekbone.
from? Is that the right side?
I'm looking.
Or is it both?
I don't think so. She had blood. She had blood on the side of her head, down her neck, and when I wiped the part on the sheet, it's her right and it's her left. So it's my right as I'm looking at her. Right? I'm looking down. My right is her left. I'm right there. More blood comes out. The cup on her cheek.
There's a cut on her cheek. And you're pointing to the right side.
Her eyes all bruised all the way around.
So you notice you're pointing to your right. Is that her right? Her left. So you're saying her left eye is bruised? And that she's blood coming from a cut on her face?
Underneath that eye, the same side. And she has blood on under her nose.
Okay, hold it back, yeah, just
And then the water in the tub was tinged with blood.
and you said that it's hard. How full was the tub?
It wasn't flowing over the top. It was very close, but not quite. Maybe it was after, maybe because I was picking her up but it was close to the spout, the drain. There's a
The auto drain.
drain under that, but it doesn't look like it's not even, it didn't look like it was that high. And the water is not coming out
Onto the floor.
onto the floor, but it's also not coming out at full pace either.
How, there was a shower on?
That was the word, that's what I was saying before, is that if I were to walk in and hear the shower going, and that makes sense. But to walk in and hear that, it either means she's getting ready to get in or not. And I guess I was under the impression that at 9:15, when she said she was thinking about getting ready, that she normally showers in the morning. So I had the impression that that's probably what she was going to do. She normally doesn't shower in the afternoon. So that's why it was all out in the afternoon. She's almost always working. If she doesn't have anything to do, she'll watch TV or, come down and hang out with me or do something normally.
So it's the bottom part of the tub that's flowing, but it's not, you're saying it's not flowing out.
It's hub spot, exactly. It's flowing. It's not pulled up, which is how you actually shower. That's not on. It's just coming out the spot.
Okay, and is the tub plugged on the bottom?
I think her head and her long hair are on it, and it looks like it's in the middle to me. There's a couple of settings. There's fully closed to, and fully open. It didn't look like it was all the way.
Did you manipulate that in any way? Okay, but you did shut off the water.
I did shut off the water in the drain, which tells me I could hear it draining when I pulled her out. I could hear, so I guess this is all weird, right? Because she's in there, the water's on, and it's draining. It doesn't make any, it just doesn't make any sense.
It's not on all the way, it's on how.
Like lukewarm, so it just has to have something like that.
Like, power wise, is the water fully on or not quite fully on?
It's a dial, so it starts cold, goes to medium temperature, and then goes to full hot.
Mhm.
And it's somewhere kind of in the middle.
And is it fully on or not?
It doesn't have a full on.
As far as like.
It's not dual like that. It just turns one direction. I know what you're talking about when you come this way, and then also turn. It doesn't do that. It just turns, and it's on cold, a mix of cold and hot, or all hot.
And that depends on the flow as well. So if you get to the middle, if you go all the way hot, it's gonna be more water? Or no? Like you're saying it was trickling, so I'm trying to understand what you mean by that.
It didn't seem like it was, so if you're gonna run a tub and you want to fill it up as fast as you can, you have it all the way to the
That's
left.
my question.
There's a spot in between there where there's very little cold, but it's not full hot either.
Okay.
And it seems to be in that spot, but it's hitting her, it's hitting.
So the water's not trickling, it's on
It's on,
when you walk in.
yeah,
It's on.
it's on,
Okay.
but it's not filling, it doesn't seem to be running as hard as it.
I want to walk you back to when you first walk in and you were describing her position. Is she in the tub?
Her head is all the way
Over the drain or on the opposite end?
So the drain and handle are in the same.
We're going to go ahead and take a lunch recess till 1:30. If you follow the deputy out. Anything else prior to recess date?
Nothing from the state.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
We'll be in recess until 1:30.
Okay, recess is early. Let's see. Okay, well, let's go to the. Let's see. Let's take a quick look. Take a look and see if there's anything which is jumping out. It doesn't look like it. Okay, well, I don't see anything breaking news wise. Let's take a look at this video, which I thought would be good to do on lunch break. So let's see. Oh, gotta go to my playlist here. Oh, gotta tell you, I am starving. They're gonna want to do a blood draw at the doctor appointment. I've been wanting to eat since 4 a.m. Oh dear. Okay, let's see. Okay. Let's get this set up.
From the outside, Eric and Corey Richins seemed to be living the perfect little life. The attractive young couple had 3 young boys and were doing very well financially, living just outside of the very affluent Park City in Utah. They traveled, had a beautiful home, and spent a lot of family time with their boys. But beneath the exterior, something else was happening. Family members say Eric suspected his wife of trying to poison him, giving him food and drinks laced with poison. Eric got so suspicious that he changed his life insurance and his will to leave his money to his sister. Eric then died of fentanyl poisoning in March of 2022. At first, Corey played the role of grieving widow of a man who had overdosed on drugs. She even wrote a children's book about grieving. But as investigators continued looking at the case, they became convinced Corey murdered Eric, and they now have charged Corey with murder, claiming she laced his Moscow Mule with fentanyl. Tonight, we take a closer look at how prosecutors say Corey obtained the fentanyl as we investigate the death of the father of 3, Eric Richins. I'm Benny Politan. Great to have you with us here tonight on Closing Arguments. And in many of the cases that we cover here and the trials that we cover here, linking the defendant to the murder weapon is crucial. Sometimes it's a gun and there's a shooting and there's ballistics, and you take those ballistics and match it to a weapon that is owned by the suspect or owned by the defendant. Sometimes there's a knife or some other instrument that's used, and maybe there's a fingerprint, or maybe there's DNA that is left behind. Again, linking the defendant to the murder weapon. This case, a little bit different, but you still have to make that connection. Here we're talking about a Moscow mule that is laced with fentanyl. So prosecutors have to somehow connect Corey Richins to the fentanyl that is used inside that Moscow mule to poison her husband. Now, we know where the defense is going to go here. They're going to say it's an overdose and he's taking drugs himself. So they've got a couple of hurdles here. One is connecting her to the actual drug, and then somehow connecting her to lacing something with that drug. And the Moscow mule, we believe, based on her own statements, that she fixed him a Moscow mule that night, but that's the way that she delivered the fatal dose of fentanyl to her husband, Eric. Now, there's also allegations that this was not the first time that she had attempted to kill him. He also had a fentanyl sandwich. I think it was on Valentine's Day. A sandwich that was laced, but obviously not strong enough to kill him. But it was enough that it made him sick. And again, making that connection, because if you have a case of poisoning, and this is pretty common in the poisoning cases we've covered through the years, is that the first attempt is not the successful attempt, and it's not the last. So anytime you can go back, how many other times did the defendant attempt to kill the victim or poison the victim? How did they do that? If you can connect them to one or more, even if it's not the deadly dose, you can connect them to a prior instance where the defendant got sick from something that is connected to the defendant. It's very persuasive inside of a courtroom. But now you're talking about, again, the linkage. So Corey Richins she's a wife, she's a mother, she also has this real estate business. So where's her connection to the deadly drugs? Where did she get the drugs? This is a significant, and this is going to be the way in this case that prosecutors make this connection. Because there's one of two things happening here. And each side is going to argue opposite the other. Either she is going out to get the drugs that killed her husband, Eric, or Eric is somehow going out and figuring out a way to get the drugs because he's addicted, whatever, and takes the deadly dose himself. So making that connection is crucial for the prosecution here, because she has no drug addiction that we know about, no drug problem. So if she is out purchasing drugs, it's easier to put two and two together as to why she would do it. The defense, they don't have to prove anything, but do they have any evidence of him attempting to purchase drugs? So crucial witness for prosecutors here will be the cooperating witness that they have. The woman who said she purchased the drugs for Corey on 2 occasions. And that would be their cleaning woman. CL is how she's been referred to in some of the papers, the legal papers that have been filed. So someone who works for Corey Richins and works for the family, cleaning the house, is this alleged link to the fentanyl, which then is used to kill Eric Richins. So her testimony, her credibility is everything in this case for prosecutors. So during one of the preliminary hearings inside the courtroom, we learned a little bit more about CL, the cleaning woman, who is the cooperating witness here, from Detective Driscoll, who spoke about how this cleaning woman was getting the drugs and her connection and communications with Corey Richins. Let's take a listen.
In our interviews, CL told us that in early 2022, the defendant reached out to her either by phone call or text message requesting that she procure fentanyl for what the defendant reported was an investor who had a back injury. Seal told us that she contacted acquaintance 2 after receiving his phone number and asked to arrange to meet to purchase some fentanyl from him. She stated that sometime in February, she believed she met up with acquaintance 2 at a Maverick gas station in Draper and purchased from him 15 to 30 round green-blue pills, which she understood to be fentanyl.
What, if anything, did CL say about what she did with the fentanyl pills that she purchased from acquaintance 2?
CL told us that after purchasing the pills from acquaintance 2, she returned home to her house in Heber. She said that either later that night or the next day, the defendant met her in the driveway of that home and did a hand-to-hand exchange of pills for cash. CL told us that approximately a week after delivering the first load of fentanyl, the defendant reached out to her again by text or call and said that she wanted some more fentanyl that was stronger than the previous batch. CL told us that the second time that she procured fentanyl for the defendant, she did not have a vehicle to drive on that date. She said that she reached out to a friend, acquaintance 3, and asked that he give her a ride to go purchase fentanyl. She said that he did pick her up, that they traveled from Heber City to the defendant's home in Francis, where, according to CL, the defendant had told her there was a check waiting under the mat at the defendant's home. She said that she checked under the mat and didn't find a check, and so she knocked on the defendant's door, and the defendant came to the door and wrote her a check from her business, from the defendant's business, for $1,300 for the purchase of the fentanyl.
All right, $1,300 check. Should be able to present that in front of the jury. Sounds a little high for a cleaning bill, right? $1,300, that's a lot. So key witness, crucial witness, credibility is everything. Well, as often happens when you have a cooperating witness, why are they cooperating? Well, they're cooperating because they've got some other legal trouble, which is the case with the cleaning woman here, who actually has written a letter to the judge. Now, she's got a separate drug case that she's dealing with and writes a letter to the judge. We have this via dailymail.com. Take a listen to this letter. As you know, I've been 100% compliant with everything that's been asked of me, both by Summit and Wasatch counties. I check in every time I've been asked. I've cooperated as much as I can with investigators and have cut people very close to me out of my life. You've asked me that I not have contact with either of my daughters. This means I can't see my grandchildren. It really scares me to testify against Corey Richins, and it gives me a lot of anxiety, but I'm going to do what's right. I'm going to cooperate and fully show you that I'm going to do what's asked of me. If I am feeling like this, I'm afraid I might crumble on the stand. If I was able to be surrounded by those who support me throughout this process, it would really make this so much easier. Please reconsider the restrictions on my family and friends, or at least clearly tell me what has to be done so that I can see my family by the holidays. And she closes by saying, thank you. So is this a problem? It's always a problem when witnesses are writing letters because defense attorneys get their hands on it and they figure out a way to attack you based on the things that you're saying here. And in the case of someone who's got legal trouble and is a cooperating witness, they're always going to say, well, you're saying whatever you want to say to get yourself out of trouble. But what's going on here? She's talking about being scared to testify against Corey Richins and talking about afraid she's going to crumble on the stand. Let's get to the bottom of it. Joining us tonight in Montgomery, Alabama, prosecutors and co-hosts of the Prosecutors Podcast, Alice LaCour and Brett Talley are with us, our friends. And in Salt Lake City, another one of our friends in Utah, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, and appointed spokesperson for the Richins family, Greg Skordas is with us. Great to see everyone. Greg, let me start with you. What's going on with the cleaning woman here? It seems.
Okay, Greg there in the bottom right square is probably my favorite teacher from my days in paralegal school. He was a fantastic teacher and probably was a great prosecutor. He's now a defense attorney, and not always crazy about defense attorneys, but people have a right to a rigorous defense. So, what can you say? I just hope he doesn't pull some of these numbskull case theories. So, anyway, let's listen to what they say.
Seems like she is so crucial to all of this. Is she crumbling? Is she falling apart?
Well, I don't know, Vinny. I think that's a good question. I mean, she's surely receiving a lot of pressure. There's a lot of media attention to this case. I'm sure that she's being hounded by a lot of people. Unfortunately, her identity has been disclosed, even though she's supposedly a confidential informant. And I'm sure that's very difficult for her. Whether or not seeing her children and her grandchildren will make her a better witness, or at least more comfortable on the stand. Maybe she's trying to sort of hedge her bets a little bit with the judge. She's also got her own problems. I mean, she was charged criminally with some crimes, including crimes related to drugs. So, as you said earlier, I mean, she may be trying to work something that way. But she came forward early on, gave information which was corroborated by the state, and gave information from which she wasn't receiving anything in return. And that was part of the reason, Vinny, that they filed these charges in the first place.
Okay, Alice, I'll begin with you. You've got a crucial witness in your case, and she's writing letters to the judge. I don't know, is she trying to negotiate something through this letter? Does it worry you as a prosecutor that you've got a witness like this, and what could potentially happen on the stand?
Absolutely. As a prosecutor, you're always going to be worried if your witness is saying things like, I might crumble on the stand. But one important thing to note in this letter is that it's conflating two issues. And it's not CL's fault, because typically the layperson doesn't know where restrictions stem from. But in this case, a lot of the documents in CL's case is sealed, so we don't know all the details. But what we do know is that she has her own drug legal problems that are separate and apart from the murder charges that have been filed against Richens. There have been no charges filed against her. And so her testimony shouldn't be linked to restrictions that, honestly, that she's described as part of your typical probation. It has to do with what she is in trouble for with her drugs. But it doesn't change the issue that in her mind, it's all one thing. She's feeling a lot of pressure. And in this situation, you want to make sure that she understands there are no promises made by the prosecution. She just needs to tell the truth.
Yeah, my fear here, Brett, is that something happens. Something happens to this woman. And if something happens and she's unable to testify in this case, what happens to the prosecution case? Can they still connect the defendant, Corey Richens, to the drugs that killed her husband?
Well, I think it's going to be a lot more difficult. As you know, circumstantial evidence is great, but juries love to see an eyewitness. They love to see a cooperator who's going to lay it all out for them. That's the story they want to hear. And everybody who's ever prosecuted a case has had a witness like this. Somebody who is, you don't get your best witnesses from the church choir, first of all. There's a reason Corey Richens can say, where would I get fentanyl? Because most people wouldn't know where to get it. Most of the people watching the show wouldn't know where to get it. So you need someone like CL. And I think the prosecution, they're going to have to work with her, and they're going to have to make sure that she's comfortable enough to get on the stand. Now, look, if it doesn't go great on the stand, that's fine. Sometimes that endears people to a jury. They look at that person, they say, look, this is not some smooth operator. This is somebody who never wanted to be in the situation and kind of got thrust into it. So can the prosecution survive without her? There's a lot of circumstantial evidence in this case. Do they want to proceed without the person who got the drugs? Absolutely not.
So, Greg, how is the family doing right now? Because there were a lot of headlines surrounding all of this, that it's a potential problem in the prosecution of Corey Richens. How's the family holding up?
I think they're still optimistic, Vinny, that the truth will come out. They're comfortable with the investigation that was done by the Summit County Sheriff's Office and the Summit County Attorney's Office, Park City Police, or excuse me, the Camas Police where the crime occurred. They're comfortable that the police have done a good job, that there was a thorough investigation. And this wasn't filed within weeks or even a few months after the homicide. It was almost a year. This was the culmination of a lot of investigation, a lot of work by a lot of police officers. And I think the family, I mean, they're obviously concerned because of the notoriety this case got, which was a little bit unanticipated. We didn't expect it to go to this level, but they have really comfort in the system, and they feel like what if the jury finally hears this, they believe that the jury will make the right decision.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting you say that. I've just seen defense attorneys who kind of, whatever you do, if you solve a case quickly and charge someone quickly, it's a rush to judgment. And if you take your time, it's like, oh, they couldn't figure it out, right? So I learned that as a young prosecutor. No matter what I said, the defense was going to make it sound like it's the wrong thing. And that's just their job, I guess. Alice, how do you sit down with this housekeeper prior to her testimony? Like, how often would you speak with her? And what would you do in preparation for perhaps one of the most important witnesses in the case who has some issues here to get ready?
I mean, you are going to prep this witness as much as you're able. There may be some limitations with her mental frailty, with her ability to kind of, put up with all the hours it may take, but you want her to be as comfortable with you as the prosecutor as possible if you are taking her testimony, because you want her to feel comfortable with you. Even when there's 12 jurors watching, she feels like she's just telling you as a friend the truth. And that's what you want to be key on. She's important, but clearly that pressure is getting to her. So I, as a prosecutor, would want to show her all the other evidence, all the other circumstantial evidence we have. Text messages, checks, prior circumstances of poisoning. Show her that the case won't hinge on her. Even though I know she's my key witness, I want to show her it's okay. Your job is just to tell the truth. We have other evidence as well.
I guess that's one of the easy things, right, as a prosecutor when you're prepping people. I mean, you just have to remind them to tell the truth, because if you can't tell them to say anything else, because you wouldn't, because that's not your job. Your job is to get the truth out. So Brett, there's two ways I think the defense may attack or come up with an explanation for these payments to the cleaning woman. One, it could be for cleaning, right? So that's one obvious one. But then there was also a mention in the testimony we heard in that preliminary hearing that when she originally got the drugs the first time, she was telling the cleaning woman that they were for an investor who had a back problem. So how do you prepare for, or do you try to anticipate what the other side's gonna say, or do you just deal with it whenever they come out and come up with their explanation?
I think you try and anticipate it as much as you can. And look, there's an argument that $1,700 or however much it is a lot to clean a house, but it's not a lot to provide the drugs that you need to kill somebody with. So I'm sure that's something the defense is going to say. But I think what you do is you present to the jury that these are ridiculous excuses for this. And when combined with the other evidence, it's not just take the housekeeper's word for it. She's not the only witness. You got all this other evidence around her. And what's more believable, the story that she's telling you, or that Corey is an intermediary for fentanyl for somebody's back pain? I mean, it must have been a pretty bad back if they're willing to take fentanyl, which, as we all know, is a pretty deadly drug, to try and deal with it. And then it just so happens her husband just so happened to die of a fentanyl overdose. Not a strong story for the defense, in my opinion.
All right. Our guests are going to stay with us. The prosecutors, Alice LaCour, Brett Taylor, and, of course, Greg Skordas. When we come back, we're going to talk about some allegations of alleged witness tampering by Corey Richins in this case. Plus, coming up next hour.
In Birmingham, Alabama, the man suspected of murdering Natalie Holloway in Aruba back in 2005 has allegedly struck a deal with prosecutors in the United States to reveal how Natalie died and where her body is.
What do you have to say? Why you kill her?
Cooper-Tronnes claimed to be a millionaire, but when his wife realized it was a lie, she ended up dead in her bathroom.
You have fake cried over this woman's death.
Now he stands trial for her brutal murder. The Bathtub Murder Trial, weekday mornings on Court TV.
Tell us where the kids are.
This mother of 2 missing children just didn't seem to care.
I mourn with all of you who mourn.
Victim to Verdict, all new Sunday night, 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Oh my gosh.
She met up with acquaintance 2 at a Maverick gas station in Draper and purchased from him 15 to 30 round green-blue pills, which she understood to be fentanyl.
There was no fentanyl or traces of fentanyl found in the home anywhere. 1 or 2 pills might be accidental. 20 or 5 times the lethal dose is not accidental, Your Honor. That is someone who wants Eric dead.
Since Eric's death, we have learned and unfortunately are continually reminded that Corey is desperate, greedy, and extremely manipulative. We have watched as Corey has paraded around portraying herself as being widow and victim while trying to profit from the death of my brother.
Desperate. I think that's a great word to describe Corey Richins based upon these next allegations. Like I said at the top of the show, it's crucial for prosecutors to connect her to the fentanyl. That's why the house cleaner is a crucial witness for the prosecution. But I think the defense is going to have their own version and story of how those drugs got there, which is that Eric Richins had a drug problem, is what they're going to allege. And he was getting them from somewhere. But in order to do that in court, you need evidence of it. So where's the evidence of all this going to come from? Take a look here. There are some witness tampering allegations against Corey Richins that on September 14th, 2023, Summit County Sheriff's deputies were searching her cell, and they found a 6-page handwritten letter from Corey Richins to her mother, Lisa Darden, and it was found hidden inside of a book. And the letter, allegedly, you'll get to hear it in a second, instructs her mom to get her brother to falsely testify. Oh, again, you need evidence, right? So they need their own way to somehow have this jury believe it's reasonable to think that Eric Richins was the one who got the fentanyl that ended up killing him. So take a listen as we have the letter that was inside that book. We have parts of that letter that you will now hear. This is the so-called walk the dog letter.
She wants to link Eric getting the drugs and pills from Mexico, so we need some kind of connection. Her private investigator is doing some research on the ranch cartel place Eric would stay at. Here's what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would probably have to testify to this, but it's super short, not a lot to it. He will need to talk to Skye at the meeting next week. Upon information and belief, just like they say, a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and Eric and Ronnie were chatting about Eric's Mexico trips. Eric told Ronnie he gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico, from the workers on the ranch, but not to tell me, because I would get mad, because I always said he just gets high every night and won't help take care of kids. Ronnie should have texts from Eric talking about getting high as well. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them. Ronnie never told me about the conversation. Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some. Eric never wanted anyone to know he had an issue, especially get caught. He always wanted Corey to go down for him. Reword this however he needs to make the point just to include it all. The connection has to be made with Mexico and the drugs. Ronnie will have the messages to prove Eric confided in him about getting high. He can be short and to the point, but it has to be done. When you talk to Ronnie about this, meet up with him in person. I worry sometimes your house and phone are bugged. Tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home, and then we will get those damn bitches. We're so close to the end. Let's push through. Have the conversation with Ronnie before he meets with Sky. Then tell him to tell Sky at the meeting about the conversation. Hang in there. We're almost there. Love you to the moon.
Now, Sky is her attorney, and it seems like she's attempting to do this and have her attorney receive the information from her brother, unbeknownst that she's the one setting it up. Wow, this is something else. Let's bring back in our guests, Allison Thorpe and Brett Talley, hosts of the Prosecutors Podcast, and Greg Skordas, representing the family of the victim in this case. Greg, what are your thoughts about the walk the dog letter?
Well, I think it speaks for itself, Vinny. I mean, it's clear attempt to, at the very least, coach a witness, and probably worse than that, and that is create evidence that's not true. But it seems to be, and she even says, make this simple, make it short to the point. Don't make it too complicated for poor Ronnie. This is a simple story. He's got to say A, B, C, and D. You know what you do, Vinny, when you're preparing for a trial is you say, hey, I need you to call my brother and tell him to tell the truth. Tell him to tell the prosecutor exactly what happened and tell the jury exactly what happened. But she's not doing that. She's saying, spoon feed him this information. Make it really short so he doesn't complicate it too much, and do it before he meets with my attorney. And here's what he has to say. And then she outlines almost to the word what she wants this poor kid to say. And it really is part of the defense that she's trying to create. But it's not consistent at all with anything that anyone knows about Eric, which is that he was not a drug user, period.
So, Brett, this letter, would you attempt to use it at her trial?
I would use it as often as possible. It's an amazing piece of evidence. I've never seen anything like it. Rarely do you have a defendant who just says, here's exactly how I'm going to lie to try and get out of this. And the funny thing is, the best defense was, Eric, got some drugs. You know how fentanyl is these days. It's in everything. But she can't even make that argument anymore because she has this letter, which she's now trying to say is some sort of fictional account. So if she then tries to turn around and say, well, it was fictional, but in reality, it's also true, there's no way that's going to work. Now, this letter is a bombshell piece of evidence. It's the kind of evidence that her attorney should be going to her and say, look, plead guilty, throw yourself on the mercy of the court. Maybe you won't spend the rest of your life in prison. I mean, that's basically the only option she has left. I think it's one reason you're going to see some pretty extreme efforts, I think, by the defense to keep this letter out, either by claiming somehow this is attorney-client privilege or some impropriety by the prosecution in receiving it, because it is absolutely devastating.
Okay. Look, Alice is just smiling ear to ear with this letter. She does have, I think there's an explanation for this. And what I heard is, she's an author, right? She wrote the children's book about how to deal with grief. Apparently this was part of another book she was working on, some sort of a novel. What do you think of that, Alice?
I mean, sure, she can argue that, but if you're going to say it's a novel, it's certainly not attorney-client privilege. Attorney-client privilege has to be with your attorney for legal advice for legal proceedings. So here, I mean, the jury can listen to that, excuse that this is just a story she's writing. It just happens that some key witnesses are named right here in the letter. It just happens that, it's naming her attorney by name. I mean, it seems like typically when you write something fictional, you're not going to have the exact words of real life there. So she can argue that all day long. The jury gets to weigh whether they believe her or not. And it's a really hard to believe story that these key witnesses named in here being coached about a likely defense is not just her attempt to, I'm going to say it, suborn perjury.
So, Greg, that attorney-client privilege issue, I think will loom into, I think there have been allegations already that this somehow was a letter that was supposed to go to her attorney. But I don't know if her attorney wants this letter going to her, right? So that's kind of a tough spot that she's in all of this. I think this is something the jury should hear.
Oh, I think so too, Vinny. And it's not a letter addressed to her attorney. Her attorney is mentioned in the letter in the third person. It's a letter addressed to her mother. So there's no attorney-client relationship there or privilege there. It does say, talk to my attorney or do this, but it doesn't say my attorney has told me this or I need to talk to my attorney about that. I mean, it's not an attorney-client conversation. It's a letter to her mother attempting to get a witness to testify falsely. And in that respect, it's probably admissible. And even if it's not admissible in the government's case in chief. If Corey testifies and she testifies to anything that's not in that letter, it can be used to impeach her by the state. So even if by some miracle the defense is able to get it suppressed, saying, well, they should have searched her cell, she had a right to some level of privacy, that letter's out there and she's bound by the contents of that if she ever says anything contrary to what's in that letter.
Greg Skordas, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much. Alice LaCour, Brett Talley, appreciate and great to see you. The Prosecutors is the name of the award-winning podcast. And we'll see you again really, really soon. When we come back, we're going to talk more about this case. And as I mentioned, there was more than one attempt here, according to prosecutors. There's the Moscow Mule, but there was also the Valentine's Day sandwich. We'll talk about that next.
Proceed to justice.
She said that they got in bed between 9:30 and 9:45, and that shortly after getting into bed, one of the children had a nightmare, and that the defendant got out of bed and went to be with that child in their bedroom and slept in that bedroom until 3 a.m. or around 3 a.m. when she woke. She stated she returned to her own bedroom, got into bed, and felt that Eric was cold to the touch. She stated that she turned the light on, saw that he wasn't breathing and that he didn't look normal, and that she then called 911. Investigators found text messages between the defendant and her best friend that was her explanation to her friend that she conducted CPR on Eric prior to EMS arrival.
And do those text messages read, I pumped so damn hard, so hard, screaming at him to come back to life?
Yes.
So the night of the death of Eric Richins, is it an overdose, self-induced overdose, or was he murdered by his wife, Corey Richins? That's the question. Take a look at this from one of the prosecution filings. On March 3rd, 2022, the defendant stated that she made Eric Richins a Moscow Mule in the kitchen and brought it to their bedroom where Eric consumed it while sitting in bed. The defendant stated she went to bed and shortly after went to sleep with one of the children in the child's bedroom. Defendant stated she woke up around 300 and came back to her and Eric's bedroom. She said she felt Eric Richins and he was cold to the touch. Why don't you take a look at another filing here? February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2022. The defendant prepared a sandwich for Eric Richins and placed it on the seat of his truck with a love note. Shortly after consuming the sandwich, Eric Richins broke out in hives and had difficulty breathing. Eric found his son's EpiPen and administered it to himself and slept. Eric Richins believed that he had been poisoned. Eric Richins told a friend he thought his wife was trying to poison him. Let's bring in our guest. Joining me in Jacksonville, Alabama, forensic death investigator, professor of forensics at Jacksonville State University and host of the very popular Body Bags podcast, Joseph Scott Morgan, and in Barrington, Rhode Island, board-certified forensic pathologist, Dr. Priya Banerjee. Great to have you both here. Joseph Scott Morgan, can you scientifically determine any of this stuff? Like the poisoning, what was in the Moscow Mule, how the fentanyl is absorbed in the body, how it ended up, however he took it. Is any of that going to be able to be scientifically proven inside of a courtroom?
Oh, yeah, sure. Fentanyl is essentially part of a standard tox panel now. At autopsy, when blood is drawn and urine is taken, and all those things that it's done at post, those samples are taken in and they'll run that panel. And if fentanyl pops up, it's not something that you would normally associate with day-to-day living now, is it?
But let me ask you this. Would you be able to tell if the thing was like, if the pills were crushed up and put in a drink and mixed up, or if someone is just taking the pills themselves as whole?
Certainly at autopsy, gastric contents are examined. And if a thorough scene investigation is done by, say, for instance, the ME investigator that's out there or the police, you can look for any kind of residue that might be might be in the container. However, please keep in mind, Vin, that fentanyl is so very lethal. It's 100 times more lethal than heroin. You can microdose on this stuff, and it doesn't take much to push an individual over. So the residue that we might look for in other cases might not be as prevalent in fentanyl. It doesn't take much to cause a fatal event.
Dr. Priya Banerjee, let me ask you about the second incident, which actually happened first that I described, which was this sandwich. Does the symptoms and what happened there, does that strike you as a fentanyl poisoning that perhaps wasn't deadly? Is it consistent with that?
I don't know. I actually think that, I don't know what his medical history was in terms of allergies, but hives, I think, as an allergic reaction. So I don't know if he put something in there to stir up a lethal allergy. Fentanyl usually doesn't give you hives. It's more of like slows down your breathing, and that's how you overdose. And so the mechanism doesn't sound quite right for that. Maybe she tried different methods. I don't know, again, it'll be interesting to see. Now, unfortunately, the prior event is no longer in his system to test. Does that make sense? We're only catching with toxicology what's in his body at the time of death. So we're only catching this event.
One thing that I think I did some checking, and I think fentanyl can be detected in hair strand. So it seems to me that he died in April. This is Valentine's Day. Chances are they could take a look at his hair, and I would be doing that if I were the state, because if the defense is going to try to claim he was a drug abuser and blah blah blah, if you test his hair and it shows that it's clean with the exception of this one, which I'm not sure quite what the rate of hair growth is, an inch or so back from the scalp, and that there's nothing else in the rest of the hair before or after. I think that would be pretty persuasive that he wasn't a chronic drug user. So anyway, just an observation of mine on the
And how precise can you be with the time of death in a case like this? And I'll begin with you, Dr. Banerjee.
I think you use multiple pieces of data. There's post-mortem changes he's found inside. He's an average sized guy. So I think you can start estimating from that. You look at the last activity in his cell phone, what the history is, and you can get an estimate. It's not to the minute, not to the hour even, but it sounds like when he's discovered later, we would see those post-mortem changes already.
Joseph Scott Morgan, taking a look at her story, cold to the touch. How long after death is someone cold to the touch?
Well, a lot of it is environmentally dependent upon what the ambient environmental temperature is. Here's the key. To say that someone is cold to the touch is very non-specific. So in our world that we inhabit, in the medical legal world, we'd like to do things like core body temperature, and we can measure a rate. And as the doctor mentioned, we're contrary to what you see on television, we can't narrow this down to minutes. We can bracket it with hours, essentially. But just to kind of frame it out, after death, someone will become cold to the touch appreciably, probably within about 3 to 4 hours. By the time you get out to the 12th hour after death, all of that energy that you've generated in your body, that the warm touch that you might have to someone's body, where you can, it's tactile, that's dissipated after about 12 hours. and somebody, I'm not trying to be rude here, but you do in fact reach room temperature. That's kind of a metaphorical statement that many people make, but that it is true. And so after that amount of time, you would in fact be very cool to the touch. One other thing that we look at though, Vin, is the degree to which rigidity is in the body. And also my favorite thing is the settling of blood post-mortem, because it's only impacted by gravity. So is the settling of blood, the post-mortem lividity, still blanchable? The question is not what did the wife say or see at that or sense. It's what did the medical legal authorities at the scene, what was their assessment? That's what I want to know. What did they find out? And I think we might find out at trial.
And finally, before we run out of time, less than a minute here, Dr. Banerjee, self-induced overdose versus a poisoning. Is there anything you're looking for, either autopsy or from investigators at the scene, to try to figure that out?
Yeah, I mean, I always say we don't practice in a black box. And so you want to think about, okay, now I'm getting a snapshot of what toxicology is in his body is a high level of fentanyl. Now, if he has no suicidal history, no history of drug abuse, then, and obviously there's other investigative issues that you discuss separate from the medical issues that now set a scene for more of a suspicious death rather than a self-induced suicidal death. So that's where it comes. So when we're looking at the toxicology, I can't tell you how it got there. But when we look at the rest of the story, that's when you have to put the pieces together. And actually, I've gone to crime scenes where the liquid in the glass, if there's anything residual, can be tested, or even the glass residue itself. And, that gives you a great idea of the route of administration, which means how did it get in him, right? So even those clues are very important.
Big thank you, Dr. Priya Banerjee. Joseph Scott Morgan, thank you for your time. I know it's valuable. We'll see you again really soon.
Okay. Yeah, I found that really interesting. I'm hoping that statement analyst or handwriting analyst goes over that walk the dog letter, because I would be really interested to see what they had to say. Her story about it being a novel that she's working on, loosely based on her experience as a accused murderer. Not at all persuasive in my opinion. It just makes no sense, and not to mention the fact that she didn't write that children's story. She hired a company to write it for her. She's not a talented author. She just came up with an idea and said, "This is what I want." So, oops, looks like somehow, not sure how we got that highlighted. It must have been a stray cursor, but so we've got 50 minutes still, roughly, until the court resumes. So let's take a quick look, see if there's anything hot happening. So far, I'm not seeing much. There's a video from a channel I'm not familiar with saying Kevin Frankie is not the father of the year. Duh. Well, yeah, probably. I mean, who is? Let's see, he went off and left his kids with his wife and her buddy, so let's see. Looks like no breaking news. And let's check the see if there's anything locally that is breaking. Nope, let's try going to, oh, and looking at stories on the AP News, and says math disabilities hold many students back. Schools don't offer screen for them. Yeah. I was a person who always struggled with math and found it very liberating when I decided to drop out of the honors math program. Let's see. Nothing really there. Well, let's see what we've got. Any live court streams? Okay, let's try looking and see if Stephanie Boyd down in Texas is doing. Okay, here we go.
Clark Shepherd.
Good, he's in the hallway. Do I need to get
Yes, he needs to bring Bart in. Okay, what date do you want to give it? All right. Hello, and counsel, you're on this side. My understanding on this case, you all are applying for PTD?
Yes, Judge.
working on the application.
All right, so we'll bring you back on November 28th. And once that's signed, he's excused. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Page 9.
All right, thank you. Ah, thank you. All right. And Mariana Barnes, just give us a moment. I'm trying to give probation a chance to catch up. And probation, just let me know when you're ready. And then after that, it will be Malvina Kane, Monica Wade. All right, where are we on this case?
When you have a plea deadline,
All right, so have you received an offer?
we have, Your Honor.
You have all the discovery?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, how old are you?
43.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, recall this in 2 weeks for a plea deadline date. All right, we're coming back on November 6th. On that date, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. All right, thank you. And once you sign the reset form, you're excused. All right, Kevin Young.
Okay, yes, sir.
All right, this is your final plea deadline date.
Ma'am, how you doing, good?
Oh, I'm doing great. I cannot complain.
ma'am.
It's a beautiful day. People always tell me any day you're above ground is a great day. So,
You ain't lying.
yeah. So what is happening with this case?
It doesn't appear that we can resolve it today.
All right, so, Mr. Young, today is your plea deadline date. The court is not going to accept any plea bargain agreements after the day without good cause. Otherwise, if you decide to plea, you have to plea open to the court. Do you understand?
What you mean open to the court if I pay?
Oh, if there's not a good reason for me to accept a plea bargain agreement, let's say 2 weeks from now, you all decide to enter a plea, you've worked something out with the state. If there is not a good reason for me to accept that plea, I'm not going to accept it because your time to plea has passed. So if you were to decide to enter a plea after today, it would be to the court. So you would just plea open to the court with no plea agreement with the state. You understand? That's what I mean when I say plea open to the court. Sure, no problem. I believe communication is key.
Man, you know it is.
Yes. All right. So how long is this jury trial going to last?
No more than 4 days. I think that's including jury selection.
Including jury selection for 4 days, Your Honor.
Okay. So it's probably going to be over within 3 days. You say no. Deputy lawyer's like, no.
Week and a half.
No. I think I've seen both attorneys in trial. They will ask no questions that don't need to be asked. Right? All right, Ms. Ferguson. And Ms. Gay, do you want to go over there as well to look at your calendar?
Sure, I'll do that.
Because we are going to get this case tried. Sure.
guess they said they were waiting for probation. Is that it? I don't. He feels kind of self-conscious about being there on camera. Wonder who he's talking to. They're not on the record, obviously, or they would have the mics on. Maybe he's bantering with the judge. Well, this is kind of dull. I'm going to need to leave before too long. I've got a few minutes still because I had to reschedule. Oh, Eowyn is here to say hello.
Okay. All right. I tell you what, if you will have a seat, they're going to get a date for me. Oh, yeah. All right. On Carly Smith. Okay. All right. So, Miss Smith, what is happening? Okay. All right. So, Miss Smith, we're going to do a referral to Veterans Treatment Court, and I think that may be a good fit for you. All right. All right. So, probation will tell you what you need to do. All right.
Get a reset for 3 weeks.
All right. Could I see the file again on Miss Smith? Yes. Then Melvina Kane. Then Mr. Nguyen. All right. And Norma, could I get a 3-week reset on Carla Smith? Right. And if you, it's Carla. All right, Mr. Nguyen. All right, if you come forward. Okay, all righty. All right, Mr. Nguyen, we have an issue. You can uncross your arms. All right. So they've been extending you and then they discharge you unsuccessfully from outpatient treatment because according to them, you were not staying engaged. So why are you not engaging in treatment?
I did go through the class.
All right, they're saying as of June 1st, it says probationer was discharged unsuccessfully from outpatient treatment. Per his counselor, the client failed to stay engaged in group and efforts to contact resulted in no return call.
Oh, I was at home sick, man, for 4 months. Then go to work. and I quit cigarette. That's why.
All right.
And I
So,
don't smoke ever since for 5 months already.
all right. So our problem is that's great.
Mhm.
Not smoking cigarettes. And I know
For
it's
5
hard.
months. Yeah.
I know it's hard to give up,
Yes.
but you've got to do your treatment. And if you don't do your treatment plan, you're going to end up potentially being revoked. You understand?
Yes, ma'am. That's why I asking for go back, retake the class.
Okay. All right. Probation. Is he able to retake the classes? All right. So we're going to put you back in outpatient treatment.
Thank you.
All right. So you've got to make sure that you stay focused and do your plan, because if you do not, what's going to end up happening is a motion to revoke is going to be filed. You're going to end up getting arrested. If you don't make bond, you're going to end up being brought over in orange, and you may end up going to the state jail facility for up to 2 years. Do you want that?
No, ma'am.
All right. So
I've been doing really good for quick cigarette and that at the same time.
all right. So we're going to have you re-enrolled in outpatient treatment. And if there's an issue, you need to contact them. And if you feel they're not answering you, then you can always come to court. We're here. All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. You're welcome.
I'm good.
Yes.
Thank
Just
you,
talk to probation before you leave. All right. What's the date for Mr. Young?
We have May 14th, Your Honor.
All
So there
right.
shouldn't be any conflicts with anybody's schedule.
That's correct.
All right. May 14th. And the reason why it's scheduled so late is because we have a lot of murder trials on the docket.
And I understand he's on bond as compared to people who are incarcerated.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mariana Barnes. And I'm sure I've mispronounced her name 6 different ways. Mariana, thank you. Is that your mom?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So when your name is being mispronounced, if your mom is not around, you need to correct people. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let me see what we have here. All right. Court is calling 2023 CR 7666, State of Texas versus Mariana Barnes. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garrett, Your Honor.
Defense?
John Young for the defense.
Are you Ms. Barnes?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case, and did you review it with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Probation, there's no application. Going to show you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, not sign it, but did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do, Your Honor, and just for the court's notice, we're going to be requesting 30 days for her to get her affairs in order. She has a 6-year-old daughter before she goes into custody.
All right.
She is on GPS monitoring.
All right. Are you waiving the reading of the indictment?
I am, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Your Honor. We're waiving the enhancement paragraph, and we're also proceeding on the lesser included of kidnapping, 3rd degree.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of kidnapping as a 3rd degree felony? Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, off the record. Do y'all want to put in here what happens if she doesn't show?
Yes.
They muted the mic because they're speaking to her off the record.
Okay.
All right, did you understand if you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court doesn't have to follow your plea?
Yes, ma'am.
If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
She has, Your Honor.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
I do.
Do you believe she's currently competent, was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I believe she is.
Ms. Barnes, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Excuse me?
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived a right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page, did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of kidnapping. They're asking that your punishment be assessed at 2 years in the prison. There are no applications. They will take in consideration 2023 CR 7845. And if you do not show for sentencing on your date of sentencing, then your plea of no contest or guilty will remain and you will be subjected to the full range of punishment. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you understand that to be the entirety of the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State.
It is, Your Honor.
Showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Outside the agreement, the state is requesting that you have no contact with Sophia Martinez. Did you understand that's the recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow that recommendation?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offense of kidnapping, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. State exhibit number 1 with all this attachment.
No objection.
All right, you may be excused. Showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing State's Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. You're asking for time for her to report?
Yes, sure.
All right, I'm going to give her 1 week. Ms. Ferguson, can you recall this for next week for sentencing?
Your Honor, her father lives in Omaha, Nebraska, and he has told me that he would like to come down and see her before she goes into prison. That's why I asked for the 30 days. Could you extend that a little bit?
No, I'm just going to give her 1 week.
Very well, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson?
Okay. It is 17 minutes till my appointment. It says the drive time is 7 minutes. And so at this point, I'm going to swap back over to the Law and Crime feed here. And since they're showing the seal, we know that they aren't going to forget to turn something on. And I saw arm, I think, of the judge a few minutes ago in the courtroom. And so hopefully they'll be starting up promptly in 7 minutes. So I apologize for running out, but it's kind of, that's what I get for rescheduling my appointment, get the medical form filled out so that I could hit the Jared Lysick hearing, and then they canceled the Jared Lysick hearing. Okay, thanks for tuning in. I'll be back as soon as I can from the appointment. Thank you very much for your understanding.
you may proceed.
Resuming publishing Exhibit 85. I can move it, just be careful, it'll be loud. There's an outlet right here.
Stay, I believe there's a table in the back that was being used earlier for something. No?
Andy? Yes.
That might help you if you want to get it somewhat closer, but not all the way. Make sure everyone's mindful when walking around the courtroom now. If you're going to do that, you might need to stack it on both, or else it's going to be playing up against the, there you go.
Her head is all the way in the corner
Over the drain or on the outside?
hand side, which is basically the corner.
Okay, if you're standing over the tub, you're saying.
See the spout and
up.
It's up.
When you walk in,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's up.
It's- So it's right in the middle, and that's what it is. She's on the right hand side, she's just
Okay. If you're standing over the tub, you're standing on the right hand side toward the wall.
if you're looking at the tub, it would be the spout and the handle are on your left. It is on the left. So if you're looking at the spout and the handle on the thin wall, this is the wall that has the long wall. She's on the right hand side of the corner. This is where she's.
And you should face up. So is she floating or not?
focused on trying to make her breathe and checking her. You know, her tongue was like stuck in, you know, in the front of her teeth. It seemed like it was, you know, it not swollen. You know, like she had bit her tongue, or but like this, you know, I'm trying to open. If someone's audible, you know, you try to tip them back, you try to open them up, you try to get the. I haven't done CPR for a long time, but I know the basics. Well, nothing is.
Do you open her mouth or do you not?
Yeah,
Do you open her mouth or not?
I tried, but it was very stiff, and her tongue seemed to be sticking out a little bit. I tried to open her jaw. I tried to open her airway, because just tilting her head back and lifting her neck up a little bit didn't do.
Okay. Do you recall how you tried to open her jaw?
I just used my hands.
Okay. Like what part of her face?
So you're putting your fingers under the lifting.
Like a chin lift? Okay.
Under the front, under the top, and fingers up, pushing the bottom down, trying to separate.
Okay.
So I can see the top.
Do you think at this point that she is gone or not?
She is.
That she's already deceased, based on what you're seeing?
But I don't know how long. I have no. If you said I have zero experience, I've never been in a situation, of course, I've never seen a problem like that. I'm resisting, but so part of me is saying this is.
Do you check her pulse?
I think with my hand here, but not here.
Under her, but not
Yeah,
her wrist?
correct. Under that.
Do you recall doing
Yes,
it? Do you know whether you felt anything?
I did not.
Do you think you put your hand on her heart and did not feel it?
Yeah, I think in the back of the chest.
Back of her chest. You did not feel a pulse or a heartbeat?
No.
Okay. Do you ever breathe into your mouth, or are you unable to do that?
After tilting back and trying to get the airway as in the best position that I can, I tried a couple of diaphragm pushes just to try to. I'm thinking she's full of water because I've just taken her out of a tub full of water.
Okay.
So I'm thinking it's like at the beach when you're trying to get the water out, and just pushing air into a lung that's full of water isn't going to do anything. I even think that I turned her over and lifted a little bit, thinking gravity somehow I'm going to get something to come out, blood and water to come out.
When you turn her over?
Yes. At that point, I'm thinking she's unconscious and I'm used to her.
Okay. So when you say you did diaphragm pushes, that's similar to a chest compression or different?
Exactly. Chest pushes.
Okay. And you did like that a couple of times and didn't get a desired result. Did you think that happened? It felt like a rib.
It felt like pushing. Instead of getting a rebound back, it didn't, and I was fairly thoughtful about where I thought I was in the perfect spot. That's when
That's when you got a phone call. Which phone did you call from?
Her office line, the landline. So it's right on the table, right behind where it was. I also tried to sit her a little bit. I was just trying to make a good thing.
Okay. So from the moment that you entered the home until you called 911, how much time do you think elapsed with everything you attempted to do?
I've been thinking about that. It took a little bit of time to get her up and out. I had to pull her and turn her a couple of times. And she felt cold. You asked how she felt. She felt cold. I grabbed the we had when we did the bed, we took the mattress cover off to wash it, and it was sitting there, and it's thick, and I took it under her head, and I brushed her face off again, and I started crying.
Okay. How much time do you
I don't think it was 5 minutes. I know it wasn't 5 minutes.
like from the time you entered the home until you called 911, the total elapsed time from the time you walk upstairs, discover her, from the moment you walk in until you call 911?
5 or 6 minutes.
5 to 6 minutes?
It probably seems that long, but it could have been less than that, but I can't imagine.
Okay. You said you called from her phone to get paramedics?
The landline, that's
Okay. So, where was the mattress cover before you put it on the floor?
behind the couch. Next to the couch, we were taking all the bedding off. We weren't sure where into the because we have a small washing machine, and I wasn't very sure how we were going to.
So was the mattress cover off because it had blood on it already from the sex? No.
We did everything. We took she likes to take everything out. We had dogs, and there was some museums built dogs, and she was worried that they were getting into them and everything, so we just stripped it down.
So the mattress cover was on the floor behind the couch?
Between the bed and the couch.
Okay.
It was the closest thing.
What do you do with Shanti? Where is she when you're putting that mattress cover on the floor beside the bed?
I don't move her and then put it there and then move her back. I put that, I think closer to the bed, and I pulled her up onto it. And
where was she?
She was in the middle of the living room, into the kind of at the foot of the bed.
Middle of the living room with her head at the foot of the bed?
So the bed is here. And there's a kind of gap between this and the couch. We're here. And I think her head is here. And I take the thing and put it in, spread it out, and put her on.
Okay, help me out because I'm trying to figure out if by the closet, or by your closet, and by her
desk,
her son's bed.
between the bed and the desk and TV. That's space.
Do you cross up? No? You think you can do that for me?
So there's 2 spots. When I first bring her out.
Yeah, can you kind of draw the route you took?
So this is the couch. Back here.
Where's the bathroom?
This area is the legs of the ladder come down. This is the clearest bathroom. I thought I was trying to get her. When I first walked out, I thought it was going to be there on the couch. And then it didn't. At some point between pulling her from here, trying to get her at this point, and lifting her around the couch, I didn't think it was going to happen. So I pulled her to about here. And her head is here. Her legs are closed.
So where's the television? The television. Okay, so that's.
And then her desk just comes up and just kind of, and it's
So you would just do her in bed. That's the bed.
so I'm here because it's the biggest open area. This is
So can you come from the bathroom down this section?
Yes, and my idea is to put her here, and at some point, when I get over to this point, put her on the couch. I feel like first I'm just trying to get her out of the tub, and then I feel like I have to do CPR, or I have to do something. So that's when I think I want to lay her down on the floor, and so I have her hands. So I pull her, I have her hands, and I'm pulling her this way.
Are you carrying her?
She carried.
Okay,
So I tried to lift her out of this hole, so I ended up using her arms to pull her this way, and then out, and then turned, and then came here.
Does she face up or down when you're having to do this?
She's faced up to get her out of the bathroom door, because that's how I grab her and turn her and pull her this way. But I can't keep going, so I grab her arms, and she goes the other way, and I pull her with her face. Her face is down, but she's moving better because of the way her arms are. Her arms, I'm able to grab onto better. I'm losing her arms the other way.
So when she,
Not that thing.
so when you first get around to try to go into the bathroom, you got her kind of like this.
Yes.
Can you show me, if you don't mind, where you're holding them?
I'm either, and I can't remember exactly, because I think just to get her out, the way her arms were down, I had to grab higher up on her arms.
Okay.
But when I got her out of the tub and onto the floor, I pulled her, I had enough space, and I wasn't reaching over to top trying to pull her, the weight of the water and her all out. And that's when I turned and I grabbed her the other. She's kind of on her back and side at that point, and I grab her and turn her the other way. She's face down, but I can hold on to her arms better and I can move her quickly. And that's when, because it's easier, I try to get her to the spot.
So she's face down and in your hand. Is it fair to say you're dragging her? Or,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're dragging her by her. Is it here? Is it here? Is it here?
Once we're out, that's here because that's the easiest.
Okay.
Because it's
So once she's face down, it's wrists. It's wrists, both wrists.
Yeah.
Okay. So once she's face down, you're dragging her by her wrists, and you drag.
I couldn't get when she was laying in the tub in her bed. Her wrists are down here, but I'm trying to move all of her body just all up here. So grabbing her wrist is just going to pull her to the end of the tub.
Right.
So I had to get under, more like under her armpits, to lift her and pull her out. And I don't know if I grabbed her arms or if I put my hands under her armpits and pull them that way. I don't know for sure.
Okay.
But I just know that pulling her hands didn't work there, but it was a lot easier once we got her to move her that way.
Okay. So when she had to have been drugged from the bathroom exit down the carpet to the couch, and then where do you stop dragging her initially?
Initially, I don't think the scales were here, but initially her head is in this area. It's on the side of her head. This is probably in that area. And then next guess it was here because I thought I was going to put her, on the bed, but that didn't make sense. So I took this and set this here and then pulled her onto.
And where was that item? So the mattress cup is here, you pull it over here, and then you move.
I'm able to literally just grab it and pull it. It's that, I'm right. This seems bigger, but given my how small the space is.
Okay, so then is she face down when she's here or face up?
She's face up, and that's when I start just, that's when I really look at her and start really. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to do CPR, so I'm trying to get her in a space where I can do that. And that's when I started to go through the pulse, neck, chest.
Here or when she's moved? Here in front of the couch.
And when that didn't seem to work, I couldn't get her airway to do anything. And the first couple of presses here just seemed stiff and rigid, and that's when it's sinking in, it's slowly sinking in how stiff she is, and how big, just how cold she is, getting frightened. That's when I grabbed that and put it here. I pull her. I also got a towel which was in the tub, and I wiped her.
There was a towel in the tub?
Yes.
It's soaking wet.
Yes.
Okay. And it was in with her when you found her?
I think it was on the edge of the tub, so half of it was soaking wet and the other half was out.
Okay.
So I grabbed it, and I used the water to, her face was bleeding badly, and I couldn't see what was going on. Okay. I didn't know I didn't know what I should be doing. That's when I got the discovery said they're down and just, it's like I gotta call.
Can you indicate for me TV, desk, bed, Shanti, couch? Is that accurate?
Yeah, I was missing, there's two tables, the nest here. One's just an inch taller than the other one, so it's slightly under.
Okay.
So it's probably something like tall one, big one's probably, partially under that one.
Okay.
And there's a walkway. This is the chase and the sectional.
So you just bring a couch.
Mm-hmm.
So I make sure I understand. Tables, looks like. TV.
So TV items. So the beginning of the desk, I think actually goes with some. So there's a long section of desk.
Okay, so her desk.
Her, she has two monitors, one monitor's here.
Okay.
There's a MacBook and other monitor here, and she has an iMac.
Those are from her work. Okay, this is next same day.
So this one goes, this is a glass IKEA table, metal legs. It goes right up to, there's an inside table, strong. So it makes that here, it's the nice one. You have the headboard in bed. And there's another nightstand.
Okay, so this is bed, nightstand.
And a closet.
And then is this your closet here? Or her son?
Yeah, we share, we share them. We have a little bit of each. This is mostly mine, and that's mostly hers.
Hers and Jackson, she and Jackson share. Okay, are any of your things in the lounge? Like clothing?
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. Yeah. So, yeah.
All right, if you just think. That nightstand and then Shanti was here. So first she's here.
I moved her a couple of times because I guess I kept thinking that, I was trying to revive her, I was trying to bring her up, but she the same thing she was, it's completely the same thing that she was.
When you were out doing, your work in the exterior of the home, did you possess any garden tools to do that?
In the exterior,
Were you in possession of anything like a toothbrush to move over there? Did you have any other tools you were working with?
yeah, I had a hedge cutter, that's what would be handled.
A hedge clipper, where is that?
I believe that it's on the top of the glass shelf on one eye with, some extra scissors and then, there's a heavier duty clipper, hand clipper. That I usually keep together, that's what I use to trace.
Were you using any of those items?
It's using a hedge clipper, the bigger one. Let's try it today. I don't have things,
Were you trimming any hedges?
just the branches of the
Okay.
almost like a
Okay, so you think you used hedge clipper today? What about the scissors?
I don't think so.
Okay. Did you possess a knife while you were working outside the home?
No, we do have one that we use, when we use on Sunday to cut. We do a plant cutting the wood.
What is it?
It's, gray. Like a two-tone spongy handle with a serrated blade.
And where is that?
It got, so that one goes back and forth, between the kitchen sometimes, and, it used to be garden. So, it was washed with some of the dishes from yesterday. I think it's sitting on it was frying, it was near the frying pans and the cooktop. I'll go and see it right there.
Do you have, a knife with an orange handle?
We have a small chef knife that has an orange handle. And then I think I was using that also as well.
To do what?
I think that one was, there's a little side, yard underneath the water heater by the gas, meter that goes around the house. I can't remember exactly what it was, I can't say, but then we have those. I've got two brigades from that area, one to the front driveway and one to the, one to the sidewalk area in the front yard. And I remember using that, but I cut a cabbage palm up and that wasn't strong, so and using that one was probably why I was sitting there.
Sitting where?
It had been, it's probably why it had gotten washed. And that's probably why it was brought back into the house. Normally it would be with my hedge clipper, my scissors, my little clipper. I usually keep those four things together.
So the small chef knife that you're talking about that you were using outside is where now?
I don't recall. It's possible it was left off adjacent to the driveway next to the orange plot of bamboo, which is where I was working with it. I do seem to remember seeing it there. But I honestly don't know.
Is there anything unique about the blade? Is there anything unique about the blade on that knife?
The orange handle one?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Anything different or odd about the blade or its color?
Maybe like an iridescent quality, like gasoline in one, like a, is that what you mean?
Okay. It doesn't, like gasoline and water when it makes that purple color?
Like a color burst, it has that,
It does have that?
Yes, that's the one, that is the one that I was using.
And that's the one you think is possibly adjacent to the driveway?
Yes, because that's where I was using it, and I also remember seeing it there after I was using it.
And what day was that?
I remember seeing it there yesterday.
Monday?
Yes,
And that's where you remember getting it?
that's the last business I might have said it on. I also remember seeing it thinking that's a really poor place to leave a sharp knife and thinking I should pick it up and set it someplace, but I'm not sure if I did that or not. I don't remember seeing it today, but when we walked out that way, it's not the first thing you see. You have to sort of be looking at that in that direction.
Okay, when you feel as though, Shanti, what might have cost her her life? What do you think happened? What do you think is her cause of death?
I think that she did at some point, and I don't know if it was at the point that she went back upstairs around 9:15, or she went back upstairs and did something else, and then decided to take a shower. But I think at some point she decided, I'm going to take a shower, and she stepped in and turned the water on, like she always does, to let it heat up. And that's the point that I think something went wrong. Either she slipped, or she fell, or she blacked out, or something caused her to collapse. Either one foot in the tub reaching to turn it on, the other foot slipping outside, or vice versa. It could have been awkward. It is kind of an awkward decision.
Couldn't she turn the tub on without stepping into it?
Depends on how close she gets to it. She usually pulls a stool out from underneath the little shelf system that we have there, and sits on that in front of the mirror designated. There's also a waste basket there, and there's also a shower room there. So is it possible? Yes, it is possible.
She could turn water on without stepping into it?
Sure.
Okay. Or was the shower curtain closed when you got there or open?
Excuse me. It was open.
Okay. Over to the right or to the left?
Left.
To the left? Okay.
And she also has a razor and Interrogation products and shampoos and hair colors and all that stuff on that shelf. It's on the other side of the tub.
Which means
That's another reason to reach, I guess, to reach in or to step in.
because those items are
she may have either wanted one or wanted to use something while she was in the shower, or wanted to grab the sponge that she has that's usually down below.
So you think she stepped in to turn the water on and reach for something and turn the water on, I would assume, once it was on. So you think she stepped in to turn the water on, slipped?
I'm not sure if she stepped in or not, but either way, it's not her position if you just had surgery in your abdomen and you're not at full strength and you've been feeling nauseous and you just had the heaviest period of your life for the last 7 or 8 days. Right, leaving anything in. I guess those are the things that make me feel like she hasn't been as sure-footed or as quite as coordinated as she would normally be.
So you think when she slipped, what would have happened to her physically? When she slipped, how would the injuries have been caused?
She would have had to struggle. If she was outside the tub, on the edge of the tub, it was by a wall, or the tub was flat.
What would have caused this significant laceration that you described on her cheek? What do you think would have caused the significant injuries and to her eye?
I don't know.
The one that you said was pretty small and sure.
It would have to have been falling directly on it without breaking your phone.
Falling directly on it without breaking your phone. When was the last time that you were arguing?
Very briefly on Saturday before we left to go to Max and Dobbins.
Okay, and what was that about?
We had a very minor disagreement all the time. We were vaping, and if I was ready to go,
Okay.
I directed him.
Was Jackson home at that time?
He was there for the whole
thing. Has Jackson ever thought you guys argued about the renovation and the timetable of getting that finished? Would he feel that you guys have argued about that on occasion? About the time it's taking to get it done?
Sure, and not so much the time, but just the choices. So choosing to take a hiatus or not, making a decision on a feature. So we're both, we both have things that we've done, changing the scope, significantly going from a much simpler, smaller renovation to cutting the whole house. We were presented with it as a concern on the part of the contractors on the amount of deterioration of the structure. And our whole goal was to maximize the upstairs floor space. So the upstairs floor was very weighty, and the point of contention probably was, do we tear all of that out and put in new structure and trusses so we have a perfectly flat floor and a perfectly flat ceiling? Or do we try to move those floor trusses that are there around and cut them and join them to the new structure? That's what we were going to do. And that's when we hired Keith. That's one of the reasons why we hired him, is that he was a strong believer in keeping as much of the old part of the house as possible. But it just turned out to not be feasible. It's not, it wasn't really a good suggestion. It caused a lot of re-engineering and redesign on the part of our designer and engineers. And at the same point, we're all in agreement that it was the only way to get the end product that we want and to be able to talk about the stairs that we're talking about.
So who's the engineer?
We were working with Patrick Ciazza. C-I-A-Z-Z-A.
He's the civil engineer?
He's a designer who has an engineer in his shop, and his role is creating structural buildable plans that are submittable to the city. And we need an engineer and his engineer to do that. But he also does the two-dimensional floor planning. And his idea is the idea that we ultimately ended up doing, but we didn't take the straight path there because he wanted to do something slightly different, and then our builder wanted to do it differently. Steve Morris.
Steve Morris. What's the name of his business?
What?
What's the name of his business?
L&S Precision. And I think that stands for Larry and Steve. It might be Precision Carpentry, it might be Precision. But that's the name.
Okay, so if Jackson felt like you two argue about the house routinely, is that accurate or not?
I don't think most of the time that we're arguing about it. I can understand that might be his perception, but I don't think it's an argument if we're both, if Shanti and I are both on the same page and we're both just in agreement and upset reasonably and justifiably upset that it's taking longer. Shanti and I aren't fighting about it. We're both upset about the same thing.
Does she feel as though you don't listen to her?
No, I don't think so. She does.
That if you would do it her way, things would go smoothly? No. So you say last argument on Saturday about you getting ready to go to Max's house, when you're going to leave, etc. Has any fight ever turned physical between the two?
No.
Okay. Has she ever hurt you, hit you, struck you, threw anything at you?
No.
No. Have you ever harmed her physically?
No.
Choked her?
No.
Strangled her?
No.
No. Have you ever strangled her or choked her during sex just for having an orgasm? Some couples do that?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Okay. Was there ever anything around her neck that you noticed during you were moving her from the tub or attempting CPR? Was there anything around her neck at all?
No.
Okay.
The neck was.
Nothing. Okay. Did you ever, in your assessment of her or attempt to help, have your hand on her neck at all?
Sure. Underneath, behind her.
Behind her head?
Like that.
To do that head tilt chin left?
Sure. And then also, sort of feel the pulse in the chin.
Okay. Did you ever have your hand on her neck where you would have had to squeeze it for an instant?
Possibly when I was trying to pull her out of the tub.
Tell me what happened.
As I was trying to turn her over, I might have my hand under her arm or on the side of her head to try to turn her like that.
She would have been, as we know now, deceased at that point.
Yes.
Okay. So prior to her being deceased, do you reason to have your hands around her throat.
Yeah, absolutely,
That's not
absolutely.
okay. What do you think caused, or what do you think the injury is to her eye? The discoloration in the swing.
I don't know. I don't know. I thought that she struck her that side of her face because it seemed that she had the cut here and that was underneath the eye. It seemed like whatever it was, where she fell or whatever she hit, that probably happened at the same time.
The cut in the eye injury? No. Do you think there's any sort of significant injury that to her eye itself or to the bones around her eye at all?
I don't have any reason to concern.
Were you ever able to see the whites of her eyes on either eye?
This time was the left eye was closed, as I said.
Okay.
And I believe that the other eye was closed too.
You believe her right eye was closed too?
Yeah.
Did you have some questions? Just some clarity on a couple of things. I'll let her go back and we'll go
I'm so sorry. I've been trying to focus and I feel like I'm going.
All right. So she was asking you about whose idea it was to rip the floor out, and you kind of ended up talking about the contractor. So, were you both in agreement with having to take it out, or was it more like one person's idea than the other?
It was the contractor's idea, and it was the designer's idea originally. And neither one of us wanted to have to do it. Both of us wanted to keep it, and that's probably why we hired Keith. He really, as I said, was such a strong advocate for keeping as much as getting the result that we wanted, and keeping as much of the structure in his words to not further compromise the structure by taking more and more of it out. It's not, I don't think it's fair to say that either one of us thought you could get the result that we wanted and not do that. And I don't think it's fair to say that either one of us are happy about that. Both of us were upset, but we also both wanted that end board. Both wanted that result.
And who contacted Keith? Or how did you come in contact with him?
So Keith had just gotten an award for doing a house at the end of our street. It's close to Orange. It's not the last one. I think it's the second to last house on Orange, on the lake. Very pretty house. But the first time I heard his name was a friend of ours named, an acquaintance of ours who lives a couple of our friends. Her name is Kenzie. Kenzie might be short for Kenzie, I'm not sure. And he did their house as a flip. We were there once, 2.5 or 3 years ago, and we just had the conversation of, Keith did our house, you should call him, and that was the first time I heard his name.
Was she happy about hiring Keith?
Very, very. She thought that he had done a great job for the value.
But in the end, after you hired him and went through that process with him, you ended up having to.
You're talking about Kenzie or you're talking about
After you hired Keith, right? You hired Keith because Keith wanted to keep the house with as much of this integrity.
Sure.
There.
So as Keith's plan, the reality of Keith's plan, which was there's no way we can keep this and have the flat floors and flat ceilings that she really, really required. I mean, that was just part of this very modern internal design that she was looking for. There's nothing, there was no other way to do it. And we've been told a couple of times, and we had to be told again. Our option was to, either take that down and completely redo it, or spend more time just to try to keep these certain boards. And it just, if there was no cost savings to it, there was no benefit to it. It was wrong. And we just had to eat it. We just had to accept it.
And when you say eat it, are you talking like financially eat it?
Not so much, just the time that we had spent pursuing that goal. We went down that path one more time. Got to that point where Steve had said originally, let's try to do that, redraw the plan so that it's with that. And then when these people got there and got on the ground, there's no way it's gonna work. You don't have enough
So another setback.
time to take it. Yes and no, they also came up with a better solution, which just turned out to be the solution that we weren't ready for when we heard the first time. But, I mean, I really don't feel like we were at odds, because there wasn't another one. You know, we did talk several times about buying another house, buying a house next door that was for sale. And we had certainly looked at lots of other houses in the neighborhood as alternatives, but then when we really got down to it, we didn't want to spend the money for, 9 months to 6 months of time. It just wasn't worth it, and that would be the rental, and we depend on a place we really actually want to live in, instead of this house, so we can pursue the dream house.
You mentioned, that there was a towel in the bath that was soaking wet next to her. Do you remember the color of the towel?
It's bright orange or like golden.
Okay. And where's the towel now?
It was under her neck.
Uh,
There was blood in her face.
And you said that the park that you went to with the dogs was Park of America. That's the one right there by the big 408 tall building.
But it's all buildings and government.
Okay. Right down the street from OPD. Yeah.
From
all of our facilities right back there.
Oh, I didn't know. I have, now that you say that, I have seen the signs.
Okay. Okay. And yesterday was really, what did you say you were doing yesterday? Was it pouring rain?
So it started pouring, we were watching TV, and it started
That's
pouring.
racist.
We took class, we put some viewers.
And you left your phone
Let's go ahead and take another short recess.
on top of your Dell computer?
Correct.
You can follow the deputy out. Probably about 5 to 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Be in recess until 2:55. And you may proceed.
State's publishing Exhibit 85 still?
Okay.
On that side, sometimes my assumption.
In downstairs by the dogs?
Correct.
Okay. Cool. Okay. When you first entered the house to go upstairs, was that door closed?
Yes.
Was it locked? Is that unusual?
Yeah, we almost don't know. The door must be locked. Even that for actually some period of time.
Before you lock that door to the residence?
Yeah.
When you go to sleep at night, it's locked?
To the main house or to the back?
To the residence that you entered, the garage apartment that you entered.
We always, because it's behind that gate, we almost never, the only door that is usually approached by anybody from the front is that door just a little past the dumpster.
Okay.
So we almost always keep that locked unless we're working and we know people.
The door past the dumpster, that's where that UPS or postal service dropped that package?
I didn't know there was a package there. Normally, there's our mailbox is right there. And there's two things. Sometimes they'll flip it over the fence. If it's not a regular carrier and they can't get to the door, they'll flip it over the fence on the front sidewalk. Most of the time, it would be on the side.
Not on this side, right?
Correct.
You did not observe anyone showing up with that package
I did not.
while you were out working?
I did not.
Okay. The blood in the bathroom you mentioned was in the tub. Where else in the bathroom did you notice blood?
On the edge of the tub.
Which edge?
On the shelf. As I pushed it looked like there was some on that rug, not a lot, but some on, there's normally a rug that's in front of the tub itself, and pushed that back towards the shelf, and I grabbed her.
Was there any blood on the tile wall?
I don't know, I didn't see anything. I didn't spend any time.
Okay. Did you notice blood anywhere else in the bathroom?
Did not.
Okay.
I did not ever see anything.
So she was bleeding when you removed her from the tub and you're dragging her face down. Is there blood on the carpet in any areas that you're thinking?
Oh, I know there's blood, and that's first of all where I was wiped her face because it kept coming off, and there's blood in the back and the side.
You're pointing to what, the right side of your head?
I'm looking down at her, so with that her left side, or essentially at her, the same side would be blood and the other cut, or so, yeah, I'm not.
Your left?
Correct.
So you're saying there's blood behind the left side of her head? In this area? Like where her hair is?
Correct. Correct, because the towel, because I was working it off of her, the towel she was soaking, the towel was soaking, there's blood coming off of her at that point.
How much hair did you observe?
I saw 2 glimpses in the tub, but
Floating around the water or where?
After, as I pulled her out, so yes, they were floating around in water, but when her head was down, her hair was pretty much covering the whole front. That's how it was just in the water.
And where, like, her hair is missing, or what do you mean?
I just mean from up
that's significant amount or no? Like it's been removed from her head, like pulled over again?
She, normally when you get in the shower after she's had a shower, there's a clump of, I don't know exactly how much, but enough to fix itself to the drain and require after 2 or 3 times to pull it out. We've had to clean the drain. I've probably cleaned the drain in the sink and tub 2 or 3 times since we got there because our hair cleans. So she sheds, she seems to shed.
Her injuries to me, David, seem really significant. More significant than from a soft tissue fall. More significant than from me tripping and falling and hitting my head in accident. Not only are they more significant than a fall, but they're inconsistent with a fall. It's just not accurate. Okay. Shanti did not fall and get those injuries. Without question. Okay. They're much more significant than that. And it's inconsistent with her injuries, hitting and shredding them. That is just inaccurate. Okay. Her injuries are very severe. Okay, so the trouble I'm having with your story is you're there, first of all, you're not really sharing the same residence. You're kind of living downstairs, she's living upstairs with her son. But her son's not there. So even when her son's not there, you're still not sleeping together, you're not in the same residence. So
during the day.
Spend a lot of time apart, it seems, a little bit. But then conveniently you're away for a while and you come back and you find her like this. And you've had some pretty answers for just about everything we talked about. Consistent, elaborate, detailed answers for everything we talked about. The issue I'm having with is I absolutely think that she was deceased before you left to go to the park. And I think whatever happened to her happened before you went to the park. Okay. Do you know how long it takes someone to get stiff? Okay, I do. Do you know how long it takes for blood to pool when you die?
Yeah.
I do. We're also very well trained in what injuries look like pre-mortem, and post-mortem. Okay? So her body's not lying to us, and neither are her injuries. Okay? So I think that you've told us a significant amount of information. You've been very cooperative, but I also think that you've left some stuff out. I think you've left some stuff out that is maybe something got out of hand, maybe you didn't mean for it to happen, maybe you got upset, maybe, but there's something that happened between the two of you before you left that house. She was deceased, or on her way to being deceased, before you left that house. And she'd been deceased while you were gone. And when you came back and found her, it's pretty evident that she was deceased.
Yeah.
Cold, stiff,
Yeah.
significant swelling,
Yeah.
and a lot of blood.
Great.
Okay? So whatever happened between 7 and 9:30 and 9:45 is where I need you to be significantly more honest. Now, if there's an explanation, I want to hear it.
I told you Everything.
But you've left out something, David, because this woman has significant injuries. And this is not from a fall. So I need you to explain to me and to Captain McClung what happened this morning before you left to take it all.
It was exactly as I said. It wasn't, I had much one thing.
Okay. Did you two argue?
No, absolutely not.
Did you fight?
Absolutely not.
Did you harm Shanti in any way?
Absolutely not.
Did you choke her?
Absolutely not.
Did you strangle her?
Without question, no.
Did you beat her?
No.
Did you hit her with anything?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Do you have injuries?
I do not.
Anywhere? Did they photograph you, I assume?
They did.
Okay. Do you know if they photographed your chest or with or without clothes, or both?
Big photographs, with clothes.
Do you have any injuries that, in my mind, as an investigator, what I would consider someone fighting for their life?
No.
Someone trying to harm you to save their own life?
Absolutely not.
Would you mind showing me your chest and back?
Sure.
I don't need to see anything else, just your chest, back, and arms.
Sure.
Let me feel the wind. I don't know if you have pants on or not. Okay. You just pull that for me. You can take them all the way off your shoulder. Were you scratched in this process? Were you scratched at all?
No, that's good.
Not today? Has she scratched you in the past?
She has never scratched me.
She's never scratched you. What do you mean not today?
Scratched in the process, I mean.
In the process of anything that happened between the two of you, were you scratched?
Absolutely.
Okay. She hasn't scratched you in the past, that's what you're saying. She's never scratched. I don't know what you know. Okay. So I'm just gonna walk around.
Sure.
Okay. You see that? Can we go?
Sure.
What am I seeing in your source?
So I have some type of food allergy. We're not exactly sure what
food
it is, but I do have allergic reactions that are
Are these
ulcerative
large
rupture.
bites? No, I mean from like an insect or an animal or.
So the large one is just an ulcer. It's like a rupture.
Here?
That one, it's been there for a couple of weeks.
And what's that from?
That is from some type of detoxification or allergic reaction. We're not entirely sure. It was swollen beyond that, and it's just been slowly draining.
Okay, just look at arm like that.
Sure.
Straighten the fingers back here. And then follow from this amazing up. Thank you. Okay. Did anyone touch you here today?
No.
Grab you?
No.
Here in this area, did she grab your arm?
No.
Can you scoot your chair over just a bit, just like that? There's just too much shadow. And then just keep on. Thank you. You got your head just attached? Okay. Now you can relax your head. Okay, and then just put your arms straight in front of you. Perfect. I know this is probably, if someone's ever done this, but I haven't, so.
I do have some scripts and bites and
Do
some.
you have this skin disorder? Or just that allergy?
Mainly the allergies, but it is hand season, and I do have some bites from that.
Not, they're not flea bites,
I don't know. I actually don't know. But I do have some scratches from one of the hands, from the moving daily.
Okay.
I could trimming with some.
Alright, and then there's both? Okay. Okay, and then next. All right, you're satisfied, Barbara? Go ahead and you address.
I can assure you there's nothing, about that house or, and the business events that we have, so minor, do we get irritated with each other, or we look busy for us? Or sometimes it was very short.
And sometimes people who have never, ever hung a flag and have frustrated problems, just snap, things happen. Things happen, especially between couples. It's not, doesn't make you a bad guy, it doesn't make you an animal, it doesn't make you a monster. It just makes you human. These things sometimes happen, where things get out of control, and people get physical with one another. Someone aggresses them, calls them a name, does something, and you just lose it. And it's not like you had any intention, maybe you lost your mind, you got
Like I really went into all of the things, all of the adversity that we had gone through, just to let you know that we really had reached between the surgery and we got to the point where we looked at it as we were extremely happy that we had taken that break to stop and look at what we were doing. And we actually both felt like we were getting a better result.
What are you talking about? What break are you talking about?
When she had her surgery, a week after that, we ran out of things for them to do. We had kind of reached the point where we needed to take 2 or 3 weeks, regroup, replan, because they didn't have full days at that point. And so we got the plan back together, and we had more of the work lined up for them. Keith was part of that, and being on the show was a huge part of that. We did feel like up until we got that final assurance that we had stopped, and we weren't sure that that was going to come back. But does that look to a child like his parents aren't getting along? Of course it does.
Because he's young.
Well, because we're upset. And we want things to be different than they are, but we came to a point where we were so relieved that we actually felt like we had made the right decision and the result that we were getting. And we would not have had that result otherwise. And the idea that we were at odds with each other about the direction of the renovation is just simply
We're just not getting along about the timetable and the significance of how long this is taking you guys. I mean, I can't imagine how stressful it must have been. You know, not living in the home you want to live in, and it's taking 2+ years, 3 years.
But as I said, we didn't really take the main house offline until a year and a half ago. We had all of that space at our disposal. It was a joint decision to go to that depth. We weren't happy that we felt like it wasn't at our control, and we didn't want to do it. We didn't want to get everything that we still wanted to do for the budget, but every time we scaled back, we got more and more of what we wanted. I'm sick to death about what happened, but nothing happened today because there was no animosity between us whatsoever.
Are you saying that you did not harm
I am.
her? So my interpretation of the schedule for the morning is she plans on, you think, going to the dentist, you plan on telling her you're going to go to the park with the dogs. So that tells me that neither of you expected anyone to be at the home. She was going to be gone to the dentist, you were going to go with the dogs. That tells me no one expected anyone to come there for any reason. Is that accurate?
Yes, absolutely.
So, is she having any sort of beef with anyone else? Any problems?
No.
Okay. Anyone that would want to do her harm?
No.
Okay. So my suggestion to you that there could be a plausible explanation for this, or whatever happened between the two of you. You're saying still nothing happened between the two of you.
Absolutely not.
Right, and you understand why we asked these questions today?
I do, and I hope you appreciate there's a complete openness. I have no defense.
I don't think that you, I mean, I think you're trying to do everything you can now.
To the degree that I was happy to go through the issues that we've had. I was happy to lay those out there. It's not, no relationship is perfect.
Where's your wedding ring?
Pardon me?
Where's your wedding ring?
Mine? Right here.
And why is it on that hand? I'm curious.
After we both scaled back, we both lost a significant amount of weight, and in the pool, it was slipped off of this.
In the pool, it slips off your finger?
I mean, completely off the finger, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's barely on this one.
Wow.
So either I need to resize, or I need to gain a couple of pounds back to get to where I was when I originally started.
I didn't know if that was your wedding or not.
It is. My home.
It's just loose. Okay. And what does she wear?
She has the wedding band that we.
She has a wedding band on her left hand?
Correct.
She had any other jewelry on that you remember?
Earrings.
She had earrings? What did they look like?
Diamonds. Sparkly, small studs.
Small studs? Does she wear a necklace?
Not very often. Not since the surgery. She's been wearing almost nothing other than a ring. We did get, she lost a diamond ship that her ring got replaced 5-6 weeks ago, something like that.
So today she had on her wedding ring, is it a diamond and a band? Is it two rings?
Correct.
Okay, so she's got two rings on her left hand, she's got her stud diamond earrings and any other jewelry?
I don't think so.
Okay, where is her purse and
It's the white and black striped. It's a large bag. It's on the entertainment center towards the stairs. That's the first thing you see. On the level.
I'm going to take you on two questions before we break. You mentioned that she separated and divorced James due to an affair. Right? Was that affair with you?
No. It was before it was well before we met. And it was while they were still together, living in, it's not Appalachia, but it's close to Appalachia.
She ever tell you anything more about that affair?
She did. She came completely clean about it. She just felt like she wasn't
she said who it was with?
Valued at home, and it was a colleague, somebody that she
Who was with?
in Houston.
In Houston?
Correct.
So it was while she was traveling?
Correct.
Did you get a name?
It's also Jim, and it would take me a second, but I can.
Is that someone who lived in Texas or they were back in here?
He lived in Texas. He worked for the company that she was consulting for. There, so they were not co-workers, but they were working together.
We were trying to she did something. She still communicate with him well?
I think they're on Facebook together, but I don't think it's anything more than happy anniversary or, it's just the cordial stuff.
Was it a long standing? Spare.
I think so. She said it out. She said it was just a few times on the road. But she felt like it was, that the marriage was so bad. You know, she felt like it was, she really felt like he was making her life. Well, you know, when you had her up there, she felt.
Would you suspect that there was anything going on with her now? And what about with you?
No.
You had any girlfriends or you still on them?
No, definitely not.
Did she ever explain anything to you about anything physical happening to her and her child's father? The child's father. That's in time.
Yeah.
Like what?
Like when she was pregnant, he slammed her arm in the truck door and dragged her. A bit, you know, it's an exaggeration or not. Seems like it was more just, you know, more just of a concern.
Did she report it?
I doubt it. She didn't, I mean, she didn't say it, she said she refused to.
She seemed like she had a different personality that would stand for that. From somebody? I mean, what kind of personality did Shanti have? She kind of mild-mannered or strong-willed or someone?
I think that's how she made her decisions. I think that's when she made the decision that she did want to get divorced, but that she wanted to get, as I said, she was terrified of being stuck out there. She was at the end of their tenure up there, while they were losing their house. She says they were both using a lot of drugs. She says they were both drinking excessively. She never wanted to have, I mean, I could speak, she never wanted to have a child with him. And when they did, when she did get pregnant, she would obviously never give it up, but she didn't want to be stuck up there with no job opportunities and being that far from a regional airport. She just didn't want to do it. So that was her, you know, but I think that she said it's, you know, the cold, you know, part of it was what really turned her to look someplace else, is that he was cold and he didn't want her.
What kind of drugs was she doing?
So Shanti did have according to her, not since we've been together, but she had very significant cocaine habit. And they lived in South Florida. They lived in, let's say, Margate. I'm not super familiar with that, but it's not that far from a lot of it anyway. She was working at home, and I don't know how that intertwined, but basically she just would have to work more and do more and be more productive. That just tuned her out of her relationship, and then he tuned out. And I mean, we've
How many times have you seen her do cocaine?
never seen her.
Any other drugs? Pills?
And she does a lot of natural stuff. She's a Christina. She and I both take caffeine pills instead of drinking coffee, but not in any kind of excess.
Was the Garcinia how she lost the weight, or was it from the surgery?
The surgery, she was just holding, she's taken Garcinia for years, so her weight was.
What sort of size, height, and weight?
I think she's just like 5'8", 5'7" or so. And I think she went from 150 plus to probably, so she was 155 to 150 before, something like that. She's probably 135. Maybe low 140s, right? And I'm not sure where.
Okay, so she lost about 10 to 15.
Yeah.
And how long here we won't go to the
The first month of the, after the appendectomy was the, not eating, not drinking any wine, no empty calories at all. So I would say most of it was probably in that time frame. But she's been, she has been saying, close to some of that. She's not lost that, she lost a size or two.
Did she have any injuries prior to you finding her today in the last 7 days? Any cuts, bruises, anything at all that you remember prior to this incident?
And I've had a, obviously had the worst day of my life. I'm trying to think of, no, I can't.
Nothing, she was perfectly fine.
And your stomach was killing her every day of the week, almost all day long.
As far as injury,
Apologies.
It was well before we met, and it was while they were still together, living 7 or so. Yeah.
and the child's father. The child's father. That's in fine.
Yeah.
Like what?
Like when she was pregnant.
10 to 15.
Yeah.
And how long here we won't go to the 18.
The first month of the, after the appendectomy was the, not eating, not drinking any wine, no empty calories at all. So I would say most of it was probably in that time frame. But she's been, she has been saying, close to some of that. She's not lost that, she lost a size or two.
Did she have any injuries prior to you finding her today in the last 7 days? Any abrasions, any cuts, bruises, anything at all that you remember prior to this incident?
And I've had a, obviously had the worst day of my life. I'm trying to think of, no, I can't.
Nothing, she was perfectly fine.
And your stomach was killing her every day of the week, almost all day long.
As far as injuries, nothing. Nothing? Okay. All right, well, do you have anything else? We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna have to direct you to the restrooms and we'll bring you back. I'm gonna get you another water, and you have more factors here, and I'll go into trash. I'm not sure that's gonna get. Hi. You okay?
Yeah, just.
Did you sleep about?
Yeah.
someone's gotta be exhausted. Or at least mentally, yeah. Detective Clark just wanted to go over some of the points. I know I had more an opportunity to ask questions, and she had clear up some things with her. Yeah, so what's 219? A couple of points I just want you to go back over, okay? So when you decided to go upstairs today to find out what time you guys were gonna pick up, or you or her were gonna go pick up, her son, when you first heard the water, where were you? Do you remember?
Is fairly close to the bathroom, restroom, like the other way, and I could hear water running.
Okay, and when you got to the landing, there was a chair that was in the middle of the landing. Why was that chair in the middle of the landing?
Use the chair to open the window, and the blinds have two sets of blinds have a stair, string on them.
Right.
And the blinds are all the way down. The string is too high for Shanti to grab it. I don't think I can grab it without paying something, so we just left it there.
So but it's about literally in the middle of the landing. Like, so you walk around it, like it's not against the wall, it's not out of the way. Was literally when the officers got there, in the middle of the landing.
Normally I would put up against the window. So we would have the back of it. I did, but it's been like that since, I don't know if Sam moved it on Thursday or if somebody else moved it on Friday or Saturday. It's been like that.
So literally just every time you go down the stairs, like you have to make a point to walk around the chair to get down the stairs. Nobody would move it to the side. It just doesn't seem like.
So normally the stairs are, I understand, totally, I understand, this is, if you're coming down, normally we cut between like that. I don't know why this moves over further. Normally we carry the tray up, carry the dinner up in our tray. I carried it up last night, and I didn't have to lift up above it, to get past it. I just hadn't moved it.
So when was the window open, where somebody would have to move the chair, so the chair's in the middle so that you can reach the cord, or you move it off to the side to reach?
She's normally in the bathroom.
Okay, and that's where it was when later on, when the officers first got there, it was like literally, they said in the middle of the landing, like they had to move it to get up the stairs.
I don't think, and I've never had to walk like on that side of it to get around it. I've always walked in front of it and then past it. I've never had to be in a position where it's like that.
Okay, so you don't recall it being in that position today?
We have to say the middle, I'd have to see a picture of it. Normally, like I say, it's either closer to the wall under the window, or it's closer to the wall where the vent, the return vent for the air conditioner is. I do remember putting my shoes that were wet last night on in front of that vent. And then also on sitting on top of this little public air shelves. I'm sorry, I'm exhausted. But like I said, normally it's over, it's close to the first wall or close to the second wall. I personally never put it in the middle.
And how did your sheet get wet last night? Your shoes get wet last night. You said they got wet last night, and that's why you had to come up against the.
I did, not during the first downpour, not during the second downpour, somewhere in between there. I just went out to see if everything's closed up, all the windows were closed within the house, and started raining again. And it was wet everywhere. So I took the garbage out, probably 9:30, 10 o'clock. It was pretty late, and it was in between one of the downpours.
Okay, so to check the windows.
I walked inside the house.
To check the windows to see if they're closed, can't you go in the house to see if they're closed? You have to go outside?
The house is dark on the inside, so it's easier to see.
It's dark outside too, at 9:30 at night in the rainstorm.
Right, we have a lot of stuff that's not being washed. I'm sorry, I'm not being.
Oh, no, and I'm just trying to understand, like, to me, it's pouring rain, I'm not gonna go outside and close the windows.
But it wasn't, like I said, it was in between those downpours, so the ground was extremely wet. It did start to rain while I was out again, but I did do a perimeter around the house to make sure that nothing, whether it's the lawnmower or it's a car window or it's a house window or whatever else, it's just what I do. There's a cover, we have a plastic cover that goes with the washing, plastic cover that goes with the dryer ones.
Okay, and what kind of shoes were those?
Blue, Asians, so straight down.
Okay, and those are against the air vent?
That's right, on the application.
What are the shoes you said that you leaned against?
Those are the Asians. Those are darker.
Which are the shoes that were red that you wore outside?
Softens, the Asians, those are the wet. But I also wore the other ones, and they were sitting in one when it started to rain. So they also have it, but I didn't wear them.
So the black sneakers that are leaning up against the air vent return on the landing next to where the chair was, why were those shoes there?
They were sitting on while it was raining on the edge of it. I had taken them on while I was outside earlier in the day. They were undercover, but it rained and it was windy.
The landing, right there, you could hear the water on, and you called out to her.
Very I didn't hear anything. I heard the water running. Usually, if she's in the bathroom and the water's on, she can't hear me.
Okay.
You can't hear somebody when you're up there and the water's on normally.
Okay. So that didn't seem unusual to you.
Well, like I said earlier, it did seem unusual at that time of the day because normally that's not going to see your ocean.
Okay. So you get upstairs, you come around the stairwell, up the stairs and then into the living space. And what do you see?
I don't see anything unusual until I get.
Was her computer on? Does it look like she'd just been working? Was the computer screens on?
The iMac wasn't on the screen, so it might have been on the other one, but it wasn't open to anything.
But do you remember seeing the screensaver on, or do you not know at all, or do you think do you remember seeing them be black and thinking, gee, she wasn't working?
Yeah, I think it was definitely black.
Okay.
And she just used both, so that means she wasn't working, but she's not at the desk. And one of the computers isn't on, so it's not just asleep, but with a spreadsheet or emails and commitments, TV wasn't on. It wasn't.
Okay. So you go in the bathroom, because you hear the water running, and describe for me, because I'm trying to write and listen at the same time, and I just want to make sure I understand it right. And I know you said it a couple times, and I'm sorry to make you say it again. I know it's difficult for you, but I just want to make sure that I have a clear picture of this. You walk into the bathroom, and what's the first part of her that you can see? Her back and the back of her legs? Or the back of her legs?
She's facing the other way, so I'm seeing the back of her legs, behind, her back, and the back of her head.
And how much of that is all of it in the tub? Is she, I mean, describe for me if you could, is it from her waist up that's in the tub? Is it, because when I thought I
Just a
heard,
little bit, just a little bit of her. So she's like, I'm sorry about that, her right leg is on this side, and that's kind of going that way. And her left leg is this direction, but kind of, but up and maybe hanging a little bit to the edge.
so her right leg's then gonna be completely in the tub?
Just not under one, because she's lying on her side, so this, I'm not sure I'm saying it correctly, so her lower side is her butt, that's down, but at the knee is bent, and it's coming up at an angle in this direction. Her right is the top leg. It's a little bit further out of the water. It's going back towards the corner of his head.
And you have a standard size tub, right? Which is normally like, what, a six foot tub, or how do you do that?
I'm only aware of that.
Yeah, I mean,
That's 60, I don't think.
it's not a big tub.
I don't think
Is
it's
she that tall?
It's not 72.
She's 5'7"?
Correct.
So,
If you don't fit in, so that's, you would be impossible to fit completely flat into these.
right.
And then over, 5, because I don't think it's more, I'm guessing, or I would say plus or minus, it's around 60.
So you reach to get her, correct? And when you reach to get her, you said the water was full, right? Almost overflowing, but not.
Plus you just have that, it's kind of
Right.
not the top edge, but it's and it was actually, they looked up, it was a little bit below that, and I don't know if it was after I moved. Interesting. Or just displacement of that, or splashing water on the floor. But yeah, that was the problem.
So when you first reached to help her, what part of her are you touching?
Your right shoulder, which is the one that's standing furthest out of the water. Her left side is heading back towards it.
Okay.
I'm trying to see this.
And you're doing it with both hands, so like if.
Not at first, but I couldn't, without using both hands.
So this is the edge of, this is the tub, this is the edge of the tub, this is the back wall. And this is a person. Kind of like this.
And obviously it's all the proportion.
Right.
You know, one of her torso all in.
This is her, say this is her whole body. This is her whole body. She's.
And this is at her head is.
Okay. Toward the wall. Toward the wall.
Yeah, the close one, right, between these two child walls.
Got it. And the faucet's here.
Yeah.
And the water's on.
Yeah.
And so now you find you going this way, yes?
Yes.
So if the water is at that level of the overflow drain, you're reaching into the water, or describe that to me?
You got the top first to kind of pull it close to the chair. But I couldn't lift her. And once I mean, with it, this all happened so quickly, seconds. So certainly that's the first, that's the last like coherent like thing that I had to really think about at that. After that, I just see her and I'm just trying to pull her out.
When you say trying, you're trying, but you couldn't.
I tried.
So how did you get her out? If you couldn't lift her?
I had to pull her, and I believe that one hand was underneath probably her armpit, basically. So I'm pushing it. One hand over there, and the other hand is going from the other side. And I don't know if it was under her neck or if it was all the way under her arm. Once I got her a little bit closer to me, because she's over on the other side. So once I got her a little bit closer, then I tried to get underneath the boat and lift her up and out.
You tried to, but you couldn't lift her. So did you just pull her out of the tub?
Yes.
Okay.
I had to.
So and as you did that, I imagine that water, everything comes splashing out of the tub. Right? I mean, if it's that high. Okay, so now she's on the floor in the bathroom and facing away from you with her feet towards the door. Or did she completely flip her over?
So I didn't let go of her at that point. I pulled her towards me, and so part of her body came up out of the tub, and her legs were still hanging.
Okay.
And then as I turned, I'm taking her head this direction, and her feet come out. When I got out to the edge, or just into the other rooms or border carpet, changes color. I set her head down because I was losing my breath, and I couldn't keep carrying her that way. So I sort of stepped out of the bathroom around her, and I reached down and I got underneath and I pulled again. And this time,
you got down how?
I got underneath her, and her head is down, and I started pulling her between the banister and the couch to get her to be open.
Okay, and she's face up at this point. Or she's face down.
You may.
And we have a sidebar.
Break, just a 5-minute stretching break if you'll follow the deputy out.
I always wonder if that is the son of the victim.
We'll be in recess until 4:55.
A short recess. Okay, let's see if there's anything new in the news while I was gone. Happy to report that the phlebotomist was very good. It was not nearly as bad as I feared it would be, so let's see. Not seeing any real headlines. Let's take a look at let's see, we looked at AP news headlines last time. Let's look at ones on the BBC for the point of view from the other side of the pond. It says Ukraine uses U.S. long-range missiles for the first time. Says 500 people dead when there was a strike on a hospital. According to advisor to the Israeli Prime Minister, the indications are the strike was not Israeli, so you have both sides pointing fingers. Sounds about right. There was a news story a few hours ago. An exonerated man was shot and killed in a traffic stop. Says he spent over 16 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit, according to what the judge found. Don't you just love? Oh dear. So, aside from the Gaza situation, not really that much.
Which states 85.
At that point, she's face down because she must have been on, when I pulled her out, she wasn't laying flat. And when I went to grab her again, I don't know if it's because of where her arms were or where I was, but I grabbed her from the other direction and pulled her and her face was down. And I got all the way like that to the middle of what I would call the living space, where I said we stopped, where we drew the picture.
Right, all right.
I can't tell you exactly why it was easier to sort of get a hold of it. I also remember it just being she was flat, and
Would you agree that it seems like it would be easier if you have to drag somebody, to drag them face up? Because you can put your arms underneath them and you can pull to drag them, as opposed to somebody face down because their arms are gonna want to go forward, trying.
I think it's because she wasn't flat. She was and it was hard to do it. It was hard to hold her up.
Does it seem like don't you think though it would be the opposite of that? Would you agree? Like you think if you're gonna drag somebody, it'd be easier to drag them when they're on their back?
If you had a perfect choice, maybe, but I don't know.
Well, I'm not saying that you did. I'm not saying that you did.
Otherwise, it wouldn't seem reasonable. And that is how it moved.
So when you got over to the couch area and then, you stopped and you took the mattress pad.
No, right away, I just tried to adjust her now. They just tried to open. My assumption was she was full. I was just making the assumption she was full of water. If any positive thing could happen, or if there's any way to revive her at all, I wasn't thinking. I realized it was unlikely, and at the same time, I was trying to do something. And so, like I said before, I definitely tried to adjust from that. I definitely grabbed her. And I think one of the other reasons why I probably came out of the bathroom like that is I ended up grabbing her by the hips to pull her the rest of the way because it wasn't easy to get under her arms. But when I had her, when she was laying on the floor in the room, I remember turning around and slide and someone this is the breath
Yeah.
We kind of only new ways to try to put their head back.
Did you say before when we talked about moving her by her hips? I don't remember that either, all that detail. So, when you get her over there and think that she's full of water, What prompted you to put her on top of the mattress?
It was cold and, I was trying to like, I was just trying to get something under, that I could put under her body to my back or her, to get some kind of angle.
Well, think about what you told us for a minute. You're an intelligent guy, right? I mean, you obviously had a really good career at 3M, right? And do real estate and sales and now home renovations. You're a bright guy. If somebody was telling this to you, wouldn't you, as an intelligent person, think that something's not right? Something's not adding up here. Because from what you were saying and what we've seen, it's two different things. So we just need to fill in the blanks. And I just need you to help us fill in the blanks. Okay? I know you loved and cared for Shanti, correct? You said, actually, I think that one of the first things I think you said was, I've never been more in love. We had such a good weekend. Right? Well, and let me ask you about that. Never been more in love. Like what made you feel that way? What was so great about this weekend that
we had, since the construction started in January, had an appendicitis in mid-February, a time when either she was extremely stressed and busy before and uncomfortable with the surgery, and despite the delays and everything else, also having a project, which is the most important thing after her company on track. All of those things started the test on Sunday, and the design is still, but
yeah, but to say I've never been more in love.
it just seemed like almost all the obstacles had been removed, and it seemed like we were both agreed on the project, we're both happy with where things were going.
Okay.
We had a great time, we had Jackson, we had some personal time for the first time. And I did have to think about what she said earlier. I certainly had that. It's a moment, I'm not joking anyway, but I do always have my hands on your shoulder, here, and here.
So behind her and front.
I'm behind her, you know, I have my hands.
On her shoulders?
Yeah.
In what circumstance?
Yours.
Interval?
You had asked to do this to in your position where I have my hands on her body and.
On her throat specifically.
And I'm saying not, like you also just said, maybe reasonably you would have your hands, and I'm sorry, but I certainly did have my hands here.
And you're saying from behind?
And also,
So your Saturday and Sunday, you would have been touching the tops of her shoulders during intercourse. Okay. Would your hands have any indication, and what I meant when I asked you that, David, is sometimes couples will play that game where it heightens an orgasm if you preclude someone from breathing for just a moment right before orgasm, It's like the choking game that they call it, where it heightens an orgasm if you choke one another. Do you ever do that? No. You saw an episode on Californication?
That I know what you're talking about. I don't know what it's called, but it's not a band or we've never needed to explain.
Okay, so that was not something that occurred. Okay, all right, you can go.
So I just want to point out some things to you that I think are unusual. There's so many, I really don't know where to begin, to be perfectly honest with you. I think that I find that the living arrangement, I find to be completely unusual for you to be primarily living downstairs. Well, sleeping.
TV, which I'm routine for the evening.
Okay, but
I do sleep down probably.
okay, just hear me out. So you don't go upstairs during the day while she's working, you leave her alone, and then.
Not entirely, I do go.
Okay.
But I don't work out there while she's on the phone because it's distracting, it's her office.
Okay, and I understand that, but so you're not with her during the day upstairs. You go up there, have dinner and watch TV, and then you go back down to the garage. With okay, but you're a married couple. Married couple, I mean, and if her son isn't there every night.
And when he's not there, once in a while, but not every night. With her surgery, she was sleeping in a very kind of,
I understand that. I know you explained all this, but I want to explain to you is what. So that's unusual. I think the chain of events today, I find to be unusual as far as well, primarily with what you've said and the contradictions in what you've said, as far as water was trickling to then explaining that the water, it can't trickle, it's either all the way on or it's all the way off, there's no adjustment in the speed of the water coming out of the faucet. That was a direct contradiction that you made in your statement. The different versions of how she was in the tub, there's been 3 or 4 different accounts of how she was found, to how she was moved from the tub through the bathroom into the living room or the primary living area. There's been several different versions of that from what I take from listening to you earlier.
I don't want to say that. I don't think that anything that I haven't pretty much into, obviously not in a position to argue, but I thought every time you described what I saw, it was the same.
And then the primary thing is the fact that the injuries that this woman is sustained, that I saw on her, absolutely 100%, in my opinion, not possible from a slip and a fall in a bathtub.
You gotta explain it.
You saw, you can have a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. This is not a one-way conversation.
Neither, So,
Starting with the injuries, because that's our biggest concern is how do you explain this woman's head being swollen, her eyes being black and swollen, lacerations on her face where the blood has dried this way. Yet she's in a tub supposedly full with water. Clumps of hair missing from the back of her head. Look, you clearly have no history. We looked with you up in every system that I could find. I don't think by any means that whatever happened today was intentional, was planned, what was part of your character, of who you are, by any means. But I know, and you know, that something happened there today that caused this. Because it didn't happen from a slip and fall in the bathtub. It didn't happen that way, and you know that. And here's the thing. We have to have some kind of understanding from you. You're the only one that can help us understand what happened. Only you, because it was just you and her that was there today. You have to help us. But here's the thing, is every time you say tried, it means you failed. And you failed right now at helping us understand that.
I told you everything.
You're missing parts, though. You're missing parts. Come on.
I would tell you, I have never, ever,
What?
I would never, ever hurt you.
I don't think you hurt her on purpose. David, I don't.
I would never hurt her on accident.
It's one of two things today. It was on purpose or it was an accident. You pick. But one of the two things happened. She didn't do this to herself, and there was nobody else there. What are we supposed to think? What you're saying doesn't make sense.
I'm saying I didn't know.
So when you pulled her out of the tub, you agreed with me that the water came out of the tub. There's not a spot of water on the floor, David. The carpet isn't wet. The carpet isn't wet from where she was pulled out of the bathtub, sopping wet, all the way around to the front of the couch. The carpet's not wet. There's no blood on the carpet. Average person would think if you pull somebody who has been in a tub with long brown hair, who's bleeding, what do you call it, rose-colored water in the tub, and you pull her out, water's gonna come splashing out on the floor. It's gonna splash onto the toilet, onto the vanity, onto everything in there. The little brown rug that was pushed off to the side is going to be wet. It's not, because that's not what happened. The evidence does not match what you're saying. And I understand that whatever happened today, like I said, was not planned, was not on purpose. Whatever happened, I'm certain was an accident. And that's why none of these details are matching up with what actually was there. So please help us to understand, because if you maintain what you're saying right now, do you understand that it just looks like you just don't care. You just have no remorse, no concern for what happened to your wife. If it was, if it is one of, like I said, it's one of two things. She didn't slip and fall. That's out of the picture. It's not a possibility. I don't know, you need to tell us what happened. Did you guys get into an argument? Was she pissed about the house?
No.
Was she, did she catch you with another woman? Did she have a boyfriend? The stress of the house? David, I don't know. I wasn't there. I wasn't there to hear that conversation. Okay? I wasn't there. And that's why I need your help. You've got to help us understand what happened. Because it's not slip and fall. You didn't pull her out of the bathtub like you said you did. Because there's no water on the floor. There's no splashing of water anywhere in the bathroom. The inside of the tub is dry. Completely dry. The tub doesn't dry that fast. It was warm in that apartment. It's not going to dry that fast. There's no water on the floor. There's no water on the carpet. Nothing. The only place where there's anything wet is underneath that mattress, the mattress pad, and she's damp. She's not even wet. Her clothes weren't even wet. So you didn't pull her out of the tub at 2:50 or 3 o'clock or whatever time. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. You know that. We know that. But what we don't know is the rest of what you know. And you have to help us understand. What happened to her today? And I understand whatever happened, clearly happened earlier today. And I get it. I mean, I'm sure it freaked you out. I'm sure it was very stressful, whatever it was, and you gotta figure it out and wrap your head around it. And how am I gonna handle this? What am I gonna do? Oh my God, it's an accident. But maintaining this, I mean, and that's not everything. That's just some of the stuff I can lay out for you. It's just not matching up. Okay? This is going to be, it is already, the evidence is not aligning with what you're telling us. And I don't want you to think that I think any differently of you, she does, or anybody else would think any differently of you. If you come forward and you talk to us now about what really happened there today. Because she deserves to have the truth be told. And if it was an accident, if you guys were having sex, if it was rough sex, and if, you know, she passed out and then you freaked out, oh my God, let me try to revive her by putting her in the tub, you know, whatever. I mean, people do things. I mean, I don't know you at that level to know what's going through your head, whatever you want to try and help her. But what we do know is what was said is not what happened. This is just not possible. So you've got to help us. Can you do that? Don't go down that path. It's not going to work out. She did not get pulled out of that bathtub at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
And you're missing an entire time. You're missing an entire hour in your time.
when you say you found her to when you called 911?
I went upstairs 5, 6 minutes before I called 911. I didn't know what to do.
You know, you're missing almost an entire hour from the time you say you found her to the time you called.
I don't think that's possible. I don't think there's a way that
I looked it up. I mean, I know what you told us. We both had it in our notes. We both looked at what time you told us and we looked at it. The time we got the call. We're missing almost an entire hour.
I tried to tell you everything that I did in the time that I came home, to the time that I went. I didn't even look at my watch before I went out.
At the time you called the police, you guys should have already, one of you should have already been on the way to get her seen. So you're missing a significant amount of time.
What time was it?
I'll discuss that with you at a later time, but it is almost an entire hour. That you're
We got to get in this far away.
That's what you mean, that's what you said? That's what you said? Right, that's how I know what time you go to get it.
Correct.
You're missing a significant amount of time. Dave, you're gonna get one shot at telling the truth. And really, really making this difficult on us. And it's not gonna go well for you. You're gonna get one shot to tell the truth. And it's right now. Okay, it's right now. You've got to tell us what happened to you. This is not looking good for you. Her injuries are way too severe.
I don't have any explanation for her. This is a very dangerous, I don't have any explanation. And that is also the part of this that frightens me the most. I don't have an explanation. There's nothing I can do to explain that without making something which is not the right thing to do.
For you to see the significance of her injuries up close and personal like you did, and come up with this cockamamie theory that she fell and hit her head, is just baffling to me that you thought we would believe that. It's just baffling.
I don't know
That you had a significant amount of time to come up with something, but to think that we would buy that she slipped and fell on the tub and hit her head. And you saw how significant those injuries were. You saw it up close and personal. You saw the swelling on her face. You described how the severity of her eye, the cuts to her face. To think that we would think that she slipped and hit her head and had a significant eye injury like she does. Both eyes.
Both eyes.
Both eyes. Do you know how those injuries occur to the eyes like that? You strangle it. That's what the medical examiner's going to tell us. Because I've already spoken to the investigator. Crime scene folks, investigators were already there. I just have to phone the medical examiner investigator. David, that's something you should know. There's nobody better at domestic violence than this detective right here. That's what she's talking about. She's seen enough of it in her 20 years that you need to say what happened today. What did she do that made you so mad Nothing, you just strangled her for no reason?
You're not a cold-blooded killer, baby, that didn't happen. You're not a cold-blooded killer. You're not a cold-blooded killer. You guys are practically newlyweds. Okay, something pissed you off. Something she said, something she did, maybe you guys are breaking up, but you've been married long enough to sleep in separate beds. Something's going on between the two of you.
We're not sleeping in separate beds.
You're sleeping in separate parts of the house. You're sleeping in different buildings. Yeah, you're not even on, I mean, there's a giant couch.
Sleeping downstairs. And I have slept there.
But that's not what you said. But you said that you sleep downstairs. You go down there when the TV is off. You let her spend more time with her son.
She does sit there asleep. What I said is when they go to sleep and the lights go off, I spend the entire evening. I make dinner with them.
I understand that. You're sleeping in different parts of the house.
Once we go to sleep, we don't.
The bed's big enough for both of you.
Pardon?
The bed's big enough for both of you.
It's never been, that's not the size of the bed, it's never been the issue. The issue is that she wakes up frequently, sleep apnea causes her to wake up.
Why don't you put another bed in that room then?
We already have two, and we have a large couch, so there's plenty of space there, but I do sleep better without listening to her snore. It's pretty much that simple. And she sleeps better without me moving around. So unless it's a weekend when I'm just there, we don't even think about it. This is just sitting there working close really
So when was the last time you slept in bed with her?
The weekend previous when Jackson was with his dad on Saturday night.
What was different about that night?
We enjoyed being together. We did it too. We did it for all the reasons that anyone else does it. To enjoy being close to each other.
When was the time before that?
Probably before the surgery, but for a long time during the surgery, I was sleeping on the couch upstairs.
So prior to her surgery, so I know the whole surgery thing took a big chunk of time there, but before the surgery, how often?
Every other weekend, Jackson was in town.
That's gonna put a strain on the relationship. You are a newlywed couple, and you're only sleeping in the same bed together every other weekend.
But didn't mean anything to that's one just because it was the.
No, I know, because, I mean, you don't work outside of the home right now doing construction, and she's there, so, I mean, and it's not about the sex, it's just about relationship of being.
We did do it. And for a while with the next week, she's going to work from that couch. Before that, when we got this couch up there in January, I could sleep up there a couple of times. We were pushing. We had the house come down and we had an extra bedroom that we were designing, and that was part of what was sustaining us.
But even when you moved into the new portion of the home, you weren't intending to share a bed? You weren't going to.
That's what I'm saying. Is when we
Why would it be any different once you get in the house? She's still in the storm.
She had said she would either try to sleep now, or she's trying to find another different retainers that open to keep her.
But David, why would you do it then when the house is done and not now?
Because they interrupt her sleep like I said before. It's not making sense.
I know, but if you're gonna do it in the future when the bedroom's done, it's gonna interrupt your sleep then. Didn't that upset you? I mean, if my husband wouldn't do it now for me, but he says, oh, I'm gonna do it in the future. Come on. that seems very unusual to me. You are a newlywed couple, and it doesn't bother you that your wife is not willing to do what she needs to do so you can sleep in the same bed.
Yeah, I didn't allow her to sleep. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't seem, it just doesn't seem like the things that you were saying are being consistent. I think that I've explained extremely well. She didn't sleep. She did what she did. You said we could, if she would do it, then we could both sleep well in the bed. And what I had said earlier when she told me is that she couldn't sleep. But if she didn't sleep well,
No, I know,
her sleep was that important. And I agree.
but she's gonna do it in the future, which means she's not gonna sleep in the future. So either way, she's not gonna sleep.
I think it's an adjustment and a transition that she didn't feel like she could make right now because she couldn't afford the time that it would take.
And that didn't bother you.
No, that she didn't do the right thing that we was going to do in the future. That was fine.
But she's sleeping in the only part of the residence that's somewhat comfortable. You're sleeping in the garage with the dogs. And are you sleeping on a bed or on a couch? Okay. And she didn't tell you to sleep down? So you had an option?
Yeah, she wanted me to sleep on the terrace when she's like, as much as we can afford. We both get a good night's sleep. And that's why we did start sleeping on the couch more. She was doing it after the surgery, I was doing it before the surgery. We didn't get that couch until January. The couch that we had before that wasn't as comfortable. But we did start doing it as we had the couch.
You were sleeping upstairs or down?
I was sleeping upstairs more often, so one night during the week, and definitely on Saturday night when we did pensions.
So the couch upstairs is new?
It is the upstairs one we got in January.
Like, it's used?
Yeah, but it's nice couch.
Do either one of you have life insurance?
We both.
You both do? Who's it through?
We purchased them through Patrick McCarty, represents.
You spell McCarty?
Yeah, MCARTY.
And he works for who?
AXA Investments.
Is he local?
He is local, and
Is his number in your phone?
yes.
When did you get?
I got mine in November
What year?
last year.
2017? And when did you all get married?
In February 2017.
2017. When you say I got mine, you mean on yourself?
Yeah.
How much?
Mm-hmm.
$1 million? And when did Shanti get hers?
She said it was right on the letter when she got it.
Before
She
the
had
wedding?
it before that. She had it wrong.
And what's her policy with?
Same.
Which is? How much?
I think hers is 250.
I thought you said same, I missed it.
I thought you said who's it through? I just did the same person.
Through Patrick McCarty?
Correct.
Did she have you call him because she already had a policy with him?
He's her advisor. And so, as long as we've been together, he's been trying to get more business from me.
So you have $1 million on yourself?
Correct.
And how much was her policy worth?
I think it was worth 250.
250,000. And she's had hers since she was married to her ex.
They got this together. She thought she was in jail.
She what?
She has a policy on Jim.
On Jim?
So she owns that policy. So
How much is that one?
I don't know.
Who's the beneficiary on her policy? You are, not her son?
Correct.
When, since she had the policy while she was married to Jim, when did she change the beneficiary to you?
Since I became a-
You know when?
I could trace it back over in time together. In 10 years together to change it.
After you were married?
Yes.
So sometime between.
Because her name, I believe she changed. So I think sometime between, when, we got married in February, and I think some of her name change that came through maybe 6 weeks or 8 weeks after that. Driver's license, that kind of thing.
So when did you go down and meet with Patrick in order to change the beneficiary, the two of you?
I don't know exactly. I'm saying it was, if I had to guess, I would say it was around 2 months after. So really, April.
Of last year?
Mm-hmm.
So it was several months before you got a policy. For him.
Correct.
6 or 7 months before you got the policy. For $1 million. Who's the beneficiary?
She is.
Any other policies? Or just those two?
Just those.
And through any other companies? None?
All right, before we began publishing his interview yesterday, we discussed neighborhood canvassing.
Yes, sir.
And seeking out videos in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
And seeking out videos along his path of travel in his car to the dog park, the Park of Americas and back.
Yes.
And we discussed somewhat some of the investigative subpoenas, but not all of them, I don't think. Were investigative subpoenas issued for banks where he or she or both held bank accounts?
Yes, sir.
Or any of their business entities or trusts?
Yes, sir.
And any joint accounts?
Yes, sir.
And the life insurance policies that were just discussed at the end?
Yes, sir.
As well as State Farm mutual funds?
Yes, sir.
Did you get Shanti Cooper-Tronnes' iCloud data from Apple
Yes.
via subpoena?
Yes, sir. Actually, through a search warrant.
All right. Subpoenas or search warrants or court orders. There's three
Yes,
different
sir.
ways, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this is in conjunction with the state attorney's office?
Correct.
Did you interview Mr. Cooper-Tronnes' ex-wife up in Minnesota?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that this investigation went on for months prior to Mr. Cooper-Tronnes, the defendant's arrest?
Yes.
In all of the evidence that was collected and gathered during this investigation, is it approximately 10,000 pages of documents?
At least.
And you see all the exhibits that have been entered into evidence today and this week?
Yes, sir.
Was there anything other than the defendant's statement to you and Detective Sharp that indicated that Shanti Cooper-Tronnes was alive past the steps that were shown to be taken by her phone on her iHealth application the night before at 11:19 p.m.?
Objection, Your Honor, lacks foundation.
You may answer.
There's nothing that indicates any sign of life past Monday night. Her phone call to her son at 8:23 and her phone moving and social media between 11 and 11:30 p.m. Past that, there's no sign of life.
No other questions? Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
It's fair to say that a significant part of your work as law enforcement had involved aspects of domestic violence.
The 22 months I was involved with the grant position for the federal government, yes.
Okay, so that was a concentration of domestic violence.
Concentration because the city of Orlando had been designated as a high lethality
Right.
a city
You
for
received a
domestic
grant.
violence.
Sorry to speak over you. You received a grant. It was
The department received a grant. I was placed in the grant to work.
beyond that. You worked for like assault and battery, the division, before going to homicide.
It's all in the same division. We worked domestic violence within assault and battery, but they had accepted the grant, so they wanted one detective on high lethality domestic violence only.
All right, we heard Detective McClellan's, speaking of your abilities and, such as a bit of a, having extensive experience in domestic violence. Fair to say?
Probably more so than other people at our agency, yes, sir.
Detective McClellan at the time wasn't part of the homicide division, correct?
Correct.
She was hoping to join,
She later did that summer.
so she was working with you, hoping to join, and she did later that summer.
Right, but I had no decision in her coming to homicide. That wouldn't be my call.
When you, let's go to April the 24th, when you first arrived at the scene, fire and EMT had already left.
Yes, sir.
Which officer initially commented on Mr. Tronnes's perceived odd emotional response or affect? Was it Marsh or Wilson?
On the phone, Officer Marsh.
So before you even got there and laid eyes on David or the scene, you had been told something about his emotional state.
I couldn't lay eyes on Mr. Tronnes. He had already been transported, but the call made to us by Officer Marsh indicated some concern.
And it was before you did a walk around of the crime scene.
We had just gotten the call.
Ultimately, upon your arrival, David went to the station voluntarily.
Yes.
He didn't drive himself, did he?
No, we asked him to come down and they drove him at 16:38. He arrived at 16:50 and he went to the restroom and was placed in the room at 16:54, just before 5 p.m.
All right, so around 5 p.m., he's settled into the room that we've been watching for the last close to 6 hours.
Yes, sir.
Initially, the first hour or so, he's placed in a chair that he's not visible on camera,
I don't think he was placed there. I think that's just where he sat.
and no one asked him to move to the chair where the camera could see him.
I don't believe so. They came into the room and started the CSI work. And eventually, I think they did ask him to sit there, or he did on his own. I'm not sure.
All right, well, we understand the importance of the camera in the room, correct?
Correct.
So somebody's out there monitoring from a screen,
They
supposedly?
can see him, yes.
Well, they couldn't see him because he was sitting in a chair that wasn't visible, right?
Well, there's more than one angle.
So we
It's-
might have had another angle that we could have
It's,
seen. Mr.
yeah,
Strong.
it's certainly possible. There's supposed to be 2 cameras in every room.
He cooperated with the requests of law enforcement.
As a whole? All of us? Is that what you're asking?
Saying upon arrival and dealing with the crime scene technician, whoever went in there to work with him, and
He absolutely volunteered to come down and cooperated with CSI Kane and with Detective Montford. Yes, sir.
thank you. They photographed his clothed body at that point
Yes, sir.
and his clothing,
After it was removed from him?
or on,
Yes.
close-ups of his clothing while it was on his body.
Sure. Yes.
They took buccal swabs of his cheek for DNA,
Yes, sir.
and he complied with that request.
Yes, sir.
Took swabs of his hands,
Yes, sir.
fingernail clippings,
Yes, sir.
and then he sat around and waited for a good while, didn't he?
I think that process took about an hour, and then so about from 5 to 6:15, 6:20, and then we entered the room right around 9:14, 9:15.
All right. So, and during that time, he was mostly alone.
Yes, unless they checked on him. If the room went dark, because there is it on timer, officer would enter the room or he would wake up. But yeah, he would be alone unless he asked for something, unless they checked on him.
And you didn't go back and count up how many minutes of the time that he sat in that room that Mr. Tronnes looked to be asleep, did you?
I watched the entire thing, all 14 hours more than once. So I couldn't tell you when his head was down if he was actually asleep, but his head was down quite a bit.
You did comment at least once when I think when you came back in for the second portion of the interview that he, at that point, it was what, 2 or 3 in the morning?
It was 2:19 a.m. We had been out of the room for an hour and 50 minutes, just under 2 hours. And yes, I asked him if he had a chance to sleep, and he said yes.
But you commented he's got to be physically or mentally exhausted.
Mentally more so, drained, yeah.
You'd already given a timeline of how long he'd been awake that day.
Since about 6:45 to 7 in the morning.
You were at the scene when Mr. Tronnes first arrived at the police station, isn't that correct?
I was at the scene at that time, yes.
And you had a little bit of a delay in getting to Mr. Tronnes because you had a little bit of a gaffe or a communication error in the way that the notification went to Jackson Cooper's school, caused a complication with James Cooper because without you wanting it and before you knowing it, you had people at your crime scene.
Well, I wouldn't say that was the delay. Obviously, we had to go there. We had to observe and see what we had. We had to call the medical examiner. They had to respond. That was almost until 6. We didn't even leave and get back until 6:40. I still had to write the search warrant so my sergeant could get searchers in the house. That took an hour. So that was until 8. And in that process of doing our job, Mr. Cooper showed up with Jackson at the scene. He had to have his wife come get Jackson, so that took time. But by the time he got to the station, we were just submitting the search warrant. So I submitted the search warrant at 8:04. He's there. He's in the lobby waiting for us. And so we start talking to him at 8:10. As soon as the warrant was signed, we start talking to him. It was like simultaneous. And so it only delayed us talking to Mr. Tronnes by maybe an hour.
But voluntarily in this room, he sat there for over 4 hours waiting for you to enter to do your
From 5 to 9:15. Absolutely. Yes, he did.
He had on a paper suit.
Tyvek suit. Yes.
There was a comment by Detective Montfort in the interview, as well as yourself, about an effort to grab him clothes. Was that done?
Well, I wasn't going to leave the scene, and I'm not going to leave the room to go get him clothes. But ultimately, we ended up taking him home, so there wasn't a reason to bring him clothes.
Well, let's back up because your comment was during the first portion of the interview before you returned to 218 East Copeland. Isn't that correct? About getting him clothes?
Before I returned at 5 in the morning?
Yes.
Yes, I said we would bring him clothes, but nothing's going to leave that scene till I see it. I hadn't seen it. I'd only been there briefly, but I hadn't had a chance to go back. And once we went back at 5 in the morning, I knew he was coming home.
There was no effort to get him clothes.
No, once we're bringing him home, he can change into whatever he'd like. But he had asked to come home, so I knew we were bringing him home. We just needed to go back to the scene and give us a few minutes to look at it because we hadn't been there all night.
Detective Sprague, you left David Tronnes initially at 12:20 something to go back to 218 East Copeland, did you not?
No. No, we did not leave the station, no.
So after you left the room at 12, you didn't go back to the home?
At 12:31, no.
Okay, you just didn't re-enter the room for several hours?
It was an hour and 50 minutes.
He was eating water and crackers?
He was peanut butter crackers. I got him some Belvita wafers and water.
Isn't it true that you briefed the ME investigator, Ralph Kalachi, prior to doing the interview with Mr. Tronnes?
Tell me what you mean.
You gave him information to assist him to write his report, which he wrote before the end of his shift.
First of all, I didn't know they wrote reports until after this case. This was news to me. I gave him information. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I asked him for his assistance. He came to the scene. He provided those answers and he left. I didn't even know they wrote reports.
Did you tell him that this was a domestic violence assault before even speaking to Mr. Tronnes?
That it was a domestic violence assault? No.
That it involved domestic violence?
No. I told him that the husband was the one who called us And what his statements were to the 911, through the officers. No, I did not indicate who was responsible for her death. We didn't know.
You were suspicious though, weren't you?
Of the story, of the inconsistencies in the water, yes, of course.
Isn't it true that you developed Mr. Cronnes as a person of interest or suspect from jump? That you didn't believe a word out of his mouth?
That's not true.
You didn't prejudge him for the lack of emotion?
No, I did not prejudge him for the lack of emotion. I would tell you, her ex-husband was just as much of a suspect as he was, but you have to be able to eliminate people, and you have to start with the person who called 911.
Once upon the crime scene and doing your walk around, you became concerned with some of the details you noted at the crime scene, correct?
I became concerned with some of the details I noted in the crime scene, as discussed. No water, no wet, those things, yes.
Yes or no, detective?
I became very concerned with inconsistencies, yes.
All right, we'll go through them.
Okay.
Let's start with that, the lack of splashed water on the ground. That was a big one for you.
Okay, I want to be specific, sir. I don't want to say on the ground. We're going to say
On the bathroom floor.
on the bathroom floor, I will agree with, yes.
Okay, but the carpet was wet underneath where Shanti was found, right, on the mattress pad?
Where blood looked like it had tried to been diluted or cleaned up, but nowhere else.
Or the soaking wet yellow towel that Mr. Cronnes described as wiping Shanti with?
The soaking wet yellow towel was under the mattress pad.
Could be responsible for the carpet being wet and the rust, such?
I'm not sure what you
The
mean.
soaking wet towel is laid
Underneath
upon a
the mattress
carpet.
pad?
Yes.
If it was in the tub with her, I would imagine it would be wet. But how it got from the bathtub to where she was without getting water anywhere else is a mystery.
You took note of the state of the body, specifically the rigor, the light rigor?
The rigor and what else?
The minor rigor, the fact that minor rigor had set in. Didn't the ME investigator explain that to you?
I took note of the rigor the moment I saw her.
Scrapes on her knees,
The abrasions, yes,
the condition of her face.
absolutely.
You noticed a single earring on the nightstand?
A single what?
A single diamond earring on the nightstand.
Yes.
And what was the significance of that?
Looks like she removed it before bed and didn't get a chance to remove the other one
Because you believe that's when the attack occurred.
on the edge of the bed where the blood was found on the side rail, yes.
So no blood on the headboard, no blood on the sheets, consistent with such a violent attack?
I think when we found the sheets, there was blood consistent with that attack. That's what we were looking for.
Well, let's talk about that, because did you get a look at the sheets after they were examined and
Yes.
tested at the lab?
Well, before they were sent to the lab, yes.
Okay, and of the dozens of stains that were on the top sheet and the bottom sheet, how many of those had Shanti's DNA in it, either as sole or as a contributor?
One or two. Most of them were Mr. Tronnes.
Okay, so one or two tiny little spots of blood on those sheets. And you think that that was the result of a prolonged violent attack that started at 11:30 the night before, based upon a single earring on the nightstand?
Prolonged violent attack that started the night before. Never indicated it started the night before. I don't think it happened after he left. A prolonged violent attack. I think it started on the edge of the bed where the blood dripped down to those slats and then went to the carpet where she stayed for quite some time because it drained through the carpet and the mattress pad in two spots. But it started, I believe, yes, on the edge of that bed. I don't know that that's true, but I think it started there. And I think when she turned to take that earring out, she didn't see it coming because she didn't have any broken fingernails. She
So-
didn't get a chance. I don't think she saw it coming.
And I can appreciate the idea of putting these pieces together, but isn't this a bit of a stretch from basic circumstantial evidence? You have no reason to believe. Was there any blood under the bed, below the slats in the railing?
The blood under the bed was on the edge of those slats where it dripped down from the edge of the side rail.
Was there any bed on the rug under the bed?
Any blood on the rug under the bed? It would have been probably under the slats, and I don't believe there was.
You also noted that Shanti wasn't wearing a wedding ring,
Yes.
and that became a big deal to you.
Well, I didn't know she wore one until I asked him, and he said she did. She had a set on. And so we had to ask every witness about it because I didn't see it, and he said it was there.
All right, so, and you did begin the interview with David while the search was still being conducted at 218 East Copeland, isn't that correct?
The search wasn't being conducted until we told them to start. I called my sergeant or texted my sergeant at like 8:11 and said the search warrant had been signed by the judge, and we were in an interview with Mr. Cooper. So we were unavailable from that point, but we weren't there.
But you were communicating with the folks on scene completing the search, correct?
Once we broke at 219, yes.
Having them make certain observations for you with regards to the body, the condition of the clothes.
Mostly when the medical examiner was going to arrive, anything that they found that they thought was pertinent that would help us in the interview.
David did give you some information about the bed with regards to blood, correct?
Yes.
He discussed intercourse with his wife at the end of her menstrual cycle.
Yes.
Isn't it true that you found feminine hygiene products used in the trash?
Yes.
So despite being told about bloody sheets during the interview, and despite you suspecting this is where the attack occurred, you execute a search warrant on April the 24th, and you don't collect the sheets.
The which sheets? The sheets that didn't have blood on them? No,
Did you collect any sheets?
I don't believe any sheets were collected because they didn't appear to be evidence at the time because there's no blood on them. There was no blood on any of the bedding, even the foam bed. We looked and looked. There was no blood. We couldn't see it.
Did you pull any of the sheets off the shelf that you've got so many photographs of?
I hadn't had a chance to look at his video yet, so it wasn't pertinent. The sheets on the shelf, I didn't notice that how would I know there's supposed to be two sets of sheets there?
Detective,
Until I saw the video a week before. There's one set of sheets. It's in a container. It's on the half shell. Okay. But that's not pertinent to me. I don't even know why it's there or what relevance it is until I see the video in his phone.
What about the balled up sheets in the linen closet next to the Swiffer?
Appeared to be clean. We're looking for blood soaked sheets. Like we're seeing a lot of blood. Blood on the floor, blood in the bathroom, blood on her. We're looking for blood soaked sheets and blood soaked clothing. And we're not finding that. Those did not look blood soaked to us at all.
Did you pull them out and look at them?
I did not know.
Did you photograph them?
What
on April the 24th? Did you look at them on April the 24th?
They're photographed in the closet. They're photographed in the closet.
Were they
I did
pulled
not
out
pull
and
them
examined?
out. By our searchers, I could not tell you that. I don't know.
Weren't you directing the search?
No, my sergeant was. I wasn't there, sir. My sergeant was in charge.
Did you explain to them your concerns over the your perceived odd comments about the period sex and them having intercourse at the end of her menstrual cycle?
Certainly, I was not able to go into all of that with the searchers on scene. All I said to them was, he's saying there's blood on the bed everywhere. Look on the bed. There's blood on the bed everywhere. And they said they did. They said they did. And then we did a final walkthrough at 5 o'clock in the morning. We didn't see it either. We just didn't take the bed apart, and we probably should have.
You made comment that you thought the bed was made in an unusual manner.
The bed looked really, really, really made in haste.
So there another clue that something might have happened on this bed.
Correct. That's why they took it apart. That's why they took the mattresses off. They took everything off. The slats, both mattresses, both foams, those sheets, they found nothing. The blanket, they found nothing.
Detective, how many search warrants did you execute on that property?
3.
Okay, so on April the 24th, was any effort made to preserve the sheets of the bed?
Effort made to preserve the sheets of the bed. We did not understand where the blood could have gone. We didn't see it, so no.
Okay, let me stop you there. What about, isn't it true that on April the 24th, that suspected blood was seen on the edge of the slats that were located on the floor under the bed?
I asked those to be collected on April 24th. I
And they
asked
weren't.
both of them.
And they
And
were
they
not.
weren't. And when I found that out, we went back.
And so let's stick with search warrant number one, though, because
Mhm.
we're talking about April the 24th here. So you've got blood on slats that belong to the bed.
That are under the bed on the floor. That they weren't connected to the other slats.
They belong to this bed. They're a piece of the bed. There are other slats that make up this bed that are still attached.
Yeah, these had broken away and they were on the floor and they had tinged blood on them. My very first comment to CSI Crosby before we even left to go write the search warrant, that looks like blood to me. Figure out how it got there.
So you already knew that there was blood on the bed.
Under the bed, on those
And
slats.
then you got information from David Tronnes about bloody sheets that
No.
you thought was odd. and
He said there
suspicious.
was blood everywhere because I didn't even ask him on the bed. I said, "Are you trying to tell me there's blood somewhere?" He said, "There's blood everywhere." I said, "Where?" On the mattress, the bedspread, on the sheets, on the side of the bed. It's everywhere. And I thought, well, that's odd from the end of a menstrual cycle, and she's not even wearing. Didn't look like she was even wearing underclothes.
Going back again, you're at the station interviewing Mr. Tronnes, who's giving you information about bloody sheets, right?
He
Bloody
said there
sheets
was,
and blood on the bed.
there's blood everywhere.
And he told you that they swapped them out and told you what day they did and how they dealt with both the mattress pad and the sheets. Isn't that true? That they stripped the bed on Monday. They stripped the whole thing.
They left the bloody bed apparently all of Saturday and Sunday and stripped it on Monday after Jackson went to school. That's what he said.
So in seeing the sheets and with the 30-something stains on them, and knowing that there was only a couple of spots that belonged to Shanti, you still are of the opinion that there was a violent attack on that bed because the evidence is supportive of that?
I am of the opinion that something happened on the edge of that bed where everything that she owns or everything that she would take off is on that nightstand. And then we've got blood that has drained down that side rail and been cleaned on the top. Then we've got an L bracket with blood behind it, and then blood drips down underneath it. And it's right in the center, and then it drips down underneath it, and then it hits the tinge on the ends of those slats.
You don't-
Something happened at that event.
You don't know
Something
when that
happened
blood,
there.
you don't
It does
know,
not transfer from her body because she's not close enough.
you don't know when that blood was deposited there, do you?
No.
You don't know if it happened at a completely different location when
What
that
do you mean?
blood came to be on that bed, that the bed could have been in the main house.
I think that's a stretch. You've got the slats that are under the bed that look apparent to me fresh, absolutely fresh blood. And that's what I said to CSI Crosby. That is fresh blood. Figure out how it got there. That is fresh blood.
But yet you didn't.
I'm not in charge of the CSIs. When I learned that we didn't have the slats, we went back.
Let's continue to talk about 421. You're not giving any guidance to these folks of what areas you think are important that should be documented, searched, or taken as
I'm
evidence?
not there. I'm not there. I can't be in two places at once.
You did a walk around the scene, correct?
We went back at 5 o'clock in the morning and we walked with the CSIs.
Okay. And at that point, did you have any input that was helpful to them? And did you go back
Yes.
and see if the slats had been collected?
I gave them instruction and we went to make the death notification. I told them exactly what we walked it. We went and I told them exactly what I wanted. And then we went outside. We went down to the garage. We walked the property and we went to make the death notification.
It's an 800 square foot apartment, correct?
I don't have any idea.
Isn't it true that you didn't search the nightstand on April the 24th?
I don't know if I searched it or if someone else searched it.
Okay, well, if it was searched, wouldn't there be photographs of it as such?
Not necessarily, no. No, but when Barb and I went back, we absolutely went through that because we were looking for her ring.
And when you're talking about it, was that on April the 30th or
Oh,
on May
no,
the 24th?
it was April 24th. As soon as he said that the ring was on her finger, and I knew it wasn't. That was my sole focus when we went back.
So it's your testimony that you went back and you looked in that nightstand and you searched through that for the ring.
I was looking for her ring.
And you located ring boxes.
Ring boxes that were empty, and then the reason I keyed in on that tiny costume jewelry is because it looked like a wedding band, and it wasn't. It ended up being like pliable.
Detective, CSI was still at the scene with you on 424 when you were doing this?
Correct.
And no one thought it was important to your investigation to take photographs of this search?
They took a lot of photographs of that search.
You believe that they took photographs on 424 of the nightstand and specifically those jewelry boxes?
Oh, I don't know if they did that or not. I searched the entire loft for that. That's why we're there for 2 hours. I was looking for the ring. I know Detective Sharp was looking at a lot of the finances. She was trying to looking at a lot of the notepads. I was looking for the ring.
If you're looking for the ring and you find jewelry, you found a diamond stud earring, correct?
We have pictures of the diamond stud earring. Yes.
You open up a drawer right next to the bed of the that's the nightstand, correct?
With no jewelry.
There wasn't a ring in that drawer?
This is different. I'm looking for a diamond ring, a diamond wedding ring and a diamond engagement ring. I'm not looking for costume jewelry. That's not what I was looking for.
You found 2 empty boxes though.
Correct.
Which had helpful information to your investigation, did it not?
Not to my knowledge on 424. I didn't learn about H&Q till we interviewed Sam. When Samantha told us that that's where the ring was purchased, then I was like, oh, I saw that. I saw that ring box. It was empty. It said H&Q, but I didn't know that till we interviewed Sam. I didn't even know Sam existed.
So you're looking for for a ring, and you find empty ring boxes, but you don't consider them significant enough to photograph them.
They were completely insignificant. I'm looking for her wedding set because he said it's on her finger, and I knew it wasn't.
Let's go ahead. The interview, you were asking a lot of questions about his memory of his encounter with Shanti after he entered the apartment that afternoon, right?
Yes.
And at some point, you even stop asking him about his memory and you start asking him to guess about what happened. Isn't that true?
You'd have to be more specific, so I don't know what you mean.
You ask him to guess how she suffered those injuries.
Oh, I asked him what he thought her cause of death was.
And when he started to explain what he thought it was and what he was guessing, or maybe even hoping it was, you started to tear him apart because you didn't like his answer. Isn't that correct?
No, we witnessed it. I didn't tear him apart.
You didn't go from treating him kind to calling him a liar?
That's evidence rule.
On 424, you didn't search the main house.
The main house, meaning the one under construction?
The main house.
No, we did not.
3,500 square feet of construction.
Sir, I didn't even think it was safe to walk in there.
It's an active construction site.
Active construction site. I wanted photographs of it, so I had Stacy do that on 430, but I wasn't even sure we were supposed to be in there.
Ladders, tools. It was actively under construction, was it not?
I don't know if it was actively under construction. No, I wouldn't say. I mean, it was under construction, but actively, like people showing up every day, we never saw that.
Did you see a ladder in the main house?
On the first day, no.
On the 30th?
On the 30th, yes, we went in.
You didn't process the main house for prints or DNA?
In the construction site?
Correct.
No, absolutely not.
You didn't process any of the doors for suspected blood prints or signs of forced entry?
We didn't see blood, no. I didn't have any indication that what happened to Shanti in an upstairs loft had anything to do with the interior of that construction site. There was no indication that would lead us in there. No blood trail, there was no testimony, there was nothing that would lead us in there.
Isn't it true that it's an access point to the garage apartment through the hatch that you can get across to the top door?
The door was locked. The upstairs door was locked to the loft.
It's your memory.
I checked it as soon as I went upstairs. That door was locked. I even unlocked it and walked out there.
So if we had testimony that the top door to the outside deck was unlocked, that would be counter to your memory?
I walked upstairs, and the first thing after I checked the lock downstairs is I checked that door. And then before I left in the morning at between 5 and 7, I walked out there on the roof and looked at the gargoyles, walked the entire roof looking for evidence in case anything was thrown out there.
And isn't it true that there is a access point that you can get from the main house to the garage apartment without going up the front steps?
Yes, but I did not go in there, but I saw it, yes.
Okay. Can that door to the loft be locked from the inside and you pull it shut?
From the inside or the outside?
Inside.
I unlocked it and walked out there.
Thank you.
I checked the lock. It was locked, and then I unlocked it and walked on the roof.
When you say, and that's what I'm referring to, when we talk about this rose-colored stain in the tub, when you're looking at the photographs with the enhancements before and after the enhancements, it becomes clear that there's a detection of blood that was pooled and diluted with water and became like almost a coating of the tub surface itself, right? Once it drained.
The ring appeared that that's probably how high the water was.
And it was pretty consistent all the way around the tub, pretty uniform.
Yes.
So the entire white tub was stained with this rose color, right?
Yes.
Bathroom's pretty small.
Yes.
So if someone is coming in from the apartment into the bathroom door, what you're seeing is the tub in front of you, correct?
Yes.
And the toilet's to your left?
And the vanity.
The
Yes.
vanity, right. But if there's an individual who's before you facing away, they're covering up a good bit of this tub if they're in the position that Mr. Tronnes describes to you as being like back to him, back legs to him, and hunched over, correct?
Submerged at an angle, face down, taking up pretty much most of the tub.
And we heard submerged. He says the water was running and a little bit inconsistent, you say, on the speed that the water's running.
From the trickle that he heard to the where he said the dial was, yes.
So what he heard, what he thought he heard versus what he was able to visibly confirm when he went in.
Correct.
And the body was wet.
The what?
Shanti's body was wet.
No.
Her hair was wet.
Damp, maybe.
So all right, so damp. It
And
wasn't
it was
dry.
full of blood.
It wasn't dry, was
It
it?
was messy. I think the medical examiner said it was damp, and there was some blood in it.
And what about the clothing? That was wet and damp too, wasn't it?
He said her top was damp. I watched him do it. His top, he did it, and I watched him do it. And he said the top was damp, and the shorts were a little more wet. Her skin was not.
So in the vein of a long-haired person laying over into some bit of water and being pulled out of a tub, that if the water is running down their hair, that it would pool on their shirt and perhaps on the shorts.
From her hair?
Or from being in the water. I mean, if part of her body's in the water.
Should she have been soaking wet? In my opinion, yes.
Well, let's not talk about completely submerged to the definition of like how much of her body was in there, because he gave some things that you thought were inconsistent with how much water and how much of her was in the water. Isn't that correct?
No, I think he straightened that out. That's why we went over it. I mean, details matter, right? So the truth is in the details. And I think he explained what part of her was out and what part of her was in, what part of her was bent, where her legs were, where he saw blood. I think he explained that fairly well. With which part of her legs were bent and stiff, and everything was stiff and cold.
David described blood on the ledge of the tub and hair in the drain.
Yes.
And that was there.
He said he saw her hair floating, and then he heard the tub draining when he pulled her out. So whether or not he went back to see her hair in the drain, I don't know, but he saw the hair floating. And then when he pulled her out, he heard it draining as he was getting her out of the tub.
Hearing a tub drain is usually when it's just about out of water, right?
I'm not sure. Okay. I think you can hear it as soon as you flip the switch.
We discussed that there was not extensive blood on the bed.
We didn't find any blood until we went back and disassembled it.
And other than the blood, which you considered fresh on the slats that weren't collected on the 24th, you found no blood underneath the bed.
Correct.
You found no cleaning products and bloody rags consistent with the cleanup of a crime scene.
Well, it was trash day that morning.
You found no towels other than the white towel from the bathroom that had a trace amount of blood on it.
Correct, and the yellow one.
And the yellow one, which had blood on it as well.
Gold, I'm sorry.
Forgive my color blindness, but
yeah, I think he said gold. I don't want to misinterpret him.
Towels and evidence and such,
Okay.
but there's also photographs on it. You were able to see that the towel was there.
Yes.
And that it was wet.
Yes.
And that it had blood on it.
Yes.
Let's talk about your interview. You actually entered the room. It said about 9:17. Is that what you're?
9:15.
9:15. And it's your testimony at that point, you didn't consider David a suspect.
I did not. I just needed to straighten out the inconsistencies. The officers told us what they had observed, what their thought process was, what they were thinking. And my job is, I'm obviously a lot more trained than them. So my job is to just find out what happened in more detail from him.
All right. And you talked about some of the methods that you used in order to gain his confidence and get him to open up to you. Those were somewhat evident on your.
I think what I talked about was later, with the minimizing and all of that was later. In the beginning, I'm just going to ask him what happened. I just need to know what happened and follow the evidence.
So you go from asking questions to attempts at manipulating.
Manipulating him to try and get him to say something that isn't true? No, absolutely not. No, I think we challenged him on the evidence that did not support his assertion of what occurred. And, that is what we're supposed to do. That's my job. I have to challenge the evidence that doesn't make sense to his story, and it's his story. So we challenged him.
And his story, and something you took an amazing amount of exception to, is the fact that he slept in the garage.
I don't think I took an amazing amount of exception to that. Did I find it odd for newlyweds to sleep in a hot garage with the dogs on a couch when there's a perfectly good couch upstairs or the king size bed? We had questions about that. He explained their thinking, and I wear a CPAP, so I'm familiar. I understand what he was saying, but even when Jackson's not there, he's not sleeping with her. So
That's not exactly what he told you, right? He told you that he did sleep with her on Saturday night and into the Sunday.
and before that, it had been some time. So I mean,
Well,
and that's
before that, there had been a period where Shanti was not feeling well. Isn't that true?
well, that was February and March. I mean, that was 6 weeks earlier.
Okay,
So,
and
but
now we're into April.
right, the end of April, and it had been some time.
So
He's
you've got
sleeping with the dogs in the garage. I thought it was odd.
construction in the main house,
Not inhabitable.
right? But that wasn't the case the entire time they were married, was it?
The entire time they were married, yes. The entire time I lived there, no.
Okay. The entire time that they lived there, for a good portion of time, they lived in the main house.
Yes.
It was only about 16 months that they were living in the garage apartment.
I think it was more like just over 2 years. They kept the kitchen, but they were living back there for over 2 years. They kept the kitchen, I think, until December.
You suspected an unhappy marriage,
Yes.
though
Or a stressful marriage.
the presence of an 8-year-old in an 800 square foot apartment didn't sound like justification maybe for sleeping downstairs sometimes.
Well, Jackson's only there 2 or 3 days a week. I mean,
It's not his biological child.
it's not his biological child. They are in the same room. I'll grant you that, but he's with his dad quite a bit.
So the days that he is there for David to sleep downstairs, that wouldn't be unusual to you.
I think if he would have explained that and said, I'm not comfortable sleeping with his mother in front of him, and when he's here, I'm going to sleep downstairs because I'm not comfortable with that, but that wasn't what he said.
Did you speak to Shanti's college friend?
2 of them.
Anybody tell you that Shanti snored like a trucker and that it bothered David?
Her dad,
Her dad.
her stepdad.
So you became aware of that.
They lived, David and Shanti lived with them for 2 years, and he slept with her in the bed the entire 2 years while she snored like a trucker. And Mr. Dow could hear it down at his bedroom. But at the time, didn't bother David because I guess they just met. So he stayed with her those entire 2 years while she snored like a trucker.
And maybe there weren't alternative sleeping arrangements in the parents' house for him.
I don't have any idea.
Okay. So with that, would you be able to confirm for us that Shanti was not CPAP compliant and she didn't wear it?
There was one under the bed, but everyone told us she didn't wear it.
So when push comes to shove, after a married couple is married for a little bit, if one wants sleep, sleeping in a separate room is a real problem for you with regards to the state of a relationship?
I don't think so. If the main house was done and he sleeps in another bedroom, I don't think that much. I don't think that much about it if it's a sleep thing. But being down in the garage with no air conditioning, on a couch with a couple of dogs in the kennel, I just thought that would be very uncomfortable and intentional. And it wasn't his, he wasn't sent down there. He chose.
It was a big property.
What do you mean?
I mean, the yard had a big yard.
He could have slept out by the pool, I guess, in the cabana. It's a huge place.
Had an outdoor living space that he could
Beautiful.
take advantage of?
That what?
That he could take advantage of the outdoor living space throughout the
Could have
evening?
slept there, I guess, yeah.
Oh, I'm not talking about for sleeping. I'm
Oh,
talking
I'm sorry.
about for access to, additional living space.
I thought we were still on the sleeping. Okay, so yeah, beautiful property, great, beautiful cabana, nice pool area, large property.
But there's no evidence that he spent all of his time away from Jackson and Shanti. He ate meals with them, didn't he?
Hey, I guess he saw them for a few hours in the evenings, like when she got done working, when Jackson got home, either until he got picked up by Jim or until they went to bed. They went to bed, I guess, fairly early from what he explained.
Well, they had an 8-year-old that was sharing the room with them, didn't they?
Yes.
So wouldn't that explain an early bedtime for all? And maybe explain why David wanted to be downstairs and out of the room?
Because Shanti and him went to bed early. Is that what you're suggesting?
Because Shanti and Jackson
Went to bed early?
super early.
Yeah. So if he wants to stay awake, I mean, he didn't say that, but yeah, I guess it's possible.
Okay, thanks. You were bothered by the fact that Shanti had a job and David didn't.
Bothered by it? No. He explained that he was semi-retired.
Okay, so you,
I mean, he doesn't.
you
he
made
doesn't.
note of it though.
Well, if he doesn't need to work, he doesn't need to work. I mean, that's beneficial to him and the family, I guess.
Didn't you essentially look at him like he was the pool boy?
Did I look at him like a pool boy,
Yeah,
or did
didn't
I
you consider
suggest to him that she was treating him that way?
Right,
I
exactly.
didn't look at him as the pool boy. No, sir.
You didn't look at it and suggest that the relationship was so odd and that he was marginalized to taking care of the dogs and the pool and he lived in the garage.
I made a suggestion to him that that might have been how she was treating him and that he might have been taking exception to how she was treating him. But he didn't say that she was treating him that way.
You took exception to the fact that he spent his days dealing with the construction, the dogs, the pool, and the house, and they didn't have a quote unquote real job.
That he didn't have a quote unquote real job.
Right.
I didn't take exception to it. I did point out that that's what he did, that his job was, I guess, the house. He didn't help with Jackson. That's why she hired a nanny. He didn't do a lot of the stuff that she needed. That's why she had Sam. He handled the exterior of the home every day.
So it's your testimony that he did not have a good relationship with Jackson?
My testimony is that whatever she needed done with Jackson or her business, she hired out. He was there, he was home, but she hired that out.
And so you don't believe that David ever assisted with the care for Jackson at all?
From what I learned from witnesses, he did when she went in the
Your Honor,
hospital.
all's for your say.
Okay.
You took note and you questioned him regarding the home renovation, specifically the time and scope of the project.
Objection, no question pending.
Overruled.
Ask again, sir.
Isn't it true that you questioned him regarding the home renovation, specifically the time and scope of the project?
Yeah, absolutely. We asked him all about the renovation and he offered quite a bit.
You suspected frustration and aggravation and tension in the relationship because of it?
Because of the length of time they were out of the main house, how long it was taking, how many contractors had been let go, and how long they'd been living like that.
You fair to say that you suspected that this was their money pit?
Someone did refer to it as that. I can't remember who, but yeah, someone did refer to it as that. I didn't use those words, but someone did.
Now, David did give you an account of his day. Isn't that true?
Yes, we started on, I believe, Friday.
All right. And let's go to the day, though, of the incident. You were able to verify some of the things he told you about prior to the day of
Yes, and obviously she was live, so yes.
that was a trip to Publix.
Yes.
And some of the
Pizza Hut, Publix.
And what about some of the things that David alluded to with doing yard work around the property and maybe locating some tools and stuff when you scanned the bushes and stuff?
Explain what your question is.
Did you locate like knife or tools that were consistent with David's explanation of his
We
chores?
saw the orange handled iridescent knife in the front plant bed by the driveway. And so I asked, it was just left there. So I asked him about it and he said that's where he left it.
So you were able to confirm that he was truthful about the
I'm not sure what day he was working on that particular plant bed, but when I asked him why it was there, he said he probably forgot to put it back.
There was no evidence his knife was used in a crime.
Correct, correct. There's nothing on it. It was just laying there. I didn't even know if it belonged to them, but it was theirs, and there was nothing on it. But I asked him about it, what he does during the day.
There was no sharp trauma discovered on Shanti, though. Consistent.
No. Once we went to autopsy, I mean, obviously we're interviewing him before we go to autopsy, but we didn't know what that facial injury would be once we got there.
David told you he went for a walk with the dogs after seeing Shanti downstairs smoking a cigarette.
No, he said he went for a walk by himself, and then he came back and walked the dogs long enough for them to use the restroom, then came back, worked around the house for a little bit, then put the dogs in the RAV4 and drove to Park of Americas.
Isn't it true that he told you that he walked the dogs and then he went for a walk by himself around the lakes? And he walked up to Orange, around Lafayette, Cherokee, Davis, and another lake before returning on.
No, he corrected himself. He said he went for a walk alone, and it was Orange to Lucerne, and then Cherokee, Davis, one other one.
You agree the video will speak best for itself?
Correct.
Isn't it true that while he was out walking alone that he bumped into one of the neighbors?
Not to my knowledge.
Jacqueline Spence, didn't see him walking?
I'm sorry?
Jacqueline Spence? Yeah, Jacqueline Spence.
He didn't run into one of the neighbors. That would be incorrect.
Did a neighbor see him walking when she was on her way home from Publix?
Not at the time he said he was walking. He would have already been home. He would have already left and gone to the dog park. She said when she saw him at 1150 on Miller by the Horsehead House, he was behind her home on Miller, and he would have already told us that he had already loaded the dogs and gone to the dog park. So that was inconsistent.
You were holding him pretty hard to the times that he was giving you. You're recording them as if they're gospel when he was sitting there in an interview room. Isn't that true?
His words are his words. My job is to verify it.
Was the man wearing a watch?
I don't know. I didn't ask Miss Spence if he was
he
wearing
under a
one.
lot of pressure?
Objection calls for speculation in the mind of another.
Was there a traumatic experience that happened that day?
In his home?
Yes.
I would say so.
So, and he had been sitting at a police station waiting for you to speak to you for how many hours?
From 5 to 9:15.
When he came back, he told you that he walked around the house and pool and did landscaping for a while before taking the dogs to the dog park.
He did a few things around the house. He said his walk was at least an hour.
Let's go back to
About
Jacqueline.
an hour, hour and 40 minutes, or hour and 20 minutes.
Back to Jacqueline Spence. When she did have an encounter with him, she didn't note any blood or injuries or anything like that on David?
Just different clothes. He had light colored clothes on. He had different clothes on when we made contact with him.
And when did you interview Jacqueline Spence?
It would have been Thursday or Friday, the 26th or 27th.
And isn't it true that she was somewhat confused and vague about the days and times that she might have seen him
Not at all.
with dog or without dog?
She didn't remember seeing the dog. She didn't remember seeing a cell phone. She didn't remember him carrying anything. She absolutely knew it was him, and she absolutely knew what day it was. And then I went to Publix to verify she was correct on her timeline.
David told you he then took the dogs to Park of Americas?
Park of Americas on Andes.
All right. And in fact, there are cameras at that park, aren't there?
I went there 3 times. Yes, sir.
But you weren't able to collect any of the footage to corroborate David's timeline.
Unfortunately, the city of Orlando does have access to those cameras. Our video analyst has access to those cameras. He checked immediately. It was one of the first things I did. And they weren't operational. They're very overt cameras, but they weren't operational. So I went back 3 different times, including a week later at the time that he said he was there. And I walked the park 3 separate times to the area where he said he was. And I showed his picture and asked everybody if they saw him. But, I can't say that they were there that day, but I just went around and asked just to try and verify that he was there.
No fault of Mr. Tronnes' that the cameras were not functioning.
No fault of his whatsoever, but they weren't operational.
You found it unbelievable that he left the property for hours on April the 24th.
Found it convenient.
Or tragic. that he wasn't there to protect his wife?
Well, I think it became increasingly more irrelevant that he wasn't there because I don't believe that she was alive when he left.
You found it unbelievable that David didn't call or text Shanti during the day.
Unbelievable? No, I just asked. No, I just asked if they had communication, because if they had communication, his cell tower would put him there, and that would verify what he's telling us because I didn't have cameras.
Not true. That was par, that they didn't communicate during the day because Shanti didn't like to be disturbed.
That was what?
That was the norm.
That they didn't text or call each other ever?
Yes, because Shanti didn't like to be disturbed during the day. So David,
He said she didn't like to be disturbed during the day. Yes, he did say that, but she did text people. She texted other people.
for work, right?
Perhaps, or for picking up stuff at the grocery store like Sam did.
Samantha Adams confirmed with you that Shanti didn't like to be disturbed during the day.
I don't know that she said that she didn't like to be disturbed because she's up there doing homework with her son. So Jackson's up there, he's playing video games. They're doing his reading. They're doing his words for the day. I mean, he's up there. So I don't know that would have been disturbing to her, but she did text people during the day. She texted Sam during the day.
Work related, or because Sam was the nanny.
Right. I mean, if she needed him to come home and pick up Jackson that day, she could have texted him. But my point is just not the communication being a problem. It's just if you communicate while you're at the dog park, then your phone's going to put you at the dog park at the time that you say that you're there. That was the only reason I asked.
If you used your phone,
If you use your phone. So I didn't just ask about Shanti.
Right.
I said, did anyone call you? Did you text anyone? Did you get on and check your email? Did you get on social media? Did you do anything at all with your phone? And he said he put it in his cooler and left it there.
and you found that convenient as well.
I found it as a dead end. If he tells us he's there and I can't verify it with his cell phone records or with cameras, then how do I verify what his alibi is? And I can't, but it became increasingly not as important as it was in the beginning.
Because pretty quickly you came to develop him as the only suspect.
No, not pretty quickly at all. We didn't arrest him for 127 days. It was not quick at all.
You're aware that Shanti had a dental issue on April the 24th.
According to him, she bit into a taco and broke her molar.
You confirmed she had a broken tooth,
Yes, with the ME.
and the fact that she had scheduled an emergency appointment with the dentist
Yes,
that she didn't show up to.
that she didn't make it to, yeah.
And you also took note that she didn't respond to an 6:58 a.m. non-urgent work text. Isn't that true?
You're characterizing something as non-urgent. I don't know that that was the case. 6:58 work text would not have mattered to me had Mr. Conley not suggested that he expected an answer pretty quickly.
Did he tell you that it wasn't urgent?
I don't recall if he said it was or wasn't urgent, but he became very, very, very concerned that he did not get a response from her within the first few minutes when he called me, because he called me. I didn't know who he even existed. He reached out to me because that text was never read.
When he found out that Shanti was deceased, he felt it important to let you know that he hadn't received a response from a very early text message in the day because it could be pertinent.
Well, that was why he reached out. But prior to knowing she was deceased, he was Googling her because he thought something had happened to her because he never got a response. So he was already worried about her.
His worry aside, I mean, this missed text message is the reason that you set your time of death where you do. Isn't that true?
I didn't set a time of death. I'm looking at her cell phone. He says she comes downstairs 3 times. That phone never takes steps. If she's up working at 4 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning, as people suggested she is, and that phone never takes steps, or that phone never takes stairs. So that means she didn't pick up her cell phone. This is a businesswoman who works all night, sometimes 4 o'clock in the morning. She doesn't pick up her phone from 11:30 the night before, 11 o'clock the night before, all night long, and all the next day. She never picks up her phone, and she's running a business that people say she answers like this. She's super responsive. That became important when I heard that.
Okay. So we're talking about from 11:30 at night to 6 something in the morning. This is the time frame you're talking about that she was unresponsive and it was alarming and peculiar to you.
It would be until 6:58.
Okay. And a text message pops up on the screen, is it possible that somebody could pick up a phone, read it, and put it right back down without activating and still have access to the information on
In
an iPhone?
In the phone not registering movement? I
Sure.
don't know the answer to that. That would have been a question for the previous person who testified.
Okay, so the fact that a step wasn't registered on it, if the phone wouldn't register a step based upon a movement like that, then she could have very well been privy to it. And because of her toothache, she didn't care to deal with it right then.
I don't, so she didn't read it the entire day and didn't respond to her colleague?
Um,
Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm asking a question and I'd like you to just be responsive to it. The question is, what inference is drawn from the time of the text message if she can pick it up and read it and put it back down without it registering a step on the health app?
I don't know if picking it up and reading it, if she would disable a lock, those aren't questions. I'm not an expert on that. So if she has to put her face on it to open it to read it, I don't know that her phone would even allow her to read the text. I don't know that she would have to open up her face. If she opens it with her face or her thumb, then yes, that would register. Absolutely, that's registered in the phone, 100%.
Detective, you're the
So-
lead detective in this case, aren't you?
I need to finish. So if she looked at that text and decided not to respond to him the entire day, that would be inconsistent with her performance previous to every other day that she owned that business.
No one's saying she didn't respond the entire day.
It was never read, sir.
You don't know that it wasn't read. The phone doesn't show it to be read. Isn't that true?
Sustained argumentative.
Still on 424 in the interviewing room. You find out at some point during the interview that the CSI Tech Kane did not photograph Mr. Tronnes' body without his shirt on, correct?
I asked him. I didn't know if he did or not. That's why I asked him.
Because you didn't communicate with the technician either?
Well, I asked him to clip the nails and get a buccal swab. Yes.
You didn't ask him to take photographs?
Well, of course he was taking photographs. I didn't know that he didn't take photographs without his tank top on.
Would that require a special request normally?
Possibly. Different CSIs do different things.
Okay, so
I think if he did photograph an injury on his hand, I think if he would have seen an injury, maybe he would have photographed it. But I hadn't had a chance to view his body.
you asked Mr. Tronnes to review the paper jumpsuit, correct?
To do what?
To remove the paper jumpsuit so you could observe his chest, arms, and back.
I asked him if he was okay with it, if I could view his chest, arms, and back. And then he started to unzip it.
And did he show you his chest, arms, and back?
He absolutely did.
Okay. Did you observe some sores and bug bites and some wounds on his back?
Yes.
Did you photograph them?
No, nothing. There was nothing concerning to me that he had injuries sustained from a fight or any sort of cat scratching or nail scratching. There was nothing on his neck, his chest, his arms, nothing that I felt needed to be photographed. I didn't observe anything but his sores and his skin disorder.
And possibly an explanation as to how the little bits of blood end up on sheets in the bed? His blood particularly?
We didn't have the sheets. I didn't know the blood was there.
Okay.
We just met the man.
In hindsight.
In hindsight, what?
Hindsight. In documenting the wounds on his back, wouldn't it help the jury to understand how his blood comes to be deposited like that on a top sheet and a fitted sheet?
It's possible, I guess, if he sleeps in the bed sometimes, yeah.
Isn't it evidence that he slept in the bed?
Yes.
You interviewed him. We watched it for several hours until you take a break sometime around 12:30 a.m. on April the 25th now.
12:31 in the morning, yes.
You had some administrative duties to take care of, but you did not return back to 218 Copeland.
Correct.
And we talked about Detective McClellan being in training. Were you aware that CSI Crosby's assistant, CSI Taylor, was in training as well?
Yes.
So of the four of you at the crime scene documenting this, 2 people were in training.
Yes. 2 people, I wouldn't say Detective McClellan was in training. She was in our violent crimes unit. But
Be a homicide.
She wanted to come to homicide, so she asked to attend this. She was working with myself and other detectives when she was available, but she was in a violent crimes unit. She was not an inexperienced detective, and she had quite a bit of experience.
You leave David alone in the room for another hour and 50 minutes till 2:20 a.m., some 9 hours after he arrives at OPD, mostly alone.
We entered at 2:19, and he would have been alone to sleep, or if he needed to go use the restroom or get anything, he would have asked the officer.
And again, you don't know how much sleep you got.
I don't. I just asked him if he slept, and he said yes.
He said a little.
A little, yeah.
He's still wearing the paper suit.
Correct.
Still just water and crackers.
Correct. What he asked for? He asked me for peanut butter crackers. That's what I got him.
Sitting in a windowless room.
Yes.
Sitting in a cushionless chair.
Cushionless chair, yes. Yes, we all were. It's not comfortable.
Well, you were in there for a lot less time, weren't you?
About 6 hours, yeah.
And how many hours was David in that room?
Just shy of 14.
During the interview, David acknowledged that Shanti was stiff or in rigor upon him first touching her and attempting to remove her from the bathtub. Isn't that true?
He said she was very stiff. He said her leg was bent. It was stiff. Her arm was stiff, and her jaw was stiff when he tried to get CPR.
So for someone who's never come in touch with somebody before, that leads you to believe that there's some form of rigor that's beginning, correct?
What it led me to believe is if you're in the tub and you're in full or partial or full rigor and your leg is bent, then why is your leg not bent when we get there and see her body? And if her arms are down at their sides, then how does he drag her face down with her hands like this? How does he break rigor? Because he couldn't get her mouth open to give her CPR, but he got her arms from her sides down up like this to drag her upside down, which means he had to break rigor. And I don't think that's possible because I have handled many decedents in rigor.
Detective McClellan, David has no medical training.
Detective McClellan or Detective Sprague?
Detective Sprague, excuse me. Pardon me, it's late and I'm tired too.
I'm missing an appointment, but go ahead.
So in the world of experience and expertise, he's not an expert and didn't know what rigor was and wasn't able to explain it to you and how it came.
He used the word stiff. We use the word rigor. So like when he's doing the CPR compressions and he says it doesn't rebound, he's saying it's stiff. When he tries CPR, he's saying it's stiff on her jaw. When he says her leg is bent, he's saying she's stiff. When he pulls her out, he's saying she's stiff. But she's in a completely different position when we find her.
To what degree and to what extent, if there was an arm in rigor, wasn't there?
There was an arm like this in rigor,
Okay.
but
and
not
what,
like this when he's dragging her upside down. How does that happen?
in the world of there was a leg slightly in rigor that you observed as well?
No, her knees were raised up in rigor. He says her leg was bent at the knee. How does that get straight when we get to her?
Well, let me ask you, you asked David to demonstrate on you how that happened, correct?
When he was dragging her this direction, I asked him to do it.
Right.
And then he said that he pulled her out because he couldn't do it. Said he couldn't do this.
Right.
So because her arm was down at her side. So he had to go under her arm, under her bicep, under her shoulder to pull her out of the tub.
Correct.
Onto the floor with her head toward the door.
Yeah.
But then he has to flip her over.
This would be somewhat dead weight.
That's what he said.
Slippery wet.
If she's actually wet. But then he has to break her arm rigor to get her head like that, hands like this. And then face her down and then drag her into the other room and then skin her knees.
You keep saying broken rigor. Is it possible he was just mistaken as to the extent of the rigor and didn't understand what he was talking about?
If he did this right before we got there, within 6 minutes, 6 minutes to call, 4.5 minutes later. So he broke rigor. He straightened her leg and he straightened her arms in the midst of a crisis.
He did not break rigor because the arm was still in rigor. You don't know what he was describing, how it was bent. You didn't have him describe how the arm was bent. You didn't have him describe how the leg was bent.
I absolutely did. And the best evidence is that video.
Great. Thank you. He told you that the water was running at a trickle at first.
For trickle at first and then halfway.
That he heard it. He heard it as a trickle, but saw it to be running.
Saw it to be running halfway.
And turned it off as
Turned it off.
All right. But the shower was not on.
Hold on. Just make sure that we breathe in between so the court reporter can get everyone's words.
He recalled seeing the water with the diluted blood, rose-colored water.
That's how he described it. Yes, sir.
He described the best he could the condition and position he found her in.
I'm sorry?
He described to the best he could the condition and position he found her in.
He described it in great detail at our request. He did great.
And isn't it true that while you asked for a demonstration, Detective McClellan didn't ask for a demonstration, didn't ask him to show physically with his own body what Shanti was doing, but used this little model on the table?
In the tub. Then when they used the water bottle, they were describing her positioning in the tub.
And that's easy to tell what's going on that table from the camera view?
As far as what happened between him and Detective McClellan,
As far as what he was demonstrating, you believe that that's clearly presented in that video?
I don't understand what you're asking me, sir.
Objection, best evidence.
Didn't he describe her as prone, draped over the edge of the tub with the head down in the tub at one point?
To an officer?
Yes.
When Officer Wilson asked him if she was clothed, he changed her position from in the tub to out of the tub with just her head in the tub when he asked him if she was clothed. Then her body was not in the tub, just her head was in the tub. That did change, and they did tell me that.
You weren't present for that conversation.
That's why he wrote a statement.
And wasn't it simply clarifying how much of her was in the tub? And he was eavesdropping on a conversation that David was having with the chaplain.
Eavesdropping? Well, he's supposed to be there. He's an officer, and they called the chaplain for him, but he did hear that, and he noted the inconsistency with her being in the tub clothed, which perked his interest, and then changing the position from her being in the tub soaking wet to just her head and her torso and not her body. Her body was then outside the tub. They noted that inconsistency to me, and then they stopped asking him questions at that point.
Being partially in the tub would be consistent with her clothes and her hair and the rest just being slightly damp and not soaking wet. Isn't that true?
No, because if her body wasn't in the tub, then how did her shorts get wet? It changed.
Gravity? How about the yellow towel she was laying on?
That wasn't near
About the
her.
mattress pad?
No, the yellow towel was underneath the mattress pad, sir.
And it was pretty wet, wasn't it? And a mattress pad's like a sponge?
I didn't touch the towel because I left and wrote the search warrant.
And you didn't touch Shanti Cooper either, did you?
I did not. I just observed her. I had Ralph Kalachi touch her because it's his jurisdiction, not ours.
So his testimony regarding the condition of her clothes, body, and hair would be more reliable.
What he told me on scene and what he indicated in this trial would be more consistent because he did it.
Okay, did you read his report?
Yes. Once I realized they actually wrote them on Saturday, the Saturday after this occurred.
David described the difficulty he had removing Shanti from the tub.
Yes.
And given his size and given her size, you found this unbelievable as well.
I felt at him at 6'2", 190, and him being allegedly never been happier in his life and in love, he would have scooped her up like a superhero, but he said he couldn't.
Isn't it true that he told you during the interview that when he pulled her out that water did not splash onto the floor?
The video would be best evidence of that, that he got her out of the tub and she landed on the floor. So I think we would surmise that water would be on the floor because he rolled her out of the tub and she landed on the floor, head toward the door. And so water should have been everywhere because she was wet, allegedly.
Did he tell you during the interview that when he pulled her out of the tub that water did not splash on the floor?
I don't recall that, sir.
We should rely upon the video again.
Absolutely.
Fair to say the second portion of the interview was more aggressive than the first?
Probably the very end.
Okay. It's about now 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. You guys are rolling into another hour and a half of interrogation after a long, long day.
Yes, it was from 2:19 until about 4:56.
But ultimately, David wasn't arrested at that point, was he?
No, sir.
But the interview cuts off, I think, with our viewing of it. I think we stopped it somewhere,
3 something?
right? That wasn't when the interview ended, though, is it?
No,
How long, how much longer did you speak to him?
till 4:56.
So almost to 5 a.m.
Correct.
So 12 hours, from the time that he originally came to the station, correct?
I'm sorry, we didn't interview him for 12 hours.
No,
We
he got to
interviewed
the
him for
station.
5 hours and 53 minutes.
I said the time he got to the station, 12 hours from the
Oh, I
time
thought
he
you
got
said
to
the time he
station.
got. Okay, now I'm with you. From the time he got to the station until then would have been 12 hours, and then we brought him home at 7:09.
12 hours in that room, water, crackers, unknown amount of sleep.
Correct.
And it was another 2 hours before you actually drove him home from the station.
I didn't drive him home, but I had him driven home by Officer McNutt, yes.
Officers drove him home.
Officers drove him home. And we met him outside and we released the home to him, which is why we didn't take any of the cash.
So we talked about the fact that on April the 24th into the morning hours of April the 25th, he sat at the station and voluntarily complied with the requests
Correct.
and left the station a free man at 7 a.m.
Just before 7, about 6:55, they took him out of the room
You
and they
released the
drove him
home to
home.
him?
And then they drove him home
You released the home to him, yes
in
or
his
no?
front yard, yes.
She's just expounding upon it, trying to dial it back. Sorry, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. When he was released, there were no restrictions regarding the home or the property inside of it?
Correct.
And isn't it true that David returned to the property and lived there for several days before moving to his mother's residence?
I don't know the answer to that.
Weren't you surveilling the property?
Not until Friday.
And at which point there was another search warrant executed on April the 30th of 2018, correct?
It was submitted Sunday night on the 29th and approved Sunday night, and we executed it on Monday, the 30th.
At that point, the sheets were still there?
Which set of sheets?
All the sheets that you saw originally?
Yes.
Okay. But it was a month later, on May the 24th, that you execute this third search warrant.
Correct.
And at this point, you still don't know, you still think you're missing something.
I still think we missed blood on the bed.
You don't know where it started and when it happened,
Where what started?
this attack?
Uh, Somewhere between the shower and the side of the bed and the floor. But where the initial blow to her face or head, the side of her head or her cheek or the eyes, I don't know where it first started. But if it started, there should have been blood spatter, I thought, or something that would indicate a starting point because we had drainage, but not a starting point. If it was in the shower, we wouldn't have known because it was diluted. It could have started in the shower, but we didn't know because it was diluted. I still felt we were missing blood on the bed. Just based on listening to his interview, I just felt we were missing blood on the bed.
Processed the shower the first day because you see the blood ring on the base of the tub, correct?
I asked them to use a reagent. Yes.
What about on the wall itself?
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
Right?
they did.
So at that point, and do you know the difference between cast off blood and blood spatter?
Yes, but once blood spatter is diluted with water, you're not going to know if it's cast off blood or expirated blood from being hit with the nose and the mouth. Once it's diluted with water, the pattern is gone. It no longer tells the same story.
And the stains on the walls of the bathtub?
All diluted.
Isn't it true that when enhanced, that some were darker than others?
I don't know that I can speak to that. That would be more of a CSI question.
When you were searching the property, did you locate a poker bag? And I'll go back to, you could say, the 24th of April, the 30th of April, or the 24th of May. Did you locate a poker bag with cash in it inside of Shanti's closet?
No, we didn't learn about the poker bag from Sam until after we released the house on the 30th, and we interviewed her at 4:33 on Monday, the 30th. That's when she mentioned that with the $400 or $500 in cash. We did look for it. I believe Detective McClellan and I, one of us looked for it on the 24th, just to back up what Sam was saying. We had no idea what she was talking about. I don't know what a poker bag looks like, and we didn't find it.
Did you get a description from her or any assistance from
Yeah.
her in finding it?
No, I'm just her description that she gave us.
You never
but
followed up with her?
Oh, no, we looked for it. We just couldn't find it.
So
We
it's
just
missing.
looked in the closet for something that had something that you could put money in, but we never found it. But she didn't say it was absolutely there. She said that that was a routine when she made deposits from Shanti's business, that she might ask her to get a cash advance or cash from the deposit and that she would put it there. But she only saw her do it once. So she didn't know that was something she did all the time.
What about clothing upstairs? There's how many closets?
2.
Men's clothes in one of the closets?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So evidence that David kept his property up there and at least up there to get
Oh,
dressed and stuff?
there was a ton in the garage as well. I mean, on there is you get stuff in both places.
This is the laundry room too, right?
What is?
The garage area?
No, it is not. The laundry dryer, the washer was in the driveway and the dryer was in the back.
At what point did you test the washer dryer for the presence of blood?
I asked the CSIs to do that, I believe, on the 30th.
Did they find any?
No, no. And that was something that happened in another case of mine. So I asked them to swab it because it had been fruitful in another case after something had been laundered.
In fact, there was a 4th search warrant executed some 4 months later at a different location, wasn't there?
Are you talking about at his mother's house?
Correct.
That would have been on August 29th, the day he was arrested.
All right. So 4 months after the 520, or I'm sorry, 4 months after the 424
4 months later.
incident. Thank you. And David was living at that house at this point?
Appeared to be, yes.
And you know that because you found some personal belongings of his in one of the bedrooms,
Yeah, a lot of his personal belongings, yes.
including Shanti's ring.
Yes.
Was the ring reported stolen?
No,
There was no insurance claim placed on this ring.
I don't know that they had insurance on the ring.
David had assets, didn't he?
What do you mean?
I mean, he wasn't cash poor, was he?
No,
What was the value of the ring?
about 15,000, 11 to 15,000.
How much cash did David have on hand?
Him specifically, or I know the combined income or the combined assets
Let's
was
start
about,
with him. How about him specifically?
I don't recall, about maybe 130, 150,000.
That's all you believe that David had?
I don't recall. I know she had 300 or 400,000, but combined is what I remember, and it was about 798,000.
And what about the value of the home?
He paid 607.5, I believe.
What about retirement policies and such?
I don't know.
You made a big deal about the location of this ring because you felt that you've been searching for it for 127 days, even though it hadn't been reported missing.
It was pried off her cold, dead hand. Yes, I was very concerned about it.
Says who?
She was wearing it the day before. She wore it every day.
Says who?
The evidence in my case.
And these people that you spoke with, they were present with Shanti at her wake-up routine and her bedtime routine and her shower routine?
I was told she never took it off. And even he said it was on her hands. He told us it was on her hand.
You thought it was on her hands? That's what he said to you?
No, he told us it was on her hand.
You didn't detect any injury to her ring finger to suggest that a ring was pried off her finger?
No.
After a body passes, it typically bloats?
I didn't notice bloating in her hands and her toes at all. No.
You made a big deal about locating a passport in the bag with the ring and some cash. Isn't that true?
With the ring, the cash was in a Ray-Ban sunglasses case, and his passport was there, but I don't think it was in the suitcase with the ring. No.
Isn't it true that the passport expired in 2007?
I don't know if it did or didn't. His, I mean,
Look at it.
we took a photograph of it, but I don't know that I paid attention to when it expired.
By
But
this
there
time-
were rolls of cash in that sunglasses
How
bag.
much cash?
I don't know.
So, I mean, not a pile of cash that you're expecting. Any airline tickets? Any airline tickets located with the cash and passport?
No, and it was really irrelevant. He has money at his disposal. So
So this wasn't suggestion of sign of flight or anything of the kind.
he had 4 months to flee. He didn't flee.
While you were still trying to figure out where it happened and why it happened, by this time you were pretty fixed on who you believe committed the offense.
I followed the evidence. It's not my job to make of something fit that doesn't fit. You follow the evidence. I teach homicide investigation, sir. You follow the evidence. You eliminate people along the way. I could never eliminate him, and all of the evidence led to him.
You were able to confirm what David explained to you about the life insurance policies?
It was 350,000. He thought it was 250. Hers was 350,000.
And wasn't his actually $1.5 million and not $1 million?
I thought it was $1 million, but it could be $1.5 million.
But you were able to confirm that he had cash and assets.
Both of them did, yes.
He didn't sell the ring and he didn't destroy it.
Correct.
Photographs and looking at David's hands and bodies, they didn't show any signs of being involved in a prolonged violent attack, did they?
No, she didn't have any defensive wounds and he didn't have any injuries.
What about swelling or bruising on his hands and knuckles consistent with punching somebody?
Not that we saw, not that day, no.
You didn't locate any bloody clothes belonging to David?
No.
You didn't find blood in the washer? We already talked about that.
Correct.
And you didn't locate a weapon?
I don't know that one was used.
Talk about the neighborhood and canvassing the area and speaking to the neighbors and family and friends. Did you learn of any issues with homeless people in the Delaney Park neighborhood?
Specifically what?
Vagrancy, loitering, and hanging out around the neighborhood?
Vagrancy, loitering, and hanging out. No, most people said that it was a very safe neighborhood, very pleasant place to live, and they didn't have any issues with homeless people.
Did you have a contact with the homeless person that you were directed to that resembled Woody Harrelson?
I was directed to Mr. David Rogers that everyone said looked like Ed Harris or Woody Harrelson.
Why did they ask you to speak to him?
It was mentioned to Billy Lane. Billy Lane was telling the neighbors, asking the neighbors about him, so I found him.
Because there was a homeless person that hung out in the neighborhood a lot.
No, it was one person a few streets to the south that mentioned it to Billy Lane, that they had seen him, and he mentioned it to everyone else in the neighborhood who called me.
And you were able to locate the man?
I didn't find him. The Midnight Patrol officers found him, but it took a while.
And what did they do to eliminate him as a suspect?
They called me and I interviewed him at like 2-something in the morning.
And talk to me about that interview. How'd that go?
Specifically?
What did you do to verify what he told you?
Oh, I asked him about himself, how long he'd been in Orlando, if he has any issues with going to jail for any reason, if he has any contacts with law enforcement, is he a thief? Has he ever been arrested for anything violent? And then I walked through the streets. I showed him a map, asked him what streets he normally hangs out on, sleeps on, where his routine is. And then I showed him a picture of the front of the house where the dumpster was. Asked him if he'd ever seen that dumpster, that huge blue dumpster in front of that house. He said no. He thought that he had walked on Copeland, and then he corrected himself and said, no, I've never walked on Copeland. I only walk on Miller and Orange. Verified his whereabouts. I asked him.
You said he was able to verify his whereabouts?
No, is where he hangs out, like where he sleeps, where he eats. It's between Orange and Miller, he said.
This is self-reporting.
This is him. I'm interviewing him. So then I showed him a picture of both Shanti and Mr. Cooper-Tronnes. Said he didn't recognize either one of them. I asked him if he ever had any reason to ever be at that home where the blue dumpster was. He said no. I asked him if there was any indication that his prints or DNA would be at that house or inside that residence or on her body. And he said absolutely not. Then I asked him if he killed her. And he said no.
That was the end of the inquiry.
Yes. Yeah, and there was nothing found in the home that was foreign to anyone.
Okay. What about the location to ORMC? Isn't it true that there's significant mental health services provided within a short walk from that home at 218 East Copeland?
I can't answer significant mental health services. The neighbors did tell us on occasion they would see people walking back and forth that might have been released from the hospital, doctors that would walk back and forth that parked in their neighborhood, nurses that walked back and forth that parked in their neighborhood because they didn't want to park in the garage. But yes, that there would be people walking through, but no one that caused them concern.
Let's talk about the construction site. You know that the project has been going on for some time.
Almost really since they moved in, yeah.
Tell me about the list that you put together of all the contractors that have been on site.
From, that was provided to me, I believe, from Keith Ori.
And isn't it true that Keith Ori wasn't involved in the project until recently?
No, he got involved in 2017.
Okay. And tell me about the list. Who did you contact off that list?
I don't recall how many people I contacted off the list. I know they were all Keith Ori's subs. He pretty much knew where they were because he pulled them off of the project in February. So he told us, you know, they were his subs. He gave us the list. He kind of knew where they were because they were his subs, but they had not been at that property since probably Valentine's Day, right around Valentine's Day. So obviously we asked if they had any issues with the contractors, and there wasn't anything that
Were you aware of any fee dispute?
just between him and Keith Ori and Mr. Tonnes.
And what about the show going on to zombie house flipping? Were you aware of that?
I was aware that they were approved for the show.
Were you aware that it caused a delay in the project and everyone had to take a couple months of time out?
No, that was a voluntary delay. They, Mr. Ori asked them if they wanted the opportunity. They had to stop construction in February in order to be on the show so they could show something being demolished. And the only thing left to be demolished was the second level. So they had to stop in order to be on the show so they could demolish that second floor.
And this was forced upon them. I'm saying that this was like the quid pro quo. If you wanted to be on our show, there was going to be a timeout and a couple of month delay.
They asked them, and they agreed that the trade outs might be worth being on the show.
Did you find out if there was frustrated anybody who had been planning or relying upon that work for February and March?
Say that again?
Did you touch base with the contractors and find out if any of them were put off by the delay because they expected and needed this income in February and March?
If that had been said to me, then I probably would have caused some concern. But there appeared to be no issues whatsoever. They moved the subs from that project to another.
We talked about the fact that you. Can I have one moment, please, Trish? Did you ask and I'm sorry, I don't want to refer to him as Woody Harrelson. I just don't have my notes in front of me.
It's David Rogers.
David Rogers. Did you ask David Rogers if he has a cell phone?
I don't recall if I did or didn't.
So you don't know.
Well, actually, I think I did. I don't think he has one.
What about the construction workers? Did you get their cell phone numbers?
The contractors? The subs?
Contractors or the subcontractors?
If they were provided to us from Keith Ori, then I had them. I don't recall.
Did you check any of their phone records or do any, geo fence warrants?
The geofence around the house seems like we had a geofence. I don't recall if I submitted that. There was no evidence there. The getting just kind of random people's phone records is illegal, so I absolutely did not do that.
We talked about how you stopped the interview at 4:55, but Mr. Tronnes sat there for another 2 hours.
Yeah, 4:56 is when we exited the room, and then they got him at 6:55, and we took him home. Or Officer McNutt took him home at 7:09 a.m.
Never made any admissions.
As to harming her?
Right.
Correct.
And he left 7 a.m. A free man?
Yes, sir.
One moment.
Thank you. State redirect?
Yes, ma'am. Is it important to know as many facts as possible before you interview a suspect?
It would be nice. Yes. It's very important.
All right. And So walking through the scene prior to speaking to Mr. Tronnes was important.
Absolutely.
And the defendant, Mr. Tronnes, was the 911 caller, was he not?
Yes.
So are there reasons why there is a delay before interviewing the defendant?
Yes, you have to learn as much as you can learn before you walk into an interview cold.
During your cross-examination, you were asked if you were suspicious of the defendant. You did not arrest him that morning on April 25th after interviewing him, did you?
No, I did not.
Did you believe that there were inconsistencies with his statement and what the physical evidence at that point had been leading to?
Absolutely. We had significant concerns.
Despite that, you let him walk away for 127 days. Is that
Yes. Yes.
And in fact, when a private investigator, Billy Lane, had been suggesting homeless person theory, did you follow up on that?
Yes.
And you described that during cross. We're not going to go through that again, but is that accurate?
Yes.
And you mentioned you go where the evidence leads you during cross-examination.
Yes.
There was no DNA found other than the defendants, the decedents, and Jackson Cooper, the child's DNA in that home, correct?
Correct.
There were no latent fingerprints lifted anywhere except for the defendants and the decedents?
Correct.
Now, you'd mentioned the bed railing on the side of the bed towards where Shanti Cooper-Tronnes, the decedent, was located?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, in a moment, can I publish from States 10? Ten, 1-0. Showing you image 39 on States 10. Is this the area of the wooden part of the bed frame that you testified to on cross-examination as being showing signs of being wiped down above the metal L bracket?
Yes, sir.
And what we see here was ultimately swabbed and sent to the FDLE, dripping below the metal L bracket.
Yes, sir.
And you were asked about whether or not the blood went down to the carpet in that area. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the amount of carpet and carpet padding that was removed from the residence?
Yes, sir.
And whether or not that extended to underneath the bed frame?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object. This is the approach.
Turning now to BO for identification, 59 in evidence. $59.59.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Permission to publish from 59 in evidence, BO identification.
You may.
In image 11 on this exhibit, you were present for this luminescing with the chemicals of the bed rail?
Yes, I asked them to do it.
And is this fairly and accurately depict what was behind the metal L bracket as well as on the wood beneath where there was diluted blood?
We covered up the actual blood with the paper and the tape, and then we sprayed the part that was, that had no blood to look for luminescing above it.
So there were 3 areas that I want to talk about in the upstairs loft. One is this bed rail area and the 3 slats. The second is the area around the decedent, 2 separate areas with discoloration, and then the bathtub.
Okay.
Of these 3 areas, were any of them not showing signs of dilution or cleaning?
No.
And you went and recovered sheets with Stacy Monroe in Lakeland, Florida on April 19th, 2019.
Yes, sir.
So the 4th piece of evidence from the upstairs that had signs of blood was actually taken from the scene by a private investigator.
Correct.
Again, when you went to the scene on your first call out, there were no sheets on the ground by the couch where the defendant later in the interview said he got the mattress padding from?
Nothing there.
And is that where he said they had taken all the bedding from the bed when Jackson Cooper went to school on Monday?
They had put it all there, yes.
And at any point, did he tell you that they actually laundered those items?
The sheets?
Yes.
The sheets, yes.
But not the mattress padding?
Not the mattress pad.
During his descriptions of how he found the decedent, Shanti Cooper-Tronnes, did he state the left side of her upper body was submerged in the bathtub?
The left side, yes.
Permission to publish from 68 in evidence, BR.
May.
Image 48. If her left side is submerged and her right side is not submerged, that would mean her right arm was above her torso and above her body in the tub?
It would have looked just like this in the tub, sitting up in the air.
Right. Did he describe her right arm being straight up out of the tub in the air like that?
No, he described it down at her side and he reached under her bicep.
You mentioned breaking rigor. Once rigor is broken, does it stay broken?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Jane?
For the record, I would say the door is open, but thank you. All right. And he stated to you anything about we were never more in love?
Yes,
More than once?
yes,
Did he state that he was going to take her to her dentist appointment for her cracked tooth?
no,
Did he state that he checked on her throughout the day to see how her tooth was feeling?
not at all.
You had a discussion about the 6:58 a.m. text from a coworker or client.
Client, yeah.
Um, did the defendant tell you how many times that he saw the decedent smoking a cigarette that morning?
At least twice,
2 different times?
yes.
About how far apart and about what times?
7:15 to 7:30, she came back down again, and then came back down a third time around 9:30.
That text remained unreplied to.
Unread, unreplied to.
And a value of a home when it's purchased for $588,000 or $600,000 in cash. Does that home carry the same value when it's being held up by the stucco on its sides and has nothing inside?
Objection, Your Honor, lacks foundation.
Harold?
Not at all. In its current condition, no, not at all.
No further redirect. Thank you.
Anything further from this witness?
Detective, you're not aware of what the value of the home was at 2018 when you approached the property, do you?
When I walked up to the property, no.
Or even now?
What its current value is 5 years later?
Do you know now what the value was in 2018 and the condition that the home was in?
No, not precise dollar amount. They just thought they got a good deal.
May this witness be excused from subpoena?
We would like her to remain under subpoena.
Thank you. You may step down. You are still under subpoena. State?
One moment.
Will the attorneys approach? Go ahead and rest for the evening. Remind you not to talk with anyone about this case, not let anyone say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts, tell them you're on the jury trying the case, ask them to stop. If he or she persists, leave them at once, immediately report the matter to the court deputy. I remind you also that you're not to talk about this case with each other or form any definite or fixed opinions on the merits of the case until you've heard all the evidence, the argument by the lawyers, and the instructions on the law given by myself. And as a reminder, you're not to do any research of your own, whether through television, newspapers, computers, any other means, whether that's here, at home, anywhere else. We'll be in recess until 10:15 tomorrow. 10:15. Again, try to be here a couple minutes early so we can get started. I think that's my best guess of when we'll be ready. So let's say 10:15, and you can follow the deputy out.
So 10:15 for the jury. What time for the state and the defense?
State, you've provided your most recent proposals of jury instructions to the defense. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. And I would anticipate, obviously, we're going to be going through those tomorrow also. So if the defense can have reviewed them, if you both state and defense can have as many agreements as they have prior to tomorrow. And we'll be in recess. Anything further this evening, state? Defense? We'll be in recess until aim for like 9:15. It might be a little bit later before we get started, but somewhere around there. 9:15. 9:15. 9:15. And we'll be in recess.
Okay, well, that means 15 minutes earlier than normal for tomorrow. I think they're going to spend an hour going over the proposed jury instructions, which kind of makes me feel like they might be going for a short defense, if any, because that's kind of one of the things they do just before closing. I like the deputy's pink handcuffs. I've never seen brilliant pink handcuffs before. So be here for the state to rest, and if it's a, if the defense says the state hasn't proven their case, so we move for a directed verdict, and judge goes denied, and so they go, the defense rests. That seems to be what's happened the last most of the last 4 cases that I followed, and so he's he's losing the tie as quickly as he can. So since the jury isn't supposed to get there till 10:15, I don't know that we need to worry about delays in starting, because they're going to be starting. We don't have to depend on possible things happening with like jurors being late, flat tires, etc. So gotta say, seems very compliant. I haven't seen him sitting there smirking or anything untoward. It just doesn't seem to show much emotion at all. I mean, I have to question, did he ever, was this purely a transactional relationship from his point of view that I'm going to con her and not really emotionally invested because he just doesn't seem. Oops. So, okay, well, I'm excited for tomorrow. And so I hope you'll all join me tomorrow for the state resting and maybe possibly the end of the case. We'll have to see what happens. So good night, everybody. Bye-bye.